yet to arrive. And also, we'll be starting the conference. We will be just be having a small tea break, and after that, we will start our conference. Uh, Hello, 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 hello. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 3. Check. Good morning, everyone. I hope I am audible to you all. Uh, okay, so I am Darshan Surya Sahu. I am heading Gracie Foundation in India. So basically, Gracie Foundation is a part of research programs in different institutes which collaborate and help young researchers, budding researchers to achieve their goals in life. So we have many programs which addresses the current challenges of a researcher. But today, it's not about Gracie Foundation. Today, we are here for the third international conference on management and social sciences. And I give a warm welcome to you all. And I thank you all to bear with us, be here. And I always look forward that a so energetic crowd to be with us. And I'm very happy that I have been accompanied by very good young professionals and our guides. So, following up, I will be starting this conference, third international conference, from National Anthem of Thailand, because we are in Thailand and we would pay our respect to their democracy. Uh, we may all stand for the national anthem. Thank you. Please be seated. Uh, on behalf of Academia Research Private Limited and in association with Gracie Foundation, Northwestern University, Philippines, FTI West Negros University, Walchand Institute of Technology, India, Universitas Mahasaraswati Dipansar, Indonesia, Don Marino Marcus Memorial State University, Philippines, Nid Omar Halizmir University, Turkey, Sinawatra University, Bangkok, Thailand, and University of Riau Kepulauan, Indonesia. I am delighted to welcome all the delegates and participants from around the society for the third International Conference on Management Social Sciences, ICMAS 2024, which is scheduled to be held today, which is why we are here. And I will just like to inform few things about our conference today. We, as you know, worldwide, we are facing much of uh, natural disasters throughout the world in this time. And our many of the participants who were about to join us today physically, maximum of them went virtually due to the challenges of traveling and their challenges at back home. And we will pray for them, for their safety, and for the peace of entire world. Today, going forward, I will be announcing the themes of the conference, which is civics and political studies, sustainable business practices, climate change and corporate social responsibility, future of work, migration and globalization, economics and cultural dynamics, artificial intelligence and business, sustainability and environmental studies, educational innovation and reform, risk management and resilience, innovation in HR practices, digital transformation and marketing technology. It will be a very great pleasure to join with researchers, scholars, academicians, and students around the globe through this society. You are welcome to be stimulated and enriched by the latest research and development while delving into the presentations of our researchers. And we will also be going through transformative advances provided by the variety of artificial intelligence. I congratulate the committee member coordinators of Academia Research Lab, and the people involved for their effort in organizing this event and successfully conducting implementation of international conference, and wishing all the delegates and participants all the best for today. Thanks to Academia, partners of conference and facilitating them. First of all, I will announce Walchand Institute of Technology, India, STI West Negros University, Northwestern University, Philippines, Universitas Mahasaraswati Dipensar, Indonesia, Po Negre Omar Halidermir University, Turkey, Don Marino Marcus Memorial State University, Shinawatra University, Bangkok, Thailand, University of Riau, Kepulauan, Indonesia. From here on, I will like to call upon Ma'am Suchismita Priyadarshini, CEO and founder of Academia Research Lab, who has dedicated over the last decade on developing research through her hard work and willingness to promoting research in different areas and the innovations he has brought down and to reach and provide a sustainable platform for the students and researchers to go delve into the society of research and go and do a good work for the society. So please, ma'am, please come.
Good morning, everyone. It is both a pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the third International Conference on Management and Social Science, here the vibrant city of Bangkok, Thailand. As we gather this significant event, we are joined by a remarkable assembly of minds from across the world to share insight, exchange knowledge, and advance our understanding of management and social sciences. First and foremost, I would like to extend a warm welcome to our keynote speakers who bring an extraordinary depth of knowledge and experience to our gathering. Their contribution will no doubt inspire and challenge us as we delve into today's critical topics. Professor Dr. Khimji Vajlani from Australia, who will join virtually. Professor Tisipala from South Africa, Dr. Anakan from Thailand, Dr. Albert Pohan from Indonesia, Dr. Lilibeth Esablan, Philippines. It is also my privilege to introduce the chair of our conference, Dr. Arun Kumar Tarohdar from Malaysia, whose leadership and dedication have been invaluable in bringing this event to fruition. Alongside them is our co-chair, Dr. S.M. Firdos Azlam from Malaysia, whose insights and guidance have greatly enriched our presentations. Additionally, I want to recognize our esteemed session speakers, Dr. Randolph I. Navaska from Philippines, Dr. Anik Iseti from Indonesia. I'm sorry if I pronounced any name wrong. And each of them brings a wealth of experience and research insights in their respective fields, and we are grateful for their commitment to making this conference a success. Our conference has been made possible with the support of our co-hosting universities, STI West Negros University, Philippines, Shinawatra University, Thailand, Don Mario Marco Memorial State University, Philippines, Universitas Mahasaraswati Dipensar, Indonesia, University of Riau, California, Indonesia, Northwestern University, Philippines, Walchand Institute of Technology, India, Kagan State University, Philippines. These institutions have provided invaluable support and share our mission of advancing global dialogue in our field. We thank them for their partnership and commitment to academic excellence. We are here to engage in a broad spectrum of discussion, ranging from emerging management theories to the pressing social challenges of our time. These are topics that not only shape academic disclosure but also influence the policy and business landscapes worldwide. I encourage each one of you to participate actively, to question, to explore, and to connect with each other who share your passion for creating meaningful change. In closing, I want to thank you all of you. Your presence affirms our collective commitment to advancing knowledge and understanding in the fields of management and social sciences. Together, let us make this conference a platform for inspiration, collaboration, and progress. We have received total 71 abstracts from India, Philippines, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Indonesia, Iraq, and Vietnam. We have shortlisted around 50 to 55 abstracts, but unfortunately, only 19 presenters will present today. We have always received great response from Southeast Asia, especially Philippines. Sadly, this year, mostly in the past month, within these 2 months, four typhoons, severe typhoon affecting severely. Most of participants couldn't register for this conference due to some circumstances. We shifted this conference from October to November, but now you are doing only for one day, today only. I am praying who affected with this typhoon, they can recover it from it as soon as possible. We will do every possible help for the applicants from Philippines. This is first priority for everyone. Thank you so much and let's have a wonderful and productive conference. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for your brief disclosure on our program. Uh, Looking forward, I would like to invite our first keynote speaker, Dr. Yanakon Taprion. He is as the editor of the Journal of the Association of Researchers of Thailand, a dynamic speaker and advocate for fostering new researchers under the National Research Council of Thailand. He is also chairs key subcommittees on training and human research ethics within the Association of Researchers of Thailand. In addition, he is the committee and secretary for the mini MBA in Cannabis Business Program, CBM. Previously, he held prominent positions such as the vice president of the Executive Council at the Forum for Advanced Training in Education and Research Academy of India, FAI, director of the PCI Group 1, and director of the Masters of the Arts program in Arts Management at Raja Park Institute. His career reflects a steadfast, dedicated to advancing research, education, and organizational leadership. For the keynote topic, I welcome you, sir. Please join the dais.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. I am Assistant Professor Dr. Yanakon Chopayun from the Chief Executive, Bang Sambu Sub District. And then I just waiting for my presentation. Give the moment and how I can introduce myself. Now I have the three positions. Firstly, I am Chief Executive. I mean like mayor from the city. And my second position is board from the Research of the Thailand Council. And the third one, I am the consulting governor I have the three positions. And today is my topic is the civils, socials in Thailand. I have my case from my sub-district. My sub-district have the 3,800 people. In my area have the 65 kilometer, not big, but it's a small city. But we have the early people, 845. You can do it? It's okay, you take your time, don't worry. I can introduce. You know, when I come to be the chief executive, before I am the lecturer from the university, before I still is a dean of graduate school in the Surat Thani, Rajapat Surat Thani University. It's my south country. I'm out from the lecturer, come to be chief executive. You know why? When you still the public the public administration, you teach a lot the teacher, you teach a lot the student, but you don't know how you can do when you manage the city. I want to know. I want to touch for my area how to do. I register and come to vote in my sub-district. I can win. The point is 1,500 people vote to me come to be the chief executive. When I done the chief executive, 2 months, the gunman want to kill me. I lost my vice president one. I lost my driver. And now I have the one shooting bullets still in my leg. It's dangerous, right? Really dangerous. No, I'm so happy. The God give me for the take something for the people, take something for my area. I think I got lucky. You can do it? Okay. It's a topic. Today I can talk about the story in my area. Before, when I don't come to the chief executive, the early is all in my area. Touch is a large chief executive. You know why? It's all early people have get money from the government. When you are 60-year-old, you get 600 baht per month. When you are 70-year-old, you get 700 baht per month. When you get 80-year-old, you get from benefit from the government is 800 per month. But the last chief executive said for the people, this is my money, not government money. The early touch them. Now I talk to is all early. Not my money, it's government money. The early said, no. The last chief executive talked to me, it's them money. I thought it's true. It's government money, not my money. It's your life. You can have you can keep your money. I can do anything. It's a benefit for the government. And then now how we can do, now how we can plan to my sub-district. Firstly, I use the theory SWOT analysis. What is strengths? What is the opportunity? I check is all. I think better. One is my sub-district have the big river come to my area. You know the big river? The name Bang Pakong River is big river. But I have problem one. On the January, February, May, March, the river have the salt because across the ocean. It's better for the shrimp, for the fish. It's all in the river. It's going up. And you know the farmer can use the water, can use the liver for months because the liver have the salt, you know, the water have the salty. And then is my area can make the coconut better, fresh coconut. You know, it's a smell sweet, smell and the taste is sweet better. Look like a ban pal, Sumut Songkham is the number one from the coconut. It's my area. Okay, is my presentation is already? Yeah, okay. And then I have the further share with you. I have the one area in my sub-district. The name 100 year for the ruler, king of the Thailand. What you thinking? Over 150 years ago, the ruler have the land in my area. Now it's okay because I caught Bangkok. But over back 150 years ago, the ruler can have have the land in my area over 150 years ago. So far, before so far now is everything is going up okay. The ruler need the land allow the Bangkok inside the Bangkok, but over 150 years ago have the in my sub-district so far, and don't have anything. You know, like give some people for the another page is so far. Don't have everything. Don't have the street. Don't have the people. Don't have the village. Court is the park, international park. And now it's going up. Is followed by the associate of the king. Inside, we have the lizard from the vegetable, lizard from the food, some food, the bed of the Thailand, the fruit. Over there have the lizard. The people can visit and do it. And the last one, I think better, the taste from the fish, the taste from the chim is mixing what you call whole, right? The big chim have the like a crab, yeah, in the liver better, the taste better. A lot of people come to my area for the taste chim and fish because we have the three liver. First from the mountain, because in Konayok province we have the Khao Yai International Mountains International Park. On the mountain have the waterfall, the river from waterfall, and second, the river from the Bang Pakong is from ocean. When the river from the mountain and from the ocean meet together, make the bond from a lot of animal in the river. The taste is very good. Hopefully, next time when have time, you can join is my area. And then this is my area. We have the Vietnamese people. Vietnamese people still is a Catholic religion. You can do it. Okay, and when the Vietnamese moved from the Vietnam over 100 years ago, now have the church, Catholic church in my area. All right. And now we have, you know, is last month we do the Vietnamese food style Vietnamese festival in my area. A lot of people come to taste the Vietnamese style. All right, the first, all right. Okay, is my presentation ready for the talk to the people? The organizer give me the topic is the civics. society, I think it's the case from emergency response center in my area better for give people understand the early youth emergency, youth emergency response center. I want to know what you're thinking when you have the case for yourselves, for your family. Is all people in your area when have the accident, when you get sick, when you know the fresh water coming, when have the depression, the wind at the coming, is emergency response center can help you. Yeah, next please. Yeah, is my second position is the associate of researcher of Thailand. Is my second position, and the third one FAI is organized do the conference in the India, and the IMIF is a conference to the India too. Yeah, current position is a Thai language. Sorry, you can see my picture only. It's the Thai language. Show you for the smart city. I can go everywhere, but I can work too. Because when a silence, is a governor, a lot a lot the paper for sign every day. Now I use is Saraban electronic. I mean like I use from the electronic only. But we have one case I can sign in with the electronic, get the money, use the real sign only. With, because the governor scaling a lot, a lot the problem for the electronic, but use the money only. I sign and not electronic. Okay. Second, you can check the, yeah, right. With the fresh coming, in my area, I told you before, with the river come to my area. When have the raining, we are a lot the fat coming in my area. You can see it on the picture. Every year when the rain coming, we got the fresh coming too, fresh water coming too. But the people understand because a lot of people call it a river. Understand when the fresh water coming. We got to take something, go up, save the furniture, save the resolve, and take out the car outside the area. All right. This is duty of the emergency response center. Take care is all case, accident case for the early request. Example, pick up and drop hospital. In the emergency response center, we have the van, emergency van. When we have a case accident, we cannot save the people because inside the van emergency, a lot of tool inside for oxygen, for shorting, have the bed for the people, save the neck, save some is broken, is all. And the second, the staff should to know how to save the people, should to know how to protect the case. When have the case accident, some is broken, right? Not health first. Should we call for the hospital, call for the doctor? This is the case how we can do. But it's all staff understand. Broken, we can look first and block, block and save, not walk, take a walk. You got to pick up go to the seat and being in the van for save the people. Last year we had a special case. I so sad because I have the one staff don't understand the people fell down. The head is broken. The butt come out. Them don't know for the protect. Them don't call the hospital. They don't call the online for the help the people. This case, the people die. The people dead. I so sad. It's a warning for when you help the people, you should to know. It's all my staff now is a paid certificate for the help the people. Now, I focus to the early people. The early people is have problem with the connect with the promote with the talk to them because some early people don't have the cell phone, but have some is old cell phone. Cannot check the online, cannot check the line, cannot check the email, anything. Some, but not is all. But some early people, get lucky by lottery online. Understand only with the lottery online. It's a really funny, it's the early people understand the technology from the lottery online only, but it's all not understand. All right. And this objective, my research, first, study the current situation problem at the obstacle in the communicating with the emergency recruit center of the early in my area. The second, present the communications guideline of the emergency rescue center of the early in my area. I have the two objectives for my research. First, what's going on now? Second, how we can communication to the early people. Next, please. Methodology, I use a mixed method, qualitative and quantitative. Qualitative, use the key informants and documentary research and the focus group. Quantitative, we use the questionnaire sample in the early people, my staff, and the hospital. Okay, next please. The current situations is my area is a court-free province. Is my sub-district still in the Nakhon Nayok province, and the next Chha Cheong Sao province, and next Prachin Buri province. When had the case accident, the emergency response center called who is the area? I mean, Prachin Buri, Chha Cheong Sao, or Nakhon Nayok. Is a conflict, is a problem with my area when had the case. Some my staff on the center, state the case on the center. When you want to take care, you can move from my area, And when you don't want to take care of the case, you got to take out. It's funny, not funny. When the people, when the some guy request for the you protection them, we don't have choice. Help only. But before, when I don't have the emergency response center, another, with the fighting, it's your area, not my area, something like that. And now I don't worry, I don't care. When I see the case first, keep it. He'll take care. And the second, the confusion is helping, when I talk before. Understand the context of the area. Is a rule of law when have the accident case, should we call hospital, call the doctor, call the department emergency response center first. When the people dead, when you go to the hospital, the department protection you. when you don't call, it's all don't know what you tell them, what you do, what you something like that. You can go to the jail. It's a big problem. And the last one, all 11 sector do not understand further when we held the case. I use the theory what the bells. We have the first, we is the sender. Sender, what we do? We send message by the channel, Facebook, Instagram, Line, TikTok, or the public address. You know the public address? When we talk to somewhere inside the room, a speaker allow the my country. Usually the early people understand the public address. At the line, some not is all. Facebook, some not is all. Instagram, I think a little people understand it. And is early. First, sender should to know what's going on with the early people. And then second, what the early people can understand your message. It's a lot one. I send my staff go to the, it's all my area, have the early people talk to them. What you thinking, how we can send message to you when you use the emergency response center. Some people, you can talk to my nephew. You can talk to my son. You can talk to my daughter because her cannot use the cell phone. When have some case, the nephew, daughter, and son, and call to the emergency response center. Right? And the feedback, when we do good, happy. It's so bad and take a long time and take care, protection, not good. So sad, unhappy. Communication is a big problem in my area for the how protect the people. Next, please. The last one? No? Oh, yeah, okay. Our approach to solve the problem the early is when we do the activity for the early people, should to be need the early people participation. When the early people request something we do, the early people can connect it. I think a lot the plan, a lot the activity, I think I give for the people, for the early people better, but not really. Not really. Why? Because it's mine. It's my plan, not early people plan. This is the last year for my time still is the chief executive. The last year, I talked to the early people. What you want, what you need, come together. Talk to me. I cannot do for you. Okay. Next, please. Yeah. We find the knowledge from for the take care the early people by the emergency response center. We use the search engine. We use the digital marketing for take it all. When we post, when we do something for the early people, we gonna do how many people follow, how many people is a view, how many people is a understand. Yeah? It is my research. We use the digital marketing. We use the search engine. I have the some case. It's my friend. Them open the clinic, surgery for the face, for the ease, or for the beauty. Them pay for the Facebook a year. 15 million baht per year. It's too much, huh? Too much. But them promote a year pay for the Facebook 15 million baht per year. I talk to them why too much for the pay with the Facebook. Why I pay the Facebook 15 million baht per year? Because them have the benefit. Then have over 200 million per year from promote with the Facebook. Facebook promote for them. Facebook looking target, looking the customer target. Need a lady, what's the Siri, no, mouse, something like that. When you talk with the Siri, when you talk with your cell phone, the Facebook looking the target for you. Them don't promote from the, it's all the Facebook only because a lot of people use the Facebook. Yeah. Okay, I think it's the last one. Have the Q&A from my topic. Hopefully, people understand my presentation. And this is I follow from my experience. I follow from when I see how I understand, I can present for you for understand is my area. It's CV of society is my area. Have the questions from my topic? Thank you so much for the listening. And please keep me for the big hand, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insights and the real life challenges and their theories and how to address it. Thank you very much. Going further, we will be starting our sessions. Okay. But before starting our sessions, I would like to introduce our session speaker, Dr. Anik Yusti, SE. She is Assistant Professor, Universitas Mahasaraswati, Dipansar, Indonesia. I would like, ma'am, and I will request her to join us online so that we can hear you and you may take care of this session. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I would like to thank you for committee on the International Conference on Management and Social Science. And today I will conduct you for presentation on the session, the first session in the first session. And we have seven presenter. Our presenter, any already joined?
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Rando Navaska, Diane Finaji Ocampo, Nole Diaz, Wilson Gamau. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
We have our presenters
Yeah.
today.
Yeah. You have 10 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for question and answer. So we are going to the first presenter. I call you Mr. Rando Navaska with the paper title is Itai, rightness of technology and livelihood education, preserve teacher in DM2, and lack a basis for a lab review material in TLE. Yes, please welcome for presentation. The time is yours.
A blessed morning, everyone. The Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University is one of the learning institutions in Region 1 of the Philippines, whose mission is to provide relevant quality instruction, research, and extension. DIMSU's goal shall lead to transforming human resources into productive, self-reliant citizens and responsible leaders. The university plays an important role in enhancing the attainment of a better livelihood and quality of life among its clientele in its service area. Our university proudly offers technology and livelihood education programs designed to equip students with essential skills and knowledge for the future careers. Today, I present to you this research titled Let Readiness of Technology and Livelihood Education Pre-Service Teachers in DIMSU North La Union Campus, a basis for a let review material in TLE. Next slide, please. Before I start, allow me to introduce myself to you. I am Radolf I. Navasca, a faculty member of the College of Education and also designated as the Disaster Risk Reduction Management Services Director of our university. I am a licensed professional teacher, a certified safety officer, a certified trainer's methodology 1 and national TVET trainer, a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Industrial Technology, Master and also Master of Arts in Technology Education, major in technology areas, ongoing dissertation on my Doctor of Philosophy in Technology Education and Management, and currently enrolled in Doctor of Education in Industrial Education Management at Tarlac State University. Here are also my research engagements and my research interests on education, research and extension related to food development, safety, disaster risk reduction management, climate change mitigation, poverty alleviation, and sustainable development. Next slide, please. To present to you the abstract of this study, pre-service teachers' success in licensure examination for teachers show that they have gained enough comprehensive knowledge on their subjects, which certifies the readiness for the professional world. This study aimed to determine the level of licensure examination for teachers' readiness of the pre-service teachers in DIMSU North La Union campus, as well identified their strengths and weaknesses. This will become a basis for designing licensure examination for teachers' review materials. It utilized descriptive survey research design. 15 TLA pre-service teachers of the College of Education were the population of this study. The findings of this study indicate that cosmetology, entrepreneurship were strengths, while food technology, business mathematics, basic drafting, electronics technology, electrical technology, carpentry and masonry and plumbing subjects were identified as weaknesses of the pre-service teachers. These results imply that they lack the necessary readiness in taking the licensure examinations for teachers. The College of Education shall implement an enhanced licensure examination for teachers intervention program for the LET takers. Next slide, please. The quality of higher education institutions in the Philippines is measured by their performance in various licensure examinations given by the Professional Regulations Commission, or the PRC. One of the major determiners before an HEI is considered a center of excellence is its overall performance in the licensure examinations. Passing the licensure examination for teachers is an indication of the quality education offered by teacher education institutions in the country. Thus, it has a mandate for every institution to continue working towards the full delivery of the desired competencies of students need not only to pass the licensure examinations, but also to prepare well in their chosen work fields. Curie modeling discusses the preparation of future teachers for both elementary and secondary education sectors becomes a very important function assigned to pre-service teachers of the TEIs. Next, knowledge assessment evaluation theory defined knowledge, skills, and attitudes assessment as systematic examination procedures by testing and intending to establish desired characteristics and gathering proof about the level of quality and acquired knowledge, skills, and attitudes. While evaluation can be used to determine the success of or failure of a program, it can be used to promote change by looking for strengths and weaknesses to correct the weaknesses. Expectancy value theory holds that people are goal-oriented beings and behavior they perform in response to their beliefs and values are undertaken to achieve some end. Since these studies focus on graduates, teachers' competency, and the quality education that teachers give, some management theories were utilized here. One of which is the theory of total quality management, or the TQM, which has been adopted by schools to promote quality in its services, more importantly, in improving quality teachers' education. In the educational system, quality is an important concept. The education of the people reflects on the success of the nation. Quality education involves the quality of services of students. Next slide, please. These studies aim to determine the left readiness of the TLA pre-service teachers in Dimsu North La Union campus. It's specifically sought to determine and answer the following questions. What is the level of left readiness of the TLA pre-service teachers in Dimsu North La Union campus? What are the identified strengths and weaknesses of the TLA pre-service teachers in the left readiness? What let review material and intervention can be proposed to enhance the let readiness of the TLE pre-service teachers? Next slide, please. This study utilizes descriptive survey research design. This design is best used when one conducts a study that aims to identify and describe the nature or status of a selected but related variables. The descriptive method of investigating is best fitted to this study because it involves describing, recording, analyzing, and interpreting conditions that exist. Since this study aims to determine the let readiness of the pre-service teachers, the variables under this study will be described, analyzed, and interpreted. The population of the study included 15 pre-service teachers of the College of Education, Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in Technology and Livelihood Education. The study utilized researchers made tests from the 9 areas of technology and livelihood education, such as basic drafting, business mathematics, basic electricity, basic plumbing, cosmetology, food technology, carpentry and masonry, and basic electronics and entrepreneurship. The tests are constructed such that various subjects are represented in the tests. These items of the tests were constructed in such a way that they measure the most expected competencies in the different subjects. Validity and reliability of data gathering instruments were administered prior to the conduct of the pre-test. The level of validity of this test is very good, with rating of 4.8, and the reliability coefficient was obtained using split half method and have coefficient of 0.92, which means that the test is highly reliable. The difference between the pre-test and post-test of the 9 TLA areas within the 9 TLA areas were taken with normality tests and determining significant outliers. And Shapiro-Wilk test was used to test in normality, and visualization using box plot was used to determine if there is significant outlier. For those areas whose difference is normally distributed as no significant outlier, per t-test used to determine if there is significant between the two tests. On the other hand, Wilcoxon signed rank test was used if the difference is not normally distributed or has no significant outlier. Next slide, please. And here are the following highlights of the descriptive equivalence of the licensure examination for teachers' readiness in various specialization areas of the pre-service teachers. In food technology is good, basic drafting is good, business mathematics is good, electrical technology is fair, electronics technology is good, carpentry and masonry is good, cosmetology is very good, basic plumbing is good, entrepreneurship is very good, and the findings indicate that the pre-service teachers generally possess good competence in most specialization fields. However, this level of competence suggests that they have not yet fully established a strong foundation of knowledge and understanding in these subjects. Consequently, there is a need for further improvement, supplementation, and increased content knowledge through practical work and hands-on experiences. These enhancements are essential to ensure that pre-service teachers are better prepared for the licensure examination for teachers. The areas requiring more focus and readiness for the The licensure examination for teachers includes the electrical technology and other specializations, while its strengths identified just as cosmetology and entrepreneurship, where the readiness is rated as very good. This indicates that they have highly knowledgeable and skilled in these specializations, having mastered most of the concepts. However, continuous exposure to more comprehensive content knowledge in these areas is still necessary to maintain and enhance their competence, ensuring high performance in the licensure examinations for teachers. And by focusing on these areas and providing the necessary support and resources, pre-service teachers can achieve better preparedness and competence, ultimately leading to the higher success rates in their licensure examinations. Next slide, please. And here are the conclusions. One is TLE pre-service teachers lack readiness in the licensure examination for teachers. Second is identified weaknesses of the TLE pre-service teachers wherein food technology, basic drafting, basic mathematics, electronics technology, electrical technology, carpentry and masonry, and plumbing, while identified strengths were cosmetology and entrepreneurship. The intervention and let review materials should be enhanced to improve the licensure examination for teachers' readiness of the TLE pre-service teachers. And based on these conclusions, the following recommendations were formulated. One is to construct that let review materials in TLE may be used by pre-service teachers to improve their let readiness. Second, the College of Education shall implement and enhance let intervention program for better impact on the let readiness of the pre-service teachers in taking the licensure examinations for teachers. And thirdly, the result of the study can become a basis for the College of Education in designing an action plan to address the study's findings. And the next, please. Yes. And here are my appendices, the result of the different ratings, the let review materials and interventions presented, and also pictures of the intervention. The strengths and weaknesses was identified based on the mean and the let intervention program on all areas where students perform good and excellent are being considered. Otherwise, they are considered weaknesses. And that would be all. Thank you very much. God bless everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Navaska. And now I will give for all participants if any question. No question for Mr. Navaska. I think this is the interest topic about international education, international teacher education. If no question, I have one question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Navaska, what's the problem international teacher of the College of Education during giving service on technology? I think this is the problem not in your country, but in the world. Yeah. What is the problem?
Yeah, in the Philippines, particularly in our university, we have this low result of the licensure examinations for teachers, wherein we in the College of Education, and specifically in our university, we do have crafted a lot of intervention, and one of which is the course audit, which is crafted based on the action plan that we have made, and based on this kind of research that we had, I have presented.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think enough. And yeah, we can give applause to Mr. Navaska.
Thank you very much. God bless everyone.
And now we are going to the next presenters. I call Liane Finaji Ocampo with the paper title Evaluating the Impact of Economic Factors and Temporal Variation on GDP per capita, multi-level analysis across 3 South Asia Asian countries. Please welcome. Time is yours, Mrs. Liani.
Hello, good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for having me here. I have prepared a video presentation. May I ask if I was disabled? I'm disabled to share my screen. It's our technical committee will be sharing my presentation, madam.
Uh, Lian, are you presenting your video or will be playing from here?
As of now, I'm not able to share my screen. I was disabled. I'm not allowed in this virtual meeting. So may I request for sharing my presentation? Thank you.
Okay. Hello. Leon, there is a audio issue from our side. Can you share it? I have enabled your sharing options.
I could share it, but I am not allowed. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I
yeah.
will be the one who will share it. Thank you.
Leon, we are facing the same issue from your side also. Do you have any other copy of your video?
Again, sir, I'm sorry.
Now you are audible, but when you are playing, the audio is not there.
Okay. I will share the sound. Sorry, let me share it again. Good day, esteemed colleagues, researchers, and fellow presenters. It is my honor to present to you our study entitled Evaluating the Impact of Economic Factors and Temporal Variation in GDP per capita, a multi-level analysis across 3 Southeast Asian countries from 1994 to 2022. By the way, I'm Lianvina Giocampo, the main author of this research, together with my co-author, Dr. Alpe M. Solina. And here is our short biography. We are both professor in the Business and Entrepreneurship at Cavite State University, Imus Campus, Philippines. For our abstract, this research delves on the intricate interplay between the key economic factor of GDP per capita across Vietnam, Philippines, and Indonesia. Over the next few minutes, we will explore the critical questions such as how do unemployment, inflation, trade dynamics, and foreign investment influence a nation's economic output? And how do these affect vary across and over time across countries? Our findings provide important insight not only for understanding the economic trend, but also for guiding policies in the face of an ever-changing global economic environment. So now let's embark together this research journey that we have. So for the introduction, the main questions that strike us as a researcher is why is GDP per capita such a critical metric in economic analysis? So this study is rooted in the observation that GDP per capita, despite its limitations, remains a key indicator of national prosperity. We examine 5 pivotal economic factors such as unemployment, consumers' price index, export, import, and foreign direct investment to uncover the impact of GDP per capita across 3 Southeast Asian countries over 30-year period. Through a multi-level modeling approach which incorporate both fixed and random effects, we sought to capture the nuances of the relationship among these variables, accounting for variability across countries over the period of time. And the finding underscored the complexity of the economic dynamic, revealing that while these factors matter, their combined effect is modest. We also emphasize the significance of country-specific and temporal variations, advocating for economic policies that are both flexible and contextually tailored. So this particular study focuses on systematic, data-driven approach which could be used for policy making. And for our research focus, it actually revolved around these 2 primary questions. Number 1 is how do unemployment, consumers' price index, export, import, foreign direct investment influence the gross domestic product per capita? And how does the importance of this factor vary across country over time? By addressing these questions, we aim to contribute to a broader understanding of economic performance and provide actionable insight for countries striving to achieve a sustainable growth. So this question will guide us in our analytical journey and how we come up with a model which will be presented later. So to address the questions that I have already presented, we have adopted the multi-level modeling approach. We believe that this is the appropriate statistical method in which we could analyze data across multiple levels of variation. So in the first level, we try to assess the within country variability over time, in which we model the economic factors influence GDP per capita. And then for the second level, we introduce random effects to capture country-specific characteristic and year-to-year variations. So this dual layer approach enables us to account for the complexity of the cross-national and temporal dynamics, providing a more robust framework for our analysis. So this multi-level model combines both the fixed and random effects. The fixed effect is important to capture the direct influence of economic factor on GDP per capita and serve as a baseline for our analysis. We also include interaction term to explore potential synergies between the variable. Then the random effect accounts for variability across countries and time period, recognizing that each country are operating within a unique economic, political, and cultural context. So we emphasize and consider the dynamics of these 3 different countries. And this will allow us to unravel both the general trend and the country-specific advantages, performance through the years, making our analysis more granular and globally relevant. And for the result of our study, based on our analysis, it reveals a significant baseline GDP per capita of 5,643.37 units across countries that being studied. And it highlights that their foundational economic resilience. However, the combined effect of unemployment, CPI, export, import, and foreign direct investment on gross domestic product per capita is small. It suggests that other factors may play a more pivotal role other than this identified factor, which could serve as future research endeavor for us researchers. And the random effect emphasize the significance of the cross-country and temporal variability, emphasizing the importance of tailored context-specific economic policies being employed in those three countries. This finding challenge conventional economic wisdom, suggesting a holistic approach that could be a more effective model focused solely on individual indicators affecting the output of the country. And our research also offers critical insights for policymakers. Number one is economic policy must be flexible, adapting to external shock such as pandemic and geopolitical tension. As we observe the fluctuation through the years, especially during the time of the pandemic, we have seen the volatility of the countries in terms of their output as impact of COVID-19 pandemic. And the country should also leverage their baseline economic strength while addressing specific weaknesses. And further research is needed to explore additional variables as we have stated in our fixed model effects. It could include governance and technological innovation to provide more comprehensive picture of the model that is also aligned with the current scenario, current trend in various countries. By aligning this policy with the insights, nation can foster sustainable economic growth in an increasingly volatile global landscape. And for our conclusion, this study highlights the complex of interplay between economic factors and gross domestic per capita. While these factors is seen, it really matters. Their combined impact is modest, and significant variability exists across country and time period, as observed between Philippines and its neighboring countries. And this also emphasized the need for context-specific and adapted economic policy. As we move forward, let us continue to explore innovative approach to understanding, enhancing economic performance, ensuring prosperity for all. So we can have a more dynamic model, including new trends, new factors that may arise in this new global economic market. As we emphasize in our result, we can also include technology as one of the factor driving force in economic growth. And of course, knowledge sharing as a researcher. And that will be all. Thank you so much for listening to our short presentation. I hope we could share our knowledge regarding business and economics and foster collaboration with other presenters in this conference. Again, thank you very much. So again, here are the authors. If you're interested for future research related to our study, please
Congratulations, Miss Liane. And I think your topic is very good. And this is my area too. And I think this is the factor of economic is part of interest in our country. Yeah, and we can give applause to Miss Tiani. Thank you. And now we are going to the next presenter. Sorry, in our village, the electric is off, but yeah. Noli Bedias with the paper title, Risk Factor of Newly Opened Restaurant in the New Normal, Basis for Risk Management Plan. And the time is yours. Please welcome Miss Noli.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Nolly Diaz, a faculty from SCI West Negros University. Today, I will present my research study entitled Risk Factor of Newly Opened Restaurant in New Normal, Basis for the Risk Management Plan. My abstract, the pandemic severely impacted the restaurant and food service sectors, making them among the first economic activities to face disruption. This study aimed to determine the risk factor affecting newly opened restaurant in Bacolod City in the new normal, providing a basis for a risk management plan. Using a descriptive research, 130 restaurant owners completed a self-made questionnaire. Data were analyzed using frequency counts, percentages, mean, and Mann-Whitney U-test. Descriptive and comparative analysis were used. The findings revealed a high degree of risk across various identified factors. There are no significant differences across most areas, except for competitive risk in terms of location. The study emphasizes the importance of considering location when establishing a restaurant, as accessibility to consumers plays as a critical role in business success. My description: restaurants and food service businesses were some of the first economic activities severely impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Dining in a restaurant virtually stopped overnight in cities and states as social distancing guidelines took effect by Bauer 2020. The coronavirus pandemic is forcing the restaurant industry to look into different business model would embrace the new normal setting by Force 2020. Data coming from the Business Permits and Licensing Division of Bacolod City records an average of 250 food and beverage establishments open a new year 2018 up to the first quarter of 2020, showing that people of Bacolod are into food and beverage business, that Bacolod City is progressive and developing city. However, the pandemic, almost 40% of food and beverage establishment was declared closed by the Department of Business Permit and Licensing Division. For the first time in history, the world is facing a crisis that has suspended the future of all types of restaurants, with an extraordinary important way on the world economy and especially on this destination with gastronomic vocation, as well as the thousands of people who work in food and beverage industry. But the best case scenario, thousands of people will lose their jobs due to the cost reduction, that thousands of spaces were recently opened or older may permanently cease operation. The researcher, as culinary instructor and restaurant owner, has the main reason to push through this study, to determine and help fellow restaurant owners cope the threats which affect the food and beverage industry. During this time of pandemic, restaurant owners are struggling to run their business because of some restrictions in health and safety protocols required by local government officials. Pandemic crisis challenges and restaurant owners to think on how they will approach the new normal. Also, they are facing different problems like financial, product costs, labor or manpower, and some rentals. This study will help them to cope with a new normal in the food and beverage industry. It is the above purpose that this study was conducted to determine the threats that will affect newly opened business in the new normal and how they should cope during the pandemic crisis, and to develop rapid response strategies to help restaurants avoid threats that could affect the operation of their business. The conclusion, most of the restaurant owners in Bacolod City are sole proprietorship since it is more simple in terms of decision making. Majority of them choose to run a cafe due to the trend in the period of time. Easy to operate, and most especially it is require a small capital to start with. Also, students, young professionals, and professionals nowadays are coffee lovers. Lastly, most respondents belong to the NEED barangay since some NEED barangay are located in a business area and near schools and offices and having a large population. Due to pandemic, movement of people became limited since people need to stay at home to control the spread of virus. This affect the financial stability or cash flow to finance operating costs of most business, especially the restaurant, as average sales decrease. With this, owner needs carefully planning to how finances will sustain the operation. Restaurants are having hard time marketing their products when the pandemic hit, customer reference or preference shift to healthier lifestyle. Many households prefer to cook food at home, and some choose to order food online with door-to-door delivery or takeaway for them to be safe. Thus, effort should be double with the use of different platforms in marketing. In order to improve their business income, innovations such as use of social media platforms should be given attention in order for them to market their product. Next, regardless of types of business, ownership, and size, restaurants are having hard time and are having them the same dilemma in terms of promoting their products during this pandemic. While location is really important and advantage because knowing that Nim Barangay are usually situated in a business area here in the city and they're more accessible rather. In addition, Nim barangays have bigger lots areas are situated in the business areas around Bacolod City, which make it more accessible compared to the numbered barangays, which makes location a higher threat for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Noli, for your presentation. I think this is about risk management, and I have a question for you: how to make a good risk management for the new open restaurant for new normal?
Uh, uh, Ma'am, I think this is the presentation for three.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, maybe you can take the next session.
Thank you for the first part of this session. Thank you, ma'am. So currently, we will be going for our certificate session, certificate distribution session of first session of our presentation. And also, we will be inviting our guests also to go for certificate session. We will be starting from Dr. Yanakon Taprion for keynote speech certificate. And I will ask Ma'am Suchishmita to present the certificate. Stills, please. Give a round loud of applause for Dr. Tapekon. We will also present a token of appreciation as a small memento to remember this moment. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving us the privilege and being a part of ICMSS 2024. We will also be thanking our partners virtually. I will like to thank Walton Institute of Technology India, and I will also like to present the certificate virtually. Thank you, Walton, for being with us for this long research endeavor. Secondly, we will be thanking STI West Negros University. STI has been very thoughtful and very cooperative with us in the last few years, and we will wish to have a more research endeavors with STI. Thank you, STI. We also have with us Northwestern University, Philippines. Thank you, Northwestern University. Also, Universitas Mahasaraswati Depensar, Indonesia. Thank you. Our co-host partner, Pro Nigre Omar Eldismir University, Turkey, has also given us ample of privilege and efforts to encourage research endeavors throughout the world. We would like to thank Dr. Arun Kumar Parobdar for being the conference chair of this ICMS 2024. Unfortunately, due to some issues, he was not able to make it, but hopefully we will see him in our future conferences. Next, please. Co-chair, Sir Dr. S.M. Firdaus Azam has been always played a vital role in supporting us and encouraging us. Thank you, Dr. S.M. Firdaus Azam. Next, please. Ma'am, Dr. Anik Vesti has been also being a really vital, providing a vital role in our research endeavors. Thank you, ma'am. We will be thanking our presenter of the day, Lian Vina G. Ocampo, for her presentation. Thank you. We will be also thanking LPM Solina for her efforts to help us in this endeavor. Next, I will be thanking Noni B. Diaz Jr. for presentation as a virtual presenter. Thank you. Again, I will be switching to our physical presentation. I will like to ask Randolph I. Navaska to come in the dais and collect his certificate. And thank you for your presentation. Please give him a round loud of applause. Thank you. Okay, we will have a small break for 15 minutes and we'll have some coffee break and will join us again in 15 minutes or as soon as you are all available. Thank you. Snacks and coffee is arranged just outside. You can go and have it. Uh, I hope everyone have their tea and snacks. So let's start with our next activities. So I will request everyone to come into the dais so that we can have a group photo for the session one. Okay. So please, everyone, you may join us in the dais for the group photograph. We will be presenting, we will be continuing with the certificate distribution. We are here, our co-host, Kagan State University. We have our representative from Kagan State University, and I will like to ask Ma'am Suchismita to present the certificate of co-host partner. Also, we have our representatives from Don Marino Marcus Memorial State University. So I will request to collect the certificate of co-host partner. Okay, we will go ahead with our second part of the first session. And I will like to invite our keynote speaker, Dr. Lilibeth Reconcilio Eslobon. She is Dean, College of Education and School of Graduate Studies, STI West Negros University, Philippines. She holds a PhD in Management, a Master of Arts in Teaching, Physical Education, and a Bachelor's degree in Physical Education, Health and Music. With extensive experience in academic leadership and a background in education management, Dr. Eslobon is dedicated to advancing innovation, teaching practices, and fostering academic excellence with her institution. Her work aims to equip future educators with the knowledge and skills necessary to inspire and educate the next generation. I will ask ma'am to please join us. Her keynote topic is on educational innovation and reform.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mabuhay from the Philippines.
Bye, ma'am. Mabuhay.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Academia Research Lab, for this opportunity, inviting me again as a keynote speaker. Without further ado, let me present to you now the objectives of the topic assigned to me, Dr. Lilibeth P. Eslabon, Educational Innovation and Reform. The following are the objectives, and these topics will help you design and implement innovative strategies that will enhance student learning outcomes and increase academic achievement. Number 2, develop and implement reforms that expand access to quality education, address disparities, and promote inclusivity for diverse learner populations. And then number 3, create innovative professional development opportunities that empower teachers to integrate cutting-edge pedagogies, assessment methods, and ultimately improving teaching quality and student success. Why do we need to innovate? Because learning should not happen within the four corners of the classroom. The world is a big arena for learning. Allow me now to refresh you with the different phases of education. Change is indeed inevitable. Let's have a recollection of the years we've been through, showing how we'll look at giving importance to education as a prime mover of progress due to its transformative impact on individuals and societies as a whole. Education 1.0. This is the era where undirectional dissemination of knowledge from the educators to the students in physical classrooms, focused around traditional lectures, notes, and memorization. For Education 2.0, technology started to infiltrate the educational process, and both teachers and students started using it in a fundamental ways. Education 3.0, utilization of a more user-generated internet, access to information resources, capacity for digital learning, and platforms for communication with instructors and other students. Here comes Education 4.0. Learning and teaching approach that is aligned with the fourth industrial revolution and focuses on transforming education through cutting-edge technology and automation. This technological revolution includes cloud-based platforms, artificial intelligence, smart technologies, and blended learning pedagogies. If universities want to stay competitive and churn out successful graduates, it is important to prepare students for the world where cyber-physical systems are pervasive in all sectors of the economy. Technology integration, digital content creation, personalized learning experiences, effective evaluation, and innovative teaching strategies are some of the key factors to be considered for the success of 4.0 initiative. And now we have Education 5.0, with the ultimate goal of nurturing learners who are agents of their own learning. In the study of Al-Harbi A 2023, Organic Relevant Curriculum, Meaningful Learning Experience, Transformative Learning Environment, Inspiring Educators, and Innovative Delivery are what is expected from a graduate with a global mindset. Global mindset enables individual learners to navigate global environments, foster collaboration, and drive innovation. Here are the 3 keys that you may need to unlock Education 5.0. The first key areas for implementation to obtain maximum benefit of Education 5.0 is that it has to be focused on learning to become a professional. Improve the blended concept of personalized learning, applying creative thinking for solving the problems, and then developing value-based learning culture. Key pillars now of Education 5.0 and their outcomes. We begin with coherent and relevant curriculum. Curriculum development is the key to enrich the learning environment. This requires intuitive methodology for designing and developing a dynamic and organic curriculum. Students will be provided a real world to learn and perform the skills in a real industry or business. Students may be capable of performing these skills with adaptive competency. For this purpose, curriculum must include shared and distributed content, and multidisciplinary electives and programs must be included in the curriculum. Second, innovative delivery and assessment. Students are not only a business perspective. Technology will help and transform the classroom environment where scenarios from instructive mode to transform the learned information into practical and applied knowledge. Delivery method will be updated with practical presentations and teaching instead of traditional assessments. Number 3, meaningful learning experience. Learning will have a strong intellect in converting knowledge to an experience-based information. It will consist of comprehensive set of magnitudes like activity-oriented, technology-supportive, compliant experience, and comprehensive relevance with the industry. And the last, transformative learning. Learning environment will be an active and unique environment by adapting advanced technology for effective and meaningful learning. This will include applied learning experiences from converting the structural paradigm to practicing the learner's opinion and spirits to practical activities between teachers and students. Furthermore, smart schools equipped with data analytics labs for performing the theories and formulas in an immersive and interactive learning environment. Students play the role of agent for further extending knowledge. Here are the key roles of a teacher in Education 5.0. The teacher has to be a resource specialist, support person, mentor, helping hand, and a learner himself. The teacher must fulfill the requirements of a resource specialist because modern education more relies on the source of knowledge instead of just knowledge. Therefore, it is the teacher's role to provide source of information for the students and to help them how to use the provided information. The teacher will be playing a role of a support person. Instead of traditional way of delivering lecture or etc., students need support while learning new skill set of informative knowledge, both technical and otherwise. Teacher's job is to facilitate the student whenever some information is needed, like a coach, a leader, or a counselor to help the student in learning and acquiring knowledge in a specific subject. In modern education, teacher's role is more towards presenting himself as a mentor, having all capabilities of admiring a student, shape the student's behaviors, expand the required work ethics, provide leadership skills for their continuous growth and developing their personality as a true professional, which will influence the student to be more motivated towards learning. Student will always look for a role model instead of a traditional instructor. Another role which is very important, is that the teacher is to help the student during the learning process and providing him in other extracurricular activities in accordance with the school or the institution's policy. And the last, one of the important roles as well of a teacher is to be open always as a learner. Because learning is a continuous and lifelong process, this will add values to the teacher's personality and will help the students to learn better from the teacher. How can we achieve the demands of Education 5.0? And how can we get there? Holistic education reform it is. Education reform refers to making changes or improvements within the existing education system or structure which involves modifying and refining current policies, practices, or programs, addressing specific issues within the system, improving efficiency, effectiveness of equity, and building upon or tweaking existing frameworks. What are curriculum standards, implementing new assessment methods, introducing technology integration, and improving teacher training programs enough already as we traverse the ever-evolving landscape of education? Then I think to transform is what we are capable of, which on the other hand means fundamentally changing or revolutionizing the education system and structure, which involves radical changes to the underlying values, beliefs, or purposes, redesigning or reimagining the entire system, challenging traditional norms, practices, or structures, and creating new, innovative, or paradigm-shifting approaches. In this picture, I just remember my favorite lines of John Lennon's song entitled Imagine. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us and the world will live as one. Allow me to share to you the 8 pillars of Education 5.0 in the study of SADC EA 2024, entitled Embracing the Future, the Dawn of Education 5.0. Let's not dream. Let's make it happen. We begin with learning anyhow. The power of immersive technologies. Education 5.0 eradicates physical and digital barriers, offering learners the freedom to join classes through any medium, be it augmented reality, virtual reality, or mobile devices. This ubiquity of access means that a student in a remote village can explore the ruins of ancient civilizations through VR, while another in a bustling city can perform complex scientific experiments in AR, all from safety and the comfort of their chosen environment. Anytime. The end of time restrictions. Gone are the days of rigid class schedules. Education 5.0 introduces the flexibility to initiate and schedule learning sessions at any time, catering to the diverse lifestyles and responsibilities of learners. Whenever it's a busy professional studying at night or a parent learning in the early hours before the day begins, education becomes seamlessly integrated into daily life and not apart from it. Any language, bridging communication gaps. With dynamic translation technologies, Education 5.0 overcomes language barriers, allowing students to contribute, collaborate, and learn in their preferred language. This ensures that knowledge is democratized and accessible to all, fostering a truly global learning community where ideas and cultures converge. Any mean, inclusive and adaptive learning. In that spirit of true inclusivity, Education 5.0 adapts content to meet the varied needs of learners, including those with special requirements such as visual impairments or color blindness. This personalized approach ensures that education is not one size fits all model, but a tailored experience that respects and accommodates individual learning preferences and needs. Any age. I love this one. Lifelong learning for all. Age is but a number in Education 5.0. This era champions the principle that learning is a lifelong journey with no age restrictions or constraints. From young children to senior citizens, everyone is encouraged to explore new topics, acquire new skills, and continue growing intellectually and personally, fostering the culture of continuous improvement and curiosity. Any topic, modular and flexible curriculum. Education 5.0 breaks away from traditional linear educational pathways, offering modular courses that allow learners to delve into any topic of interest. This flexibility enables students to design the learning journey, focusing on areas that intrigue them, meet their career goals, or fulfill personal development objectives. Any culture, customized and culturally relevant learning. Recognizing the importance of cultural context in learning, Education 5.0 tailors content to suit the cultural backgrounds of learners. This approach not only enhances engagement and understanding, but also celebrates diversity, encouraging learners to appreciate and learn from different perspectives and traditions. And the last, anywhere, global learning without borders. Perhaps the most transformative aspect of Education 5.0 is its ability to immerse learners in topics from anywhere in the world without place or border barriers. Through digital twins and immersive technologies, students can virtually step into any environment, from the heart of Silicon Valley's tech innovations and serene landscapes of Amazon rainforest for a holistic and impactful learning experience. Tall order now is to journey together towards Education 5.0 and in shaping future of learning through a strategic framework towards an ambitious future. Let's ready all this for the sake of our learners. Technological advancement and integration. Develop and integrate advanced technologies. Invest in the development of integration of AI, Gen AI, digital twins, AR, VR, and chatbots into educational platforms to create immersive, interactive, and personalized learning. Ensure accessibility and affordability. Technologies should be designed to be accessible and affordable to all learners, regardless of their geographical location or economic status. This may involve public-private partnerships and subsidies for unprivileged communities. Number two, policy and infrastructure support. Formulate inclusive policies. Governments and educational authorities need to enact policies that support flexible learning modes, recognize modular credentials, and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all age groups. Invest in digital infrastructure. Ensure robust digital infrastructure is in place, including high-speed internet access and digital devices, especially in remote and underserved areas, to facilitate seamless access on online learning sources. Number three, curriculum and assessment redesign. Develop modular and flexible curriculums. Curriculums should be redesigned to be modular, allowing learners to customize their educational paths according to their interests, needs, and career goals. Also, rethink assessment methods. Shift towards more dynamic and holistic assessment methods that evaluate critical thinking, problem solving, and creativity rather than rote memorization. Number four, teacher training support. Equip educators with new skills by providing teachers and educators with training and resources they need to navigate and leverage new technologies, adapt to flexible environments, and support diverse learners. Also, foster a community of continuous learning among educators. Encourage educators to engage in lifelong learning themselves, staying abreast of the latest educational technologies and pedagogical strategies. Number five, cultivating a culture of lifelong learning. By promoting lifelong learning mindset, cultivate a societal culture that values continuous learning and personal growth, recognizing that education does not end with formal schooling. Also, support informal learning by recognizing and supporting informal learning opportunities, including online courses, workshops, and community-based learning initiatives as valuable components of a holistic education system. Number six, language and cultural adaptation. Implement dynamic translation technologies. Utilize AI-driven translation services to provide learning materials in multiple languages, making education accessible to a global audience. Also, customize content for cultural relevance by developing learning materials that are adaptable to different cultural contexts, ensuring that education is not only accessible but also relatable to learners from diverse backgrounds. And the last, ensuring equity and inclusivity. Design for accessibility. Ensure that all educational technologies are designed with accessibility in mind from the outset, catering to learners with disabilities and special needs. And also address digital divide. Take targeted actions to address digital divide, ensuring that all learners, irrespective of their socio-economic background, have equal access to educational opportunities. In conclusion, Education 5.0 can be achieved through collaboration among governments, educational institutions, technology providers, and communities towards an educational future that is flexible, inclusive, and capable of preparing learners for the challenges and opportunities in the years to come. All right? I'm sure we at the Academe are ready for the challenge. So, I'm from a developing country, the Philippines. Good luck to us and good luck to your country as well. Thank you for your listening ears. Be kind and be grateful all the time.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for such a warm uh, display of the attributes you have bring in front of us. We will be moving ahead in our first session, part 2. And again, I will be asking Dr. Anik to join us again and start the proceedings of second session, first session, part 2. Ma'am, are you there?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, we can going to the session 2. And now I will invite Wilson A. Gamau, PhD, with the paper title Factor Influencing School Heads and Local College, President Decision to Leave Their Position, Analyzing Through Explanatory Sequential Design. Please, Wilson A. Gamau, PhD, to present your paper.
Thank you, ma'am. Maayong buntag sa tanan. Good morning, everyone. I will present today a study entitled Factors Influencing School Heads and Local College Presidents' Decision to Leave Their Position, Analyzing Through Explanatory Sequential Design. Next slide, please. Leaders function as a captain of the fleet, guiding their constituent to greatness and providing superior education. School heads, as leaders of schools, are committed to dedicating all of their resources to the needs of the school, ensuring that the finest facilities are provided to enhance the educational process. It will always take reflection and discernment when choosing whether to become a school head. The influence, authority, benefits, and incentives of these leaders are all appealing. However, the obligations and duties necessitate a pause and contemplation. It is a challenging for school heads to manage all aspects of the academic year, including engaging with stakeholders and setting school policy. At times, they are compelled to navigate the conflicting demands from stakeholders and walk in the shadow of the previous school leader, according to Castañeros in 2023. Furthermore, excessive paperwork, conflicting schedules, decision-making pressures, teacher recruitment issues, teachers' evaluation, pupil attendance, and disciplinary problems, designing curricula, improving pupil achievement, lack of parental participation, and difficulties with communication are among the hurdles posed to school heads. Contemporary school heads face numerous challenges, including rising stress, increased responsibility, and a shortage of qualified applicants. The role of the principal has evolved over time. The position has become more difficult due to the transition from manager to instructional leader and the corresponding increase in assigned duties. Yerkes and Guaglionan identified several factors contributing to the increased stress among school heads, including the growing amount of paperwork, complex societal issues, and the need for constant monitoring at nighttime activities. Fink and Brayman discovered that the rapid turnover of school leaders poses major challenges to educational reform. The leadership necessary to achieve long-term, sustained learning improvements for all students continues to be unattainable. School heads are perceived as interchangeable by educators, parents, and students. Next slide, please. This is for this reason that this study entitled Factors Influencing School Heads and Local College Presidents' Decision to Leave Their Position, analyzing through explanatory design. Next slide, please. For the objective of this study is to determine the combination of factors: administrative workload, lack of assistance and resources, political pressure and bureaucracy, mental and emotional stress, and desire for better professional opportunities that best predicts school heads and local college presidents' decision to leave their position. Second is to determine the experience and perceptions of the school heads and local college presidents in their position. Lastly, is to determine what framework can be developed based on the findings of the study. Next, please. This study utilizes an explanatory sequential research design, integrating quantitative and qualitative methods to investigate the factors influencing school heads and local college presidents' decision to leave. The study began with quantitative phase and followed with a qualitative phase, and of course, in an in-depth interview, provide additional insights to follow up the quantitative findings. In the quantitative, school heads and local college presidents from Region 11 of Davao City, Philippines, were purposely selected using the criteria that ensures the relevance to the purpose of the study. During the qualitative phase, 6 participants from the same sample were purposely selected for an in-depth interview. The research instrument for this study includes an adaptive qualitative survey questionnaire and a qualitative interview guide, which were researcher made. This instrument underwent a comprehensive validity assessment through expert feedback. To answer the research objectives, the study employed both quantitative and qualitative, using multiple linear regression and thematic content analysis. Additionally, methodological triangulation was used to increase the validity of findings to integrate both qualitative and quantitative. Next slide, please. Table 1 presents the regression analysis on factors influencing school heads and local college presidents' decision to leave their position. The computed R value of 0.89 shows a strong positive correlation, indicating a significant relationship between these factors. The model fit is further supported by the R-squared value of 0.7921, suggesting that 79.21% of the variance in service length is explained by these variables. The combination of mental and emotional stress, lack of assistance and resources, and administrative workload predicts the decision of the school heads and local college presidents to leave their position. Among these, mental and emotional stress has the strongest predictive value, indicating its critical impact on their decision making. Based on the conducted, next slide please. Based on the conducted interview, it was revealed that school heads and local college presidents' experiences and perceptions have revealed common 3 themes, namely retention strategy, bureaucratic obstacles, and inadequate resources. Participants mentioned seeking career advancement opportunities beyond their current position due to lack of professional development option. Thus, their aspiration for growth drive them to consider transitions and more attractive jobs, emphasizing the need for educational institutions to provide robust professional development and career advancement opportunities to retain exceptional leaders. Participants also reported inadequate support from their school authorities, negatively impacting their effectiveness. They felt isolated due to limited collaboration and insufficient resources, which hindered their ability to implement successful educational initiatives. Additionally, participants noted that political circumstances significantly influence their decision making, often causing conflicts between academic goals and political principles. They identified bureaucratic processes as major obstacles that complicate effective leadership and hinder significant changes. Next slide, please. In response to the quantitative and qualitative components of the study findings, which identified critical factors influencing the retention of school heads, the leadership stability framework endeavors was created to resolve their multifaceted challenges by suggesting practical strategies. Among these are the establishment of mental health support programs to assist in managing emotional stress, the streamlining of bureaucratic process to enable leaders to concentrate on educational priorities, the empowerment of middle management to alleviate administrative burdens, and the development of clear career pathways to foster professional growth. The framework also underscores the significance of allocating administrative support and offering leadership development opportunities to provide school heads with necessary skills to navigate political pressures by establishing peer mentoring networks and providing workload management training. The framework aims to establish a supportive community that strengthens the resilience of educational leaders. In the end, these all-encompassing strategies aim to increase retention rates and guarantee that school heads can effectively manage their institutions while putting student outcomes first. For the conclusion, the outcomes of this study underscores the essential issues that school heads and local college presidents face, such as administrative workload, lack of assistance and resources, and mental and emotional stress. These factors not only limit their efficacy, but also jeopardize their long-term retention in leadership positions. Addressing these concerns is critical to creating a stable and successful educational climate that promotes students' achievement. To summarize, sir, can we go to the abstract? This study uses an explanatory sequential mixed method approach to examine the reasons build the resignation of school heads in public schools operated by the Department of Education or DepEd and school presidents in local colleges administered by municipal authorities in Region 11. Initially, qualitative data were gathered through structured surveys distributed to the sample of the current economy. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations for uh, Wilson's PhD. And I give opportunity to participant. Any question? If no any question, we can give applause to Wilson A. Gamau and please for the next presenter. I invite you, L. Asuncion, with the paper title Developing Proposed Road Traffic Safety Education Program among Senior High School Students in First District of Isabela. Please, Rudel L. Asuncion.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we
Can
are
you
able.
see slide?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So to the organizer of this third International Conference on Management and Social Sciences, headed by Shushismita Priyadarsani, the CEO and founder member of Academia Research Lab Private Limited. To the equally esteemed keynote speakers of this momentous event, to my fellow research presenters, a pleasant day to one and all. I am Rodel Asuncion from the Philippines, a faculty member of the College of Criminal Justice Education at Isabela State University. I am fully delighted to present to you my humble research work entitled Developing a Proposed Road Traffic Safety Education among Senior High School Students in First District of Isabela. For the abstract, this study focused on the traffic safety education program for senior high school students in the First District of Isabela, Philippines. So a mixed method was used involving a survey of 177 respondents and 55 participants for the in-depth interview. So this study was conducted due to the increasing number of accidents and traffic violations involving senior high school students based on the report of the Provincial Public Safety Unit of the province of Isabela in 2019. So this study examined the knowledge, compliance, and preferences of senior high school students regarding traffic safety education programs to be integrated in their curriculum. And the majority of the respondents were male, aged 16 to 18, single, and had 1 to 2 years of driving experience and holding of student driver's permit. So most of the respondents demonstrated fully knowledgeable of road traffic signs with no significant relationship between the driver's license category and their level of knowledge. The respondents marked complied to traffic rules and regulations, with the sex and driver's license category significantly influencing compliance. And also the participants expressed strong support for integrating traffic safety education into the curriculum of senior high school, specifically within the disaster risk reduction management subject. They prioritized topics on the following. Number one is traffic rules, road traffic signs, and fines and penalties. And they preferred practical training supplemented by seminars, audiovisual presentations, and workshops. And the respondents preferred resource persons for delivering the program. First is the land transportation office personnel, teachers, and police officers. So these findings underscore the need for the structured interactive traffic safety education program tailored to the curriculum of senior high school students. So for the introduction, based on the study of Barbosa, Palomino, et al. In 2020, traffic accidents which result in the deaths of over 1.2 million people annually are the significant public health concern and a clear manifestation of unsafe traffic behavior. That's the reason why in managing traffic, the role of traffic education pillar is very important. And the objective of this pillar is to enhance the knowledge and skills of the students and all road users. In the Philippines, the primary agency who are responsible to enforce traffic rules and regulation is the Land Transportation Office. And this office is strongly participated and collaborated with the Department of Education to realize the objective of traffic education pillar of traffic management. In the Philippines, particularly in Isabela, based on the record of the Public Safety Unit, they recorded 1,223 vehicular accidents in 2019, and majority of the victims and violators were senior high school students. That is based on the record. So with these initiatives and problems, I conducted this study, and this study focused on the assessment of the level of knowledge, compliance, and development of traffic safety education program among senior high school students in the first district of Isabela, because I always believe that traffic safety is everybody's concern. It's not only the responsibility of the government, particularly the law enforcement and the Land Transportation Office, to enforce or to ensure traffic safety. So to realize the objectives of this study, I used mixed method. So to assess the level of knowledge and compliance of the senior high school students, so I prepared 20 items, multiple choice type of exam based on Republic Act number 4136, or also known as the Land Transportation Code of the Philippines. And to determine the level of compliance of the respondents, so I identified 12 common traffic rules and regulation based on the data from Land Transportation Office and the Philippine National Police. So to attain the objective of assessing the level of the compliance and knowledge of the respondents. Now to assess to determine what particular traffic safety education program, so I interviewed 55 participants represented by the school principals, the senior high school student leaders, and teachers in the senior high school department through the 5 identified guide questions as appeared in my slide presentation. For the conclusion, in the light of the findings, this study reveals that the majority of the respondents age 16 to 18, males, singles, and have 1 to 2 years of driving experience and possesses the student driver's permit. This findings is alarming because meaning the students driving a motor vehicle in the public thoroughfare using only a student driver's permit. And in the Philippines, student driver's permit is just a requirement for them to be able to secure their non-professional or professional driver's license, meaning they're only allowed to use their motorcycle in the public thoroughfare if they have non-professional driver's license and professional driver's license. So the analysis showed that knowledge of traffic signs was not significantly influenced by the driver's license category. However, compliance with traffic rules was associated with the sex and driver's license categories of the respondents. And the participants strongly supported the integration of traffic safety education into their curriculum, particularly in the subject on disaster risk reduction management. And the participants prioritized top three topics to be included in the traffic safety education, namely the traffic rules, road signs, and fines and penalties. So they also identified practical training as the primary method of instruction, supported by seminars, audiovisual presentations, and workshops. They identified the 3 key professionals to deliver the traffic safety education, namely the Land Transportation Office personnel as the primary professional that they want to deliver the traffic safety education, followed by teachers and police officers. And overall, the findings underscore the urgent need for a structured traffic safety education program to address gaps in compliance and ensure safer road practices among senior high school students in the first district of Isabela. And for the proposed traffic safety education program, so these are the identified activities based on the feedback of the participants during the interview. Number one activity is the incorporation of traffic safety education in the DRRM or disaster risk reduction management subject of the senior high school students in First District of Isabela. Number two activity is the development on and distribution of module on traffic safety education. And the objective of this is to serve as ready references on traffic safety education. And aside from this, the participants identified 3 topics to be included in the series of lectures to be conducted. Number 1 is the traffic rules and regulations. Number 2 is road traffic signs. And number 3 is traffic violations, fines, and penalties. And after this series of lectures, the conduct of theoretical driving course is also one of the identified activities to be included in the traffic safety education program. Just an overview, the theoretical driving course is the primary requirement for the student to be able to apply for a student driver's permit from the Land Transportation Office. So these are the proposed traffic safety education program for the senior high school students in the first district in the province of Isabela. So that ends my presentation. Thank you for listening. God bless everyone.
Thank you and congratulations, Rodel Asuncion. I give opportunity to presenter, participant, if you any question. I think no question. If no question, we can going to the next presenter and we can give applause to Rodel Asuncion.
Thank you, ma'am.
And thank you. And we can going to the next presenter, Jomar El Aban, with the paper title, The Effect of the Holy Bible and Bible-Based Prayer to the Faith, Depression, and Hopelessness, Developing the Ecosocial Resiliency of University Stakeholders in the Philippines. Please welcome, and time is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me try this. Sawadee, Tonchao, Puyam, Chumtuktan, Yidinton Rabsu. Third International Conference on Management and Social Sciences. I hope I pronounced that right. So once again, welcome to all the participants and presenters in the Third International Conference on Management and Social Sciences. Yours truly is coming from the Pearl of the Orient Seas, Philippines. We are from the Don Mariano Marcos Zamora State University. It is in the northern part of the Philippines, and we are glad to present to you the results of this research. It's entitled The Effects of the Holy Bible and Bible-Based Prayers, H3BP, Developing the Ecosocial Resiliency of University Stakeholders in the Philippines. And I am Dr. Jomar El Aban, Professor 3 and Director for Research and Extension, Publication, and IEC Materials Development with my co-presenters. Next slide, please. So as a brief overview of my biography, again, I'm a full-fledged professor, director for R&E publication. I have quite a few research publications, 30. Most of them are Web of Science, Scopus ACI. I am also a research project leader in several researches in the Philippines. I research on sustainable agriculture, beneficial microbes, even ecosocial health research like this one that I will present. And I'm also an editor of internationally indexed journals. And I presented to several international conferences. I'm also a judge, evaluator, peer reviewer, and other in many research undertakings. So next slide, please. As a brief introduction, ecosocial resiliency is a conceptual framework for assessing and building the capability of social ecological communities to support individual well-being. I am actually developing this concept as contextualized to what is happening in many students all over the Philippines and probably all over the world. They're being challenged by many psychological problems. That's why this must be built. So it's the ability to confront changes and cope with pressures from the outside. Ecosocial resiliency is undeniably needed in various micro to macro level in the community. Next slide, please. In relation to this, hopelessness is one of the biggest physiological problems of affected individuals. There are many researches. Just to name one, according to the study of Erdugdu, one of the 4 participants from that more than 1,000 participants had symptoms of severe anxiety and hopelessness. And according to Marco et al. 2016, hopelessness is a proximal risk factor of suicide. So this study, next slide please, aims to determine the effects of the Holy Bible and Bible-based prayer. So you know the Philippines is the only Christian nation in the Southeast Asia. And so this study aims to determine the effect of the Holy Bible and Bible-based prayer. So we use this H3BP to determine how it would affect or help people with depression and hopelessness. So we determine first the mean score and descriptive equivalent of students' hopelessness prior to this intervention called H3BP, and then the mean score and descriptive equivalent after the H3BP intervention, and later on to determine if there is significant difference in the students' hopelessness and depressive symptoms after the implementation of the H3BP intervention. Next slide, please. So this study, this project used descriptive diagnostic design to address the ecosocial effect of the Holy Bible and Bible-based prayer. Primarily, the students' problems were systematically described, and after the diagnosis, respondents were subjected to the study's intervention to determine the ecosocial effect of the intervention to defeat hopelessness and depression. Next slide, please. This project, next slide. This project attempted complete enumeration. We have many respondents, 1,281. The questionnaire has high validity, and it was also subjected to Comback Alpha for its reliability testing. Next slide, please. In terms of the questionnaire, it was extracted using the Compendium of Assessment Tools by Dahlberg 2005. There are 6 items on hopelessness and 14 items on depression, including, for instance, their feelings about the things that trouble them, thoughts of loneliness, things that scare them, thoughts of suicide, things that bothers them, feeling of stress and nervousness, and if they enjoy life or if people dislike them. Next slide, please. The Holy Bible and Bible-based prayer intervention is a systematic procedure that was undertaken as a diagnostic intervention to help students in addressing their perceived hopelessness and depression. So we see here the H3BP intervention plan. It starts with a prayer according to James 5:16, the effectual fervent prayer of a righteous man availeth much. It would continue with a worship session according to Psalms 22:3. God inhabits in the praises of his people. And then there is testimony exhortation. And then we expect deliverance according to Psalms 50:15, that if we call upon the name of the Lord, he will deliver us and we will glorify him. And then the output, the product later on is setting free according to Jesus himself in John 8:36. Whoever would believe in him will be set free. Next slide, please. So this is the banner of this H3BP. This is the banner highlighting the finished work of the cross of Jesus Christ. This is the cornerstone of the designed H3BP intervention. Without the finished work of the cross, there's no healing, there's no deliverance, there's no solution in the problem that we have. Next slide, please. Let me just give you a glimpse of the theoretical basis of the intervention according to the Word of God in Ephesians 6:12. It says here that we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers, against spiritual hosts of wickedness in heavenly places. Next slide, please. It also says in John 10:10 that there is an enemy, and that enemy comes to kill, steal, and destroy. And that enemy is the devil, according to 1 Peter 5:8, that he goes about like a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour. And so if we are going to relate this, next slide, please. If you're going to relate this with the physiological problems, applying this scenario, we may assume that this stress, anxiety, depression, hopelessness, and suicide, these physiological problems can be considered as unseen schemes of the spiritual enemy that attacks these concerned individuals. And next slide, please. This H3BP intervention, according to Hebrews 4:12, that the word of God is a sharp two-edged sword that cuts its way through the soul and the spirit. So in short, the word of God is a spiritual weapon to destroy the unseen schemes of the enemy, the physiological problems of stress, anxiety, depression, hopelessness, and suicide. So next slide. The innovative Bible-based solution, it must be taken into account that the intervention was open to all students regardless of their religion, as long as they realize how the intervention works. Medical and psychological intervention were excluded for this experiment, and for this research, only the innovative solution considered was the Holy Bible and the Bible-based verses used in prayers. Next slide, please. In summation of the principles behind this innovative solution, number one, the Word of God is God's breath. Number two, it is alive and very sharp. Number three, it gives us the authority to overcome all the power of the enemy. And number four, we win this spiritual warfare of depression, anxiety, fear, hopelessness, and suicidal tendencies through the Word of God. That's the Bible in the person of Jesus Christ. And another area of focus, next slide, please. We also created a devotional material, which you can also get. It's uploaded for free on that website. It's a devotional material against hopelessness and depression that we also gave to our respondents. And now the critical results, next slide, please, of the study. Let's see here the critical and wonderful, interesting results. Next slide. For the level of hopelessness, the respondents were slightly hopeless before the intervention, and interestingly, the respondents became hopeful after the H3BP intervention. So this is research-based. These are tangible results. Next slide, please. This was also true based on the measured depressive symptoms. The respondents were moderately depressed before the intervention, and after attending the H3BP or the Holy Bible, Bible-based intervention, respondents show low symptoms of depression. Next slide. And so we see here that the post-test evaluation after the H3BP fellowship shows an impressive, one more click please, an impressive reduction of the perceived hopelessness and depression of the student respondents. There was really an impressive reduction of their perceived hopelessness and depression. Next slide. Okay, so the H3BP intervention appeared to be effective because there was a high significant difference in the level of hopelessness before and after the intervention, or in other words, results show that the H3BP intervention was highly effective. Next slide. Likewise, this is also true. There was also a statistically high significant reduction in the manifestation of depressive symptoms after the H3BP intervention. Once more, this proved that the H3BP intervention was indeed highly effective. Let me just show you some of the powerful implications of this study. This is the proposed framework that shows the crucial, powerful implications of the H3BP intervention. If a person is prayerless or Bibleless, as we see in this study, they are trapped on a view from the ground only to see the dark clouds of sufferings, pains, and hopelessness. If we move further, if the person has intermittent prayer and Bible reading life, well, sometimes they pray, sometimes they don't. As a result, they see hope and the goodness and the blessing of the Lord. However, they often fall short of thanksgiving and sometimes they are still clouded by discouragements and negativism. But if the person's prayer life and Bible life is daily, they have habitual prayer life and Bible reading life. We see here that that prayer and Bible reading becomes their oxygen. They would seek God every single moment of their life, and they're dependent on the mercies of God. And despite them having afflictions and pains and sufferings, they thank God for His mercy. Therefore, we see from that figure that they often are full of rejoicing, and they know that God has a perfect plan for them. They see God's love overflow. Therefore, they have a positive aspect almost daily in their life despite all the problems. Next slide, please. So in a nutshell, as a conclusion and recommendation, hopelessness and depression, as per this research-based evidences, can be defeated through the H3BP intervention. Therefore, the ecosocial resiliency of university stakeholders in the Philippines can be attained through the integration of the H3BP intervention in the curriculum. Next slide. Next slide, please. Brochures from the results of this research were submitted for copyright, and it was used for extension services. It will be used for extension services in national high schools in the Philippines. This is another slide that we have made and submitted for copyright. And so I'm almost done. The breakthrough of this research addresses two critical sustainable development goals. Goal number 3, to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. And goal number 4, that it is to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. Next slide. Yeah, so those are sustainable development goals achieved. Here are the references. And as I close, let me just give you a glimpse on how we do. I will just, put together all the intervention in 1 minute. This is how we pray and ask the Lord to cleanse and deliver those affected individuals. Let me just pray for you all. This is how it works, the intervention works. Abba, Father, we thank you for today. We believe that Jesus Christ is the only way, the truth, and the life, and no one comes to the Father except through you. We come to you, Lord, seeking your help. We know, Father God, that the enemy comes to kill, steal, and destroy, but you have come to give us life and life more abundantly. We pray in the name of Jesus that we are cleansed by the blood of the Lamb, and through the power of the Holy Spirit, let all depression and anxiety and fear and hopelessness go in the name of Jesus. We receive this by faith in your name. In Jesus' mighty name we all pray. Amen. That's all. Thank you to our school, DIMSU, for funding this research, and to you all, God bless you.
Thank you for a great presentation, Jomar Aban. And now we can going to the last presenter. I invite you, Professor Dr. Mario A. Vitalier. Please welcome. The time is yours with the title with Driving Reading Excellence, Comprehensive Predictive Analysis of Factor Influencing Reading Accuracy and Grade 6 Elementary Student for Strategic Intervention Development. Please welcome.
Dr. Mario, are we audible to you?
Professor Dr. Mario, are you ready? I can see him. We can close the session if Professor Mario will not join.
Yes, ma'am. We have a pre-recorded session from Dr. Mario. We
Yeah.
can do that.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I am here today to present Reading Excellence, a comprehensive predictive analysis of factors influencing reading accuracy performance of grade 6 elementary students. I am Professor Dr. Mario A. Fitalbre Jr., your presenter, from Romblon State University, San Andres Campus, San Andres, Romblon, Philippines. Here's the introduction of the study. Reading accuracy is essential for academic success, impacting students' comprehension and long-term engagement with learning materials. Cognitive theories of Piaget and Vygotsky highlight that reading development is shaped by both cognitive maturity and sociocultural factors. This study explores these aspects by analyzing variables or factors such as reading habits, vocabulary, and self-confidence among grade 6 pupils, with an emphasis on developing intervention strategies. The unique context of Calunacon Elementary School offers insights into the rural education challenges, where resource limitations may impact literacy rates. Reading is a fundamental skill that underpins learning and development, making its enhancement crucial for academic success. Reading proficiency is pivotal in fostering understanding across various subjects, and is essential for holistic educational growth. By examining the factors or variables influencing reading accuracy, this research addresses a critical aspect of academic development, aiming to bridge gaps and support learners' progression. This study sought to identify the predictors affecting reading accuracy performance in grade 6 students at Calunacon Elementary School. Here's a conceptual framework of the study. The researchers used IVDVO in this study. The independent variables, demographic profile, reading habit, with limited vocabulary, self-confidence, access to reading materials, and teaching strategies. Something to do with dependent variable, which is the reading accuracy performance of the respondents, that will simply result to making intervention program. The objectives of the study. Number 1, to describe the profile of the respondents in terms of age, sex, fathers and mothers' educational attainment. Number 2, to describe the variables reading habits, limited vocabulary, self-confidence, access to reading materials, and teachers' teaching strategies. Number 3, to to describe the reading accuracy performance of the respondents. Number 4, to determine the relationship between reading accuracy performance and the demographic profile, reading habits, limited vocabulary, self-confidence, access to reading materials, and teaching strategies. And number 5, to determine the predictive power of demographic factors and reading-related predictors on reading accuracy performance. The researchers used descriptive correlational research design. The respondents were 21 grade 6 pupils. It was conducted at Calunacon Elementary School, San Andres, Romblon, Philippines. Questionnaires were validated and pilot tested to get the reliability of the questions. The researchers used statistical tools such as mean, frequency, percentage, person-product movement correlation, and multiple regression. Here are the results of the study for Table 1, the descriptive characteristics of respondents' profile. It shows that the demographic profile reveals that majority of the pupil respondents are 11 years old, 71.4%, with a smaller group aged 12 or 28.6%. Female respondents outnumbered males, potentially influencing reading preferences and engagement. Fathers are mostly college graduates, while mothers are evenly split between being college graduates and high school graduates. The higher parental educational attainment suggests a supportive home environment, fostering literacy and improving reading proficiency. Table 2 highlights positive trends in reading habits, resources, and teaching strategies supporting pupils' reading development. High scores in structured reading habits and resource availability enable regular reading practice. Despite vocabulary challenges, pupils show resilience and a willingness to improve. Their confidence in reading aloud reflects a positive self-image and potential for long-term success. Overall, the environment fosters literacy growth aided by effective teaching strategies. For Table 3, it shows the reading accuracy levels of grade 6 pupils, with 18 out of 21 respondents at the independent level, indicating a strong reading ability without assistance, as noted by Rasinski. However, 3 pupils were at the frustration level, requiring extra support, while 2 were at the instructional level, needing moderate help. These findings suggest that while most pupils can read independently, targeted interventions are necessary for those at lower efficiency levels. The Table 4 examines the relationship between the reading accuracy level performance, predictors, and demographic profiles, which offers exciting findings. Regarding age, there appears to be very low correlation with reading accuracy level performance. However, when examining the influence of sex, a low correlation of 0.265 is observed, although it is not statistically significant. Fathers' educational attainment demonstrates noteworthy and statistically moderate correlation of 0.589, suggesting that a father's educational attainment increases, there is a corresponding improvement in reading accuracy level performance. Table 5 is the regression analysis summary. The regression model explained 55% of the variance in reading accuracy were significant at 0.001, with reading habits showing a positive effect, while self-confidence and vocabulary proficiency displayed negative coefficients, indicating that the lower self-confidence and vocabulary proficiency are associated with reduced reading accuracy. These findings support the literature on the importance of self-confidence and vocabulary in literary Here are the conclusions of the study. The study confirms that reading habits, self-confidence, and vocabulary proficiency significantly impact reading accuracy performance of grade 6 pupils. Structured vocabulary building exercises, regular reading practices, and activities that boost self-confidence are essential interventions for enhancing literacy. Parental involvement can further support these efforts, particularly in rural areas with limited resources. The researchers recommended the following. 1. Vocabulary development. Incorporate vocabulary exercises into daily classroom activities, encouraging contextual learning of new words. 2. Encourage reading habits. Implement reading programs with parental involvement, including daily silent reading and home reading challenges. Number 3, build self-confidence. Design supportive reading environments where students can practice public reading with positive reinforcement. 4, parents' workshops. Schools should hold workshops for parents to highlight their role in fostering a literacy-rich home environment. Number 5, teacher training. Equip teachers with skills to support students' vocabulary and confidence through targeted reading strategies. Here are the references cited. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mario, and I think we can close this session.
Thank you, ma'am. I hope this was the end of session 1. And thank you for your session and supporting us. I feel this was a wonderful session and we had get much insight from it. I will also like to give you thanks with a certificate. So may I share the certificate on screen? So certificate for previous. Okay, then we will be presenting virtual certificate to Dr. Lilibet. Thank you, ma'am. We will be presenting virtual certificate to Rodal Al Askuni Khan. Thank you. We will be also presenting virtual certificate to Professor Dr. Mario A. Petalver Jr. And rest, I will be requesting Wilson E. Gamor for certificate facilitation. SPM ma'am, please invite. We will also invite Dr. Yana Khan to facilitate the certificate. We will also like to invite Jamor Alban to sir. You need to stay there. We have 2 more certificates. Thank you, sir. Thank you. This is the Jacob. Thank you. From here on, we'll be having a 45 minutes of lunch. This is just arranged outside of our hall. So you may go and have your lunch. After lunch, we will start our session 2. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll be back.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope we enjoyed the food. So we will be having our second session from here on. And for that, we will invite our third keynote speaker, uh, Professor Dr. Kimji Wagandani. He is a professor at Torrens University, Australia, and visiting professor at the Asian Institute of Technology. He is a seasoned consultant to the Asian Development Bank with over 3 decades of experience in ICT technology, R&D, and innovations across corporates, SMEs, universities, government, and startups. Formerly heard of Harbour City Lab in Sydney, he mentored Australian deep tech scale-ups and consultant at the NSW Data Analyst Center. He focuses on data and digital asset commercialization, an angel investor, entrepreneurial mentor, and IP commercialization expert. He was named Australian Innovator of the Year 2010 and authored Spiritual Journey of an Entrepreneur available on Amazon Kindle. So I would like to start his keynote speech.
Hello, this is Professor Dr. Kimji Vagjiani, and it is an absolute pleasure to be with you during this conference. I do send my apologies for not being able to be there physically or even live. I will be traveling and have been traveling, and so it is one of those things that I decided that we would do this on the through a recorded. So I'd first of all, I'd like to acknowledge and thank the organizers, the ICMSS 2024, the committee, and everybody associated with this particular function. It is an absolutely amazing function, and I will have it most definitely in my calendar in future when you hold this, so please do let me know. My keynote today is really around the use of artificial intelligence and how it truly is transforming how organizations and governments and communities are working with artificial intelligence to make a difference to the communities. And I believe as a practitioner of artificial intelligence and spinning out AI tools both privately as well as through the universities that I'm engaged with, it is amazing how AI is transforming organizations, governments, companies, countries. And so my focus is particularly around the United Nations SDGs, but also the use of AI and how that can uplift the global community. So my paper is in conjunction with my PhD student, Dr. who's now graduated, Dr. Mustafa, and also Mr. Bin Monmar as well. And we've called this Bridging Divides with Innovation, Impact of Artificial Intelligence on Public E-Services. And it's based around the work that Dr. Omer Mustafa, and Mr. Bin Monmar are working on a day-to-day basis. And they have identified massive opportunities for the use of artificial intelligence where they can possibly explore, deploy, improve as well. A little bit of biography here. Dr. Omer is an experienced public sector advisor in the Middle East. Mr. Mohammed bin Monmar is also a senior executive in the Saudi government. And then myself, I'm a professor at a number of universities, Australian Innovator of the Year for 2010, and also have a publication as well as various activities and spin-outs, mainly around artificial intelligence as well. And so really today, the keynote today is around the use of artificial intelligence and the digitization of public services. And of course, in many parts of the world, AI and digitization go hand in hand, but it's something that really hasn't made an impact yet in many governments. And I see AI very much like what the computers and the internets were 30 years ago and 20 years ago. And then the mobile phone probably 10 to 15 years ago. And the leap it gave various organizations, countries in particular, is where my focus area is. And so can we now use artificial intelligence to bridge that digital divide and push for digitization in public service? And the reason for public service is, of course, because the co-authors are there, but also when innovative governments, such as the Saudi government, explore these opportunities for implementation of emerging and latest technologies, it has a ripple-on effect, I believe. We need to understand the core challenges and the ability or the accessibility barriers and the integration into government and through all the various security measures and mechanisms, and then explore how AI could be used within as a solution, and then provide regional focus once you have a base for your overall program. So digital government drive 80% of initiatives fail to meet strategic objectives or policy outcomes. And unfortunately, citizens in poor countries or poorer countries with low GDP are often often the ones who lose out the most and are often the vulnerable and the marginalized population. And so we have a government and many governments across Asia, as a subcontinent, the Middle East, and of course Saudi Arabia in particular, has done an amazing research around the use and taking a leading role. And so we are pushing for digital government drive despite taboos still of AI ethics, explainability, and responsible AI as well. And so if we look at the digital exclusion paradox, we do find that literacy rates, particularly in Southeast Asia and in some parts of the GCC, Gulf countries, are still quite high. And this will be and will continue to be an inhibitor to government public e-services. However, it is the intention of the research that we have put together, and I hope through this keynote that it inspires the audience, the participants at this conference, to be able to explore takeaway elements of this presentation, because the literacy rates, increasing literacy rates, will have a much higher impact, we believe, to enable the adoption and the value of AI. So the research that we looked at was focusing on digital transformation in public sector may unintentionally create digital divide, potentially excluding certain segments. However, we want to open those barriers up so that we can continue to fill that gap. The hypothesis suggests that rapid transformation may widen the digital divide, particularly in South Asia and GCC countries, and the AI advancements may not catch up. However, with that premise, we believe that it may take a little longer, as did the computer, as did the internet, as did the mobile phone. However, because we believe that the access to mobile phones is far more predominant than was the PC, for example, or even the internet, we believe that the AI plus the mobile phone and mobile technology will consistently enhance and bridge that digital divide as well. One of the things that we saw is the demographics, and we felt that because there was a lower propensity for education, particularly amongst skilled and semi-skilled and often unskilled labor, working in that whole of that GCC region, there was the propensity for those to be left behind. And so what we tried to do was understand the demographics of the people that these governments and the Saudi government in particular wanted to target and focus and bring them up. So understanding what the demographics are, the professional classification, education levels, language proficiency, where they belong to, where they came from, and how long they stayed within the region. And having got that insight, we found out that the language barrier and also the ability to navigate through the various AI capabilities within government would be a major inhibitor and a major challenge. So what are some of the characteristics, what are some of the projects that we can bring in. So we established that proposing a technological solution, AI-driven advanced public e-services platform that could leverage general AI and large language models, etc., would provide a much better touch point for citizens and for workers in these heavily predominant international workers kind of a region, and to provide these citizens, these residents as well, capabilities to interact with the platform, overcoming these academic and literacy and communication gaps as well. Some of the things that we're now exploring is this multilingual voice interaction using large language models and generative artificial intelligence, as well as natural language processing for real-time interaction and processing and translation. So imagine a scenario where you have a worker from the Southeast Asia, for example, or the Indian subcontinent within the Gulf countries who now can avail of these services, and language is now no longer a challenge. We then incorporate computer vision and biometrics, as well as artificial intelligence to validate, verify the identity, possibly through blockchain at the back as well to assist. And now you overcome the identity barrier. Needs and task management is what are the activities that they're looking to do. It may be health, it may be taxation, it may be government services, it may be corporate services. In this instance, we're looking at using deep learning and also analysis response to be able to much better understand contextual awareness through natural language processing and networks. This way, we can then channelize the vast array of government services as well. We then are exploring digital agent assisted task completion, where either a vision or a voice integrated virtual assistant with dynamic feedback and feed forward loop will provide and optimize these services for citizens. And then on the back of that, we'll have government policy and procedure review. Now, if we look at this particular visual on its own, you'll realize that there's a vast amount of artificial intelligence technologies that integrated could produce a vast array of services to citizens as well. One of the other things that I would like to promote in this instance is also the capacity for spin-offs. Now, not only would these solutions and technologies be used within the government context, which is of course one of the largest employers and also the largest provider of services and also a largest candidate for digital transformation, this also could lead the way for potential commercialization through other means as well. And this excites me vastly because if you look at, say, NASA, for example, in the US, NASA's technology that was meant for space has multiple solutions that have now found their way over time within the commercial grade solutions and normal citizens, apart from just the space agencies have been able to avail of. And so this is what excites me the most, is that while I'm giving you a platform and I'm giving you a context of the government using technology and AI, we have completely opened our eyes to the capability of how these case studies at each one of these segments could then provide with an opportunity for other services as well. What are some of the public outcomes? And I suspect whether you're working in government context or other context, other industries, other verticals, hopefully you will be able to take and leverage off some of these capabilities so that they are citizen-centric platform or customer-centric platform. Digital inclusivity and accessibility could apply equally to the banking sector, to the airline sector, to the medical profession. And through the use of artificial intelligence, efficiency and cost reduction and optimization of processes could apply as well. And that's not restricted only to the government sector, but also to other industries, as I've mentioned. of course, data-driven decision making, which we of course would be involved in, but also proactive service culture, and the capacity to build service culture is going to be an important aspect as well. So you could, if you are not government focused, which in this instance we are, you could replace the public outcome with customer outcomes, patient outcomes, airline passenger outcomes as well. There's nothing wrong in being able to take some of the learnings that we've got in that context as well. Let me leave you with a few further thoughts in closing, and that is that exploring transformative potential of general AI, we believe that enhancing accessibility, inclusivity, and equity in public electronic services is going to be greatly enhanced through AI. The lack of multilingual, multimodal platforms will hopefully now be driven using AI and will be overcome as a barrier in many parts of the world. And we quote GCC and South Asia here. Opportunities and challenges that were there because of legacy systems and government deployment technology, or the lack of, we see AI as a great opportunity and will overcome many of these critical challenges in implementation. We also believe through the research that we have done that many of these challenges would be overcome not only because of technology, but also the speed to deploy solutions, we believe will also have a massive impact. Whereas now you've got the cloud blockchain capability that could be spun up within hours or days and doesn't need that rigor that used to be there earlier. We believe that AI GovTech will have an enormous impact, both for benchmarking innovation as well as the ethical use. We believe that there will be spin-off opportunities through this process as well. So what are some of the activities that we are now proposing going forward? Building digital trust and responsible digital transformation. Digital transformation being responsible AI applicants. Implementing, of course, the safeguards for citizens as well. Developing a secure, sustainable, and inclusive digital society are some of the key actions and agendas that we're looking to explore. Now, you will realize that all of these, of course, fit within the United Nations and cuts across the UN Sustainable Development Goals. It is a vision that while we have governments such as the Saudi government who really are making an enormous difference by leading the pack and leading many governments across the world through the use and implementation, exploration of AI, we believe that that torchbearer, if you like, could also provide insights and opportunities for citizens and governments across the world as well. And with that thought, what I would like to say is thank you to ICMSS and the organizers for the opportunity. I again sincerely apologize for not being able to travel to the conference physically. I will take the opportunity next time to make sure that I come and meet you all again. But I'd like to wish you all a wonderful conference, and I hope that the insights and the research that we are working on at the moment through this particular exercise will give you some inspiration, some ideas, and some opportunity to also understand and how you may be able to use these insights for your own work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was a great insight. We have heard from Professor Dr. Kimji Baghanjani. Proceeding forward, we will be going for our fourth keynote speaker, Dr. Albert Effendi Pohan, SG PD, MPD. He is the head of Education Management Study Program at University of Riau, Kalapunan, Batam City, Indonesia, specializing in educational human resource and leadership. His research interest includes human resource development in education, educational leadership, and theoretical and practical studies in learning. He has received numerous research grants from both domestically and internationally, including support from Indonesia Ministry of Education, and has published extensively in national and international index journals. Additionally, Dr. Pohan is frequently invited to speak at international conferences, seminars, and workshops, and provides training in the various countries. Let's hear from Dr. Pohan on risk management on private schools in Indonesia in the era of 5.0 society. Dr. Pohan, please.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Let me share my slide. The operator, can you help me please to give me a permission to share my slide? I'm sorry, I cannot share my slide because need to request.
Okay, let me check once. Sir, please tell.
Morning, good afternoon, sorry. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to send my best rigor and my best thanks to the EO, the organizer of ICMSS. So in this occasion, I would like to deliver you my topic about the risk management in vocational private school in Batam City and explorative study in the hinterland area. I'm Dr. Albert, FND1 SPD, MPD. I am a head of Educational Management Study Program postgraduate from University of the Kepulauan Batam, Indonesia. The abstract of my research is the private school worldwide, including in Indonesia, has been significantly enhanced the human resource competence. So globally, it is agreed that educational institutions must be effectively and efficiently managed to produce graduates who meet with contemporary demands, particularly in the Society 5.0 era. However, in Indonesia, especially in hinterland areas, many private schools are inefficiently managed, leading to their closure due to the inadequate resources for quality of education. This research tried to investigate risk management in hinterland private school and offer some solution to the challenges. So this research focusing on vocational private school in Batam Island. To achieve the research goals, so the authors applied the qualitative research to utilizing by observation and in-depth interview with school owner, principal, supervisor, teacher, and student, and also parents. So the findings reveal that hinterland communities view state school enrollment as prestigious despite recognizing and superior quality of private school. And then many private schools closed due to the recruitment challenges, while state schools have no student intake limits. And the third, private school employ risk management strategies such as reducing educational fees. But this is the last, this is the final choice. So the school can be survived in the next by reducing the educational fees. And then optimizing promotions based on digital and some of the program they do, enhancing teacher confidence and improving extracurricular activities aligned with the hinterland children's interests and talents. So this finding suggests the government should regulate state school admissions and support the private school to enhance their performance. Ladies and gentlemen, in Indonesia, I do believe that every country in the world has the different goals of conducting of education. So in Indonesia, we have fundamental principle of education in Indonesia. Firstly, in Java Islands, ingar sosong tulodo. It means that a teacher show good example to student. A teacher just not only showing, asking, pushing, or the student for doing something, but uh, the student or the teacher need to show how is the good example. And the second principle of education in Indonesia is ingmadio bangun kasih. It means that a teacher build the motivation and collaboration among the student. And the last is tuturi handayani means that a teacher support the student to achieve the life purpose. So nationally, we organize national education in Indonesia in order to achieve the graduate based on the 5 character of Pancasila student. Or the firstly, having faith, feel good, have noble character, global diversity, mutual cooperation, independent, and critical reasoning and creative, especially for vocational school. Senior high school has the same goals. That means to achieve the student who has the character of Pancasila student. But the fact, let me look in Batam City. So are the school in Batam City have achieved the goals of the national curriculum, especially for private vocational school? So let me look the example. Batam City, talking about the Batam City in Indonesia. Batam City is a small city in Indonesia as known as industrial city. It is very near with the Singapore, with the Malaysia, the Thailand, and etc. As we can see, the statistics shows that the Batam City consists of 94% as a water and only 6% as a land. So this is the starting of the serious problem on how to conduct, on how to organize the private vocational school in Batam City. So by looking the situation, every school in Batam has the challenging, especially for private school, to conduct the school. To achieve the research goals, qualitative designs applied, and data analysis miles environment. So observation, or the research conducting by observation in the world by doing a visiting vocational school, public and private school. And we do some activities in the school by observing several vocational school consists of 5 public vocational school and 14 private vocational school in Batam, and observe some of the classes in 4 and 14 private school in Batam. It means that by going observation to the field directly, so we can see just not only collecting the informations by some of the information by giving of the performance and the source of information, but the author can see directly how is the condition in the world. And the documentation, we do the documentations in order to transferability, dependability of the data we find out from the observation. So vocational school data performance, we took for documentation study. Data taken from several vocational school consists of 5 public vocational school and 14 private vocational school. And we also, to complete the data which the school offer and the school given to me and to the other researcher, we only take a law for permission to take the government database, the Dapodik in Indonesia 2024 and 2025 academic years. And the last is to validate the data. So we doing a dev interview. We're doing the dev interview with the school components. Firstly, we interviewed 18 principals by inviting in the focus group discussion, and then we visit one by one of the school, and then 6 school supervisor, the senior supervisor. We just not only ask them for giving information, but also we ask them for discussion for finding the solution how the private school how the vocational private school in Batam as hinterland area can be survived in the future. And then we interview parents, 25 parents from the different school, from the different background of economy, different background of education, and background of the profession. And we also invite 16 students virtually of interview, 2 times online and 1 times physically. And then we invite the 8 owner of private school in Batam City, and then 16 senior teacher at vocational. So the data, after we organize the research methodology, so we make a conclusions from the interview, from the observation, and from the documentation. The firstly, our findings reveal that vocational school principal with the vocational school principal, even public school and private school, state vocational school do not limit. This is the problem. Do not limit the acceptance of new students every year, every academic year. Even though there are regulations, each classes has maximum of 36 students. So this is the big problem. It means that the government could not apply the ideally of the regulation on how to organize or how to manage the state vocational school in Batam City. And after that, the private school do not have the student who come from to the school for registration. And then from the school supervisions, we find there are a very major in private vocational school, and not all the private vocational school have complete facilities. So this is the problem. Also because to organize the complete facilities for private school and vocational school, it is very hard, and it is a little bit different with senior high school and junior high school in Indonesia. Because for vocational school needs so many facility like workshop, like laboratory, and etc. And then the conclusions we find from the owner of vocational school, especially for private school, people choose. It means that the Batam City, the citizen of Batam City choose state vocational school because entrance fees and educational costs are cheaper. So because the state of vocational school, the government give the cheapest, give them free of education charge. It means that in Batam City, some of teacher never think about the quality of education, but how can they get the free of education charge? They never think that the education quality will change the student future. They never think about that. Some of them. And then the finding from the vocational teacher in Batam, parents do not prioritize the quality of education. It means that many of citizens in Batam is a visitor for finding a job in Batam. So every single day, parents are very busy for working at some industry. So they never prioritize the quality of education for the children. They need only the children have opportunity for going to school, especially getting the freely cost of education. And they choose school based on the low and affordable school fees which offered by the government. And then the student parents. From the student parents we interview, choose the public vocational school because the major that are interests are available. There are more major available. There are choice for children, and the costs are more affordable compared to private school. So, and then the last is vocational school. vocational student choosing a state vocational school because you are with the friends with the same school. So they choose the vocational not by looking the quality of the education, but they following their friend with the same school. And there are more choice of specialty majors and recommendation from the parents because of fees of state vocational school are cheaper and more affordable for your parents. So based on our finding from the documentation, from the interview, and from the observation, we can make conclusion that the citizen of Batam City choose the state vocational school because the fees of the state vocational school are cheaper than private school. And then student parents not prioritizing the quality of education, but they prioritizing the fee of education. So according to the problem that we revealed from the qualitative research method, so what kind of the risk management strategy that the private vocational school applied now? The firstly, reduce the school fee, but we need to notify that this is the final choice. This is the final choice. If we still offer the high fee of school, so they will not be chosen by the student. And beside it, the school reducing school fee just not by reducing the counting of the fee, but they offer some of scholarship with the student. For example, they give the discount 50%, 80% if you registered in December, blah, 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 blah. And then the risk management they provide for block face this problem is optimizing the promotions, just not only promotion in digital, in media, in social media, but they doing visiting to each parent. They come to the house, they come to the housing for offering teacher, just not only teacher, school principal, the owner, the team promotions, visiting to the home, and then offering to the student parent to get the new student. And then they do improving the teacher competence to give the best quality of the student of the education. So they're doing the continuous improvement of teachers quality. And then organizing extracurricular based on the student interest in Batam City, based on the hinterland area. And then offering some program. For example, doing the international visiting to the other school, a student exchange program, a student exchange culture with some of the country. So some of the students will be interesting to this school. So after the piece that I deliver, so my presentation will go to the conclusion. So the conclusion of this finding, by implementing risk management strategies such as reducing educational fees, optimizing promotion, enhancing teacher competency, and improving extracurricular activities aligned with hinterland children's interests and talents, make a private vocational school in Batam operational and some no longer operate. The result of this research contribute to the government making policies that are relevant to this condition so that the private or vocational school in Batam City can operate effectively and efficiently. It means that the government is the key how to solve this problem. It means that the government need to apply the regulation ideally. Means the government should give the regulation every national school need to limit the acceptance new student in new academic year. For the future research, so I would like to invite for all of you to doing the collaboration research in order to find out the new formulation and how to develop the school management promotion so the private vocational school can be held in order to compete with the national vocational school. Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Albert. Good evening.
Thank you, Dr. Albert. We will be proceeding with our second.
You are welcome.
Hello, am I audible, sir? Thank you for your keynote speech. We'll be proceeding with our second session. For that, I will like to request our next session chair to come into the dais. Sir, please. Randolph I. Navaska. Please, sir. You can take the chair.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to session 2 of our conference. We have an exciting lineup of presentations ahead, each offering unique insights and valuable contributions to our ongoing discussions. For this session, each presenter will be allotted 10 minutes for their presentation, followed by a 5-minute question and answer segment. This format ensures that we not only gain a comprehensive understanding of each topic, but also have an opportunity to engage in a meaningful dialogue and clarify any questions. Let us make the most of this session by actively participating and contributing to the enriching exchange of ideas. First presenter will be Professor Sanjay Tiske. Did I pronounce it right? Eco and Biotourism Development and its Management in India, a case study of Chhattisgarh State, India. And second presentation will be with Professor Josephine B. Angloan. It is her topic, preserving Libanag traditional cuisine, a cultural heritage of Northern Isabela, Philippines. Third presentation will be Professor Jomel B. Pinera with his topic, knowledge, implementation, and compliance with forestry laws among forest-dependent communities toward sustainable forest management. Our presentation will be from Mr. Joey Sinarag, phenomenological inquiry on Imandaya's Tadog wedding custom, basis for strategic intervention material for understanding culture, society, and politics. And the presentation by Ms. Mena Abdul Munem, active cities design strategies, architectural and urban levels. And the sixth presentation by Ni Wayan Dian Irmayani, analysis of determinants of risk investment decision and their implications for investment performance, a systematic review, followed by Ms. Pearl Joy G. Mersol, the entrepreneurial challenges, success, and resilience amid adversity towards sustainable business strategies, followed by Professor Philip Cordoba Quison for his topic, climate change and its impact on the academic learning experience of selected students of St. Dominic College of Asia, basis in the proposed policy on online synchronous and asynchronous learning modality. Another presentation by Ms. Lizel Pacheco. That's her topic, identity issues, needs and opportunities of the indigenous cultural community and assessment. And another presentation by Dr. Jamil P. Garcia with the topic development of Inanong dance literature for empowerment of the Inanong tribe. Another presentation by Professor R.J. Matangihan with this topic resilience and adaptation of the poultry egg supply chain in Northern Isabela during the COVID-19 crisis. And lastly, we have Ms. Cherry May Impacta, challenges encountered by food stall owners in the new normal. So here we go with the first presenter, Professor Sanjay Tiske.
Thank you very much. Honorable guest, Honorable Mr. Namaska, the session president, respected colleagues, and members of the organizing committee. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude for this opportunity to speak at this prestigious conference, Third International Conference on Management and Social Science. My name is Sanjay Fiske, and I am an assistant professor of zoology at Government Digvijay PG Autonomous College in Chhattisgarh, Rajnandgaon. My college belongs to Hemchand Yadav University, Durg, India. It is a privilege to be here today at Third International Conference, and I am very pleased to present my paper titled on Emerging Trends in Nature Tourism, a study of Chhattisgarh role in promoting rural employment and ecological sustainability. Next, please. Next, please. Next. Nature tourism, also referred to as ecotourism, has emerged as one of the fastest growing segments of the global tourism industries. Not in my state, not in India, all over the world. As a traveler, increasingly seek authentic, nature-based experience. This trend presents an opportunity for regions rich in biodiversity and natural beauty, such as my state, Chhattisgarh. This beauty is not only promote tourism, but also foster sustainable rural employment for youth and environmental conservation. The state of Chhattisgarh, located in central India, this is heart of India, offer unique opportunity to examine in how nature tourism can play a pivotal role in driving both economic development and ecological sustainability. Madam, next, please. This is the map of Chhattisgarh. First is the physical map, landlocked with the 7 states of India. His name is Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, and Jharkhand. Next is showing the wildlife locations of the Chhattisgarh state, 3 national parks, 5 wildlife sanctuaries, 3 elephant reserve, 2 tiger reserve, and 1 crocodile park. This is showing, sorry, ma'am, next. Yes. This is showing the forest map of the Chhattisgarh state. Looking at the map, it is a clear evidence that all the forests of Chhattisgarh are connected to each other. This geographical location created a safe corridor for animal movement, and this is the reason why the number of national parks and sanctuaries is more in Chhattisgarh compared to the other state of India. Forest area of Chhattisgarh state is 59,772 square kilometers, which is a 44.2% area of the state. This is the objective. I have written in this research paper with the following object in my mind: provide information about the major wildlife for tourist destination as per state guideline, provide data about the tourists visiting major wildlife and other tourist session in the state last 5 years, provide useful information about national parks and sanctuaries of the states, joyful homestay tradition in Chhattisgarh, effort made by the central and state government to promote eco and biotourism, and the scope of medical tourism. Next. This is the list of tourist places in northeast region of the Chhattisgarh state. I have selected the 40 forest tourist places in state in northeast direction. It is 40 tourist places, and clearly showing here the location, name of district place, distance from the district place, and the nearest railway station and the nearest airport. It is very interesting. The all tourist places has been approachable from the Jagdalpur nearest railway station and Raipur nearest railway station, and the nearest airport is a Raipur. I have shown you next slide. Next. This is the list of tourist places. I have shown you the pictures. Next slides. Next. Yes. Okay. This is the data of tourist arrival from 2011 to 2022. It is satisfactory. I am saying satisfactory because the Chhattisgarh state is a newly born state. So according to this fact, the data is satisfactory. Only 2020 and 2019 and 2021, the tourist arrival number is very low. We well known it is a the main reason of this fact is corona. Same thing. This is a foreign tourist. Madam, back. Yeah, this is the data of foreign tourist arrival from 2011 to 2022. Little very low, but government is very active, promoting the different types of programs for the tourism sector. Next, ma'am. Yes, I am showing the beautiful pictures of the beautiful locations of Chhattisgarh. This is the Manpart region. This is the Manpart region. It's the again, you see, it is the northeast part of the state. And it is known as Shimla of Chhattisgarh, and we say this is the Switzerland of Chhattisgarh. First spotted here the elephant point. Next, ma'am. This is Tiger Point. This is a very beautiful state, beautiful streams, and the waterfall, the forms in the hilly area named Jamdarha is also called Kapughani. It is a local name. Next step you have seen, I am writing in Hindi language, Ulta Pani. You can say in English, this is the reverse water. This stream of water emerged from under a small rock and travels up to the hill for almost 2 kilometers up the hill. Next, ma'am. This is the daldali, or it is known as jaljali. It is a spongy soil. You jump in these spots. It is a very soft place. Next. This is the miracle stone near the city Ambikapur. Madam, this is one link. Click the link. This is the stone create a very nice music. Acha. I will try my best. This is the show the music of this stone. Actually, it is the most interesting stone. We strike the stone and they create a very good music. Sorry, technically some problem here. Yes, it is open in YouTube in my laptop. You heard. This is the music. Original form. This is the music. Okay. Okay. Next, man. Next slide. Next. Yes. I'll show you the pick only glimpses of this beautiful locations of the Chhattisgarh. There is not necessary for the description. It is a beautiful Ramgarh hill. And next one. Next. This is the top of the Ramgarh hill. You look here, the temple, the cave, and the ancient statues, ancient sculptures. Next. This is one pond in the top of hill of the top of the Ramgarh. Next, man. This is beautiful streams. This is a Chandra waterfall. I am speaking only Hindi name. This is more waterfalls of Chhattisgarh. Next. Next, ma'am. Next. Beautiful waterfalls. Thousands of natural waterfalls has been in Chhattisgarh state. Next. 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 Next, ma'am. Yes, yes, yes. This is two mysterious and beautiful cave. This cave has been known as the world's oldest theater. Next. Next. Yes, again, beautiful streams. Next. Next, beautiful spots. Write the name below these pictures. Next. Next. No, yes. This is the beautiful and very rich fauna in national park. The name of this national park is Guru Ghathidas National Park. In this national park, you have seen the wild boar, bison, hyena, and tiger frequently. Next. This is again one beautiful scenario, pictures of the caricature of Chhattisgarh. Next, this is the hot spring of Chhattisgarh districts. Next, this is a beautiful tea garden. Next, this is beautiful old temple, and location of these two temples in dense forest is one is the Maheshpur and the second is the Balser Kusmi. Next. It's again the remains of the temples, old temples located in dense forest. Old temple, it is a Dipadi, and one next first is from Ramgarh. Next, ma'am. Next slide, please. Okay, this is waterfall, beautiful waterfall, and beautiful lake. Next, this is the Tamor Pingla Wildlife Sanctuary. Next, ma'am. This is the Achanak Kumar Wildlife Sanctuaries. You have seen tiger frequently here. And it is Badal Khol. Next. And this is Barnawa Para Sanctuary. Next, this is Bhairamgarh. Next, this is Bhoramdev. Next, this is Sarangarh. This is Pamed, Samarsot, Sita Nadi, and yes, sir. Stop here. This is the Sita Nadi Wildlife Sanctuary. You have seen here the black panther. It is a very rare species of wild animal, and it is located in this wildlife sanctuary. Next, sir. Next. This is Python Park. This is Nandanvan, Indravati National Park, Kanger Valley National Park, Guru Ghasidas National Park. Yes, sir. We'll stop this slide. This is beautiful waterfall. It is normally known as a Niagara of India. The name of this waterfall is Chitrakoot waterfall. And in front of waterfall, you have seen the modern cottages established by the Chhattisgarh Tourism Board. Next, sir. Next. This is Mysterious Cave. This is India's very deepest and long cave of India. The name of this cave is a Kutumsar Cave, and it is a very adventurous tourist destination of the India. Next, sir. Next. This is the inner part of the cave. You are showing here the lactite and lagmite. And next is the second slide is showing the fishes, and these fishes are completely blind. Next. Next, sir. This is the salient feature of the India in the cave of Kutumsar. This cave was discovered in 1951 by the geographer Dr. Shankar Tiwari. Next, this is one more mysterious cave of Chhattisgarh, and the name of this cave is Mandi Hole, and it is situated Tharagarh Choikadan Gandai district. This is the district of Chhattisgarh. This is the place, and this is the again one longest cave. This picture is showing the homestay programs of the Chhattisgarh state government. It is very popular in India. Some states like Himachal Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Jammu Kashmir, Maharashtra, and similarly in Chhattisgarh. Homestay program is very closely related with the tourism programs. This we have seen in these pictures. The elevation is completely village-like, and inner is modified for the tourist. You have seen here this is the washing room and this is the bedroom for the tourist. When tourists stay at the homestay, they enjoy the local markets. You have seen here. Next, they enjoy the local tourist places. Next, sir. They enjoy local food, local temple, and local food again. They enjoy the local culture and local sports. Next. This is homestay, and after that homestay, I would say something about the medical tourism in Chhattisgarh. Bhilai, Raipur, Jagdalpur, Bilaspur is the major cities of the Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh is full of forest and one of the best place for Ayurvedic researcher. After this, the new state is established, Ayurvedic treatment is becoming popular for foreigner here. I would like to mention here that forests in Chhattisgarh are rich of natural resources and forest products. Forests are full of medical plants. This is the reason that Ayurvedic medicine are easily available in this state, and research work is also going on this. This is very important in the context of medical tourism. Such medical facilities of Chhattisgarh. And this is the picture of Indian ICMS, Indian Institute of Medical Sciences, Raipur. Next, this is again some hospitals, famous hospitals of the Raipurs. Next, this is the features of medical facilities of the hospitals. Next. Next. So next, please. The concluding remarks. It is very small effort of mine to present the global and social vibrancy of Chhattisgarh on the important platform. As a responsible citizen, my duty, I have published my all beneficial programs of my government, not in state level, not in national level, in world level also, so that the visiting guests can get acquainted with our friendly tradition. The residents of our Chhattisgarh can get the good fortune of receiving the hospitality of good nature lover. So come and give as an opportunity to give a beautiful form to our Indian tradition. Atithi Devo Bhava. Atithi means guest and Devo means God. Means you understand we Indian the honor to a guest as like a God. Visit India. Next, sir. Next. Visit India. Visit Chhattisgarh. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sanjay, for that very impressive presentation. We had a tour in Chhattisgarh, India.
Sure, sir.
Yeah. Okay, from our audience and participants, do you have any question? No question? Okay. I have here question, sir. Okay, so what are the key challenges and opportunities in developing and managing an eco and biotourism in Chhattisgarh, India? And how can this address to promote sustainable tourism and economic growth in your area?
Yes, sir. Nice question, sir. The challenges are very few challenges. Major challenges are the connectivity, approachable connectivity to the tourism places. But my government our government is continuously effort to create an airport, to create a railway station, to create good road facilities, to create a very nice buses traffic system. So I hope the next coming in 5 years, the tourist has easily approach you. Tourist has easily get their destination, easily get destination.
Okay, thank you very much for that. A round of applause for Dr. Sanjay Tifke.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. With no much ado, we will proceed to the second presenter. Okay, for the second presenter, Professor Josephine D. Angloan, with the topic Preserving the Ibanag Traditional Cuisine, a Cultural Heritage of Northern Isabela, Philippines. So we have her in hybrid session. Professor Josephine Angloan, are you there? Hello?
Good afternoon to all of the participants for today's international conference. So I will be presenting my paper with the title Preserving the Ibanag Traditional Cuisine, a Cultural Heritage of Northern Isabela, Philippines. So the author of this is yours truly, Josephine B. Angolwan. For the biography, the author is the second child of Mr. and Mrs. Joseph A. Angolwan, both residents of Santo Tomas, Isabela. She was born and raised in Barangay Katabayungan, Cabagan, Isabela, where her parents chose to live. Her father passed away when she was only 9 months, and she was raised by her uncle, a cousin of her father, while her mother pursued her master's degree at UP Los Baños. She completed her bachelor's degree at Isabela State University. While working as an office clerk and raising 3 children, she also pursued and finished her master's degree at St. Paul University of the Philippines in Tuguegarao City. After graduating, she was fortunately hired as a contract of service faculty member at Isabela State University. Encouraged by her mother, she enrolled in a doctoral program as her mother always dreamed of having a child who would follow in her academic footsteps. With the support of her parents, the author completed her doctorate at St. Paul University of the Philippines in Tuguegarao City. She is now a permanent instructor 3 at Isabela State University, teaching a Bachelor of Science in Hospitality Management. So for the abstract of my study, the Ibanag people of Northern Isabela had a rich culinary heritage that reflected their history, culture, and identity. However, traditional culinary practices in this region were threatened by modernization, urbanization, and cultural assimilation. This research aimed to document, preserve, and promote Ibanag's traditional cuisine, ensuring its cultural significance and continuity. This study collected and recorded traditional recipes, cooking techniques, and methods for sourcing ingredients through ethnographic research and community and interviews with local chefs, food enthusiasts, and elderly members of the Ibanag community. The research also explored the cultural significance of traditional dishes and food-related rituals and festivals. By preserving the traditional culinary practices of the Ibanag people, this research made a significant contribution to safeguarding the intangible cultural heritage, supporting community development, and promoting the rich cultural diversity of the region. The ultimate goal of this study was to ensure the continued transmission of Ibanag culinary traditions to future generations, thereby celebrating the rich flavors and heritage of Northern Isabela. As to the statement of the problem of this study aimed to document the Ibanag traditional cuisine of Northern Isabela, and it is specifically sought to answer the following questions. What are the traditional recipes of Isabela in terms of main dish, appetizer, snacks, and beverages? For number 2, what are the beliefs and practices in Northern Isabela with respect to food preparation and presentation, which serves as culinary identity? In terms of their ingredients, food preparation, methods of cooking, methods of preservation. For number 3, what are the challenges and threats in the preservation of the traditional cuisine of the Ibanag in Northern Isabela? And the last is, what materials can we utilize to effectively preserve and showcase the rich heritage of Ibanag traditional cuisine in Northern Isabela? So the conclusion of the study, in number 1, the Ibanag traditional recipes. The life of the Ibanags is deeply connected to food and all aspects related to it. Their health remedies often incorporate food, and the well-being of their children and families greatly depends on the quality of food they consume. Social celebrations and gatherings, whether formal, informal, semi-formal, simple, or extravagant, are identified by the food that is served and enjoyed. This emphasizes the crucial role of food in Ibanag life and culture, as to the author Bakuli 2007. Okay, for the main dish of the Ibanag traditional cuisine, adobo, zinaga, and bichuelas are the most commonly prepared traditional Ibanags dishes mentioned by the participants from each municipality during special occasions. For the appetizer, salmera na kamasi, negisa to bagong to egg kalamansi na nilappa to okra and achara were the most commonly identified appetizers of the Ibanags. For their snacks, we have the pinaluku, banana Q, nilubyang, native delicacies, pansit kabagan, binalay or anzila, nilupra, inatata, bebengka, pinataro, and corn pastillas were the most commonly identified snacks of the Ibanags. For the beverages, these traditional beverages, kafe bagga and chocolate, are always prepared during festive occasions such as padasal and agonan namatay. Corn coffee or kafe bagga and chocolate or sokolati were the commonly identified beverages of the Ibanags. For the beliefs and practices of the Ibanag, as to our ingredients, in our culinary beliefs and practices, the Ibanags regularly incorporate garlic, onion, and native ginger, known as laya, into their sautéed dishes. They also use bay leaves in meat dishes such as estofado and adobo. This method of sautéing meat is rooted in their belief that it helps preserve the meat and prevents spoilage. Rather than using commercial cooking oil, the Ibanags prefer to cook the meat until its natural oils are released, and then they sauté garlic, onion, and ginger in these oils. They generally avoid artificial condiments like vinegar, soy sauce, and other flavor enhancers, including fish sauce or patis as we call it, fish paste or the bagoong, and seasoning mixes such as betchin, magic sarap, ginisa mix, and broth cubes. Although some of them use natural coconut or the gata ng nyog in their recipes, others choose artificial substitutes. Interestingly, Ibanag elders often consume raw garlic, onion, and ginger as part of their daily meals, believing that it contributes to longevity. For the food preparation, in Ibanag food preparation, certain beliefs were practiced and beliefs and practices were followed. It was customary to pour a small amount of alcohol or gin in the cooking area. Additionally, rituals called matunag or wari were performed for saints, souls, or deceased relatives, during which offerings of kokwa, rice cakes, and a main dish or kumida were presented. Children were kept away from the preparation area to prevent accidents or disruptions. Specific practices to ensure proper food handling included avoiding kicking animals to be slaughtered and refraining from squeezing meat before preparation, as to these actions were believed to cause stomach pain and spoilage. A crucifix known as krus was placed on the side of the cooking area, and a small amount of glutinous rice called deko was cooked for good luck. Only the designated cook, referred to as cocinero, was allowed to put food on the platter, and servants or servidora were excluded from this task. Sprinkling of salt in the preparation area was believed to ward off evil spirits. Furthermore, only the designated cook was permitted near the food cooked before cooking to avoid contamination. And praising the food was avoided to prevent stomach pains and digestive issues. For methods of cooking, in Ibanag culture, specific beliefs and practices related to food handling and cooking techniques were observed. For instance, it was customary not to use hands when tasting food and to avoid using feet or arranged firewood while cooking. Additionally, they placed a small amount of salt on the cooking pots cover to ensure faster and well-cooked rice, which they called arian nga malaywang. Moreover, when cooking beans like bichuelas and mongo, they boiled them with sliced meat until tender, then sauteed them with garlic and onion. Another practice involved placing a fork inside the cooking pot to hasten the cooking process, particularly for meat dishes. These beliefs and practices were commonly observed among the Ibanag people, as mentioned by the participants. For the methods of preservation, the Ibanags preserved their culinary tradition by passing down preservation methods, including ingredients and processes from generation to generation. Traditional dishes were prepared in restaurants throughout the area, adhering to the original ingredients and culinary techniques. This kept the tradition alive and allowed the younger generations to gain confidence by practicing under proper guidance. Encouraging familiarity and practice with traditional foods and methods, the Ibanags utilized traditional tools and equipment to prepare their dishes. For the challenges and threats in the preservation of the traditional cuisine of the Ibanag in Northern Isabela, persistent inclination toward modification in cooking practices. Number 2, many individuals were drawn to fast food establishments and opted for convenience over traditional fare. Number 3, there was a noticeable decline in the younger generation's interest in preparing indigenous foods. Number 4, another challenges is introducing of foreign and regional cuisines. Experimenting with foreign ingredients, which they sometimes took pride in. Number 6, government officials needed more support to promote traditional cuisine. Number 7, the need for raw material further complicated the challenges. And for the last SOP is the material designed to effectively preserve and showcase the rich heritage of Ibanag traditional cuisine in Northern Isabela. Is a menu guide was developed to preserve Ibanag's traditional cuisine. The guide featured a variety of recipes. So for the appendices, I have the certificate of recondition. This was came from the National Commission of Indigenous People, since my respondents were the indigenous Ibanag tribe, the indigenous people of the Isabela. And a letter from the National Commission of Indigenous People to each municipality, to Santo Tomas, so Santa Maria, and to the municipality of Cabagan. Okay, for the photo documentation, this was during the conduct of the study with my respondents in the municipality of Santo Tomas. And the other one is from Santa Maria, for Santa Maria, and the picture was then taken also during the in Cabagan. Okay. So these are my respondents in the municipality of Cabagan. So
Due to some network issues, he will be not be available for the question and answer round.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Josephine Angoloan, for showcasing cultural heritage of Northern Isabela, Philippines. So, our dear audience and participants, do you have any questions for Professor Angoloan? Do we have question? None. So I prepared one for Professor Josephine. Ma'am Josephine, in your research, what strategies can be implemented to effectively preserve and promote the Ibanag traditional cuisine of Northern Isabela, Philippines, ensuring its transmission to future generations while contributing to local tourism and cultural identity? Ma'am Josephine, you're still there?
They will not be available for questions and answer round due to the network connectivity issue.
Okay. So
we will proceed for.
Okay, so with that, a round of applause to Professor Josephine Angloan. Then let us proceed to the next presenter, Dr. Jomel B. Penera, with this topic, knowledge, implementation, and compliance with forestry laws among forest-dependent communities towards a sustainable forest management. Take it away, sir. Dr. Jomel.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Mr. Jamel B. Pinera from the Cagayan State University, Gonzaga campus, here in the province of Cagayan in the Philippines. This afternoon, I'll be presenting my research entitled Knowledge, Implementation, and Compliance with Forestry Laws among Forest-Dependent Communities towards Sustainable Forest Management. So again, yours truly, Mr. Jamel B. Pinera, and I am currently connected particularly in the College of Criminal Justice Education here in Cagayan State University. As an introduction, forests are critical habitats for biodiversity and they are also essential for the provision of a wide range of ecosystem services, regulate the climate, and support the livelihoods of forest-dependent communities. Sadly, These fundamental assets, excuse me, are gradually disappearing because of continued deforestation, illegal logging, and unsustainable land use practices. In Gonzaga town, here in the province of Cagayan, the police recorded at least 102 forestry law violations from year 2017 to 2020. 79 of which is a violation of Presidential Decree 705 or the Revised Forestry Code of the Philippines, while 23 are violations of Republic Act 9175, known as the Chainsaw Act of 2002. As a result, numerous individuals were arrested due to engagement in illegal logging, slash and burn practices, also known as kaingin, all of which were perpetrated through the use of chainsaw. The objectives of this study is to explore the current state of forest resource protection and management in the study setting by determining the profile of the respondents' forest-dependent communities and determine the level of knowledge, implementation, and compliance with forestry laws as perceived by the three groups of respondents, namely the police, the officers of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, the community residents, and the barangay officials. And determine whether profile variables have significant relationship with the level of knowledge and compliance with forestry laws, and whether there is significant relationship between level of knowledge and level of compliance with forestry laws, and determine whether there is significant relationship between level of compliance and level of implementation. So this study was conducted here in the province of Cagayan, most particularly in the municipality of Gonzaga. The province of Cagayan is located in the northernmost part of the country. It borders Ilocos Norte and Apayao to the west and Kalinga and Isabela to the south. The municipality of Gonzaga is situated at the northeastern tip of the province. The southeastern part of the municipality is the Sierra Madre, the Philippines' longest mountain range. Cagayan is approximately 607 kilometers from Manila, the central capital of the Philippines. The study uses descriptive and correlation research design since it measures the level of knowledge, implementation, and compliance with the forestry laws, while correlation was made in terms of knowledge level, implementation level, and compliance level with the profiles of the respondents, and whether there is a relationship between knowledge and compliance and between implementation and compliance. The data were collected through a survey questionnaire developed based from the two mentioned laws, Presidential Decree 705 and Republic Act 9175. The particular provisions considered under this study are the following: cutting, gathering, or collecting timber or other forest products, unlawful occupation, pasturing livestock, and the prohibited acts under Republic Act 9175. There were three groups of respondents in the study. The first includes the police officers and the local Department of Environment and Natural Resources, responsible for the enforcement of the forestry laws, and the barangay officials in the identified forest-dependent communities. And the last group involves the residents in the forest-dependent communities. The Likert scale was used in determining the level of knowledge, the level of compliance, and the level of implementation with the forestry laws. The statistical tool used under this study includes the t-test, the analysis of variance, and the Pearson rule. As a result of the study, inasmuch as the profile of the respondents in terms of sex among the residents involved in the study, there are more male than female respondents. The predominance of male respondents in the study setting implies that men are more involved in forestry-related activities. This can be reflective of traditional gender roles where men are more likely to engage in physical and outdoor work such as logging, timber production, and other forestry operations. In terms of age, the main age of the respondents is 41.05 years. This suggests that most of the respondents are in the middle age. In the context of forestry, they are likely to have substantial hands-on experience and knowledge about forestry practices, laws, and regulations, which is vital in this study. In terms of civil status of the respondents' forest-dependent communities, most of them were married, while the least are those who are widows. This suggests that there are more married individuals in the study setting, hence, can positively influence their ability to comply with forestry laws. They are likely to be more concerned about the long-term welfare of their families than their counterparts. This concern can drive them to comply with forestry laws to ensure a sustainable environment for their children and future generations. In terms of educational attainment, the resident respondents, most of them have gone to college but did not finish it, while the least are the high school graduates. This implies that most of the respondents possesses basic level of education, which includes some understanding of laws and regulations. And this group is likely to have developed critical thinking skills that allow them to understand the importance of forestry laws and analyze the consequences of non-compliance. In terms of monthly income, the respondents earn a mean income of 5,136. The data revealed that most of the respondents have a difficult living condition considering the relatively low mean monthly income. With a low income, respondents likely to prioritize basic needs such as food, shelter, and clothing over compliance with the forestry laws. In terms of ethnic group, more than three-fourths of the respondents are Ilocanos, while the least are those breed of Ilocano and Kalinga. This suggests that most of the respondents in the study setting were Ilocanos, and accordingly, Ilocanos have a long history of rice farming and places high value on hard work and self-reliance, and these values drive their involvement in various agricultural and forest-based activities as part of their livelihood and sustenance. In terms of number of children, most of them have one to two children, while the least has 11 to 12 children. This implies that most of the respondents have fewer number of children. This means that they experience less economic pressures compared to those with more children, 3 to 4 and higher. Their lower numbers of dependents could mean fewer financial constraints, potentially allowing these families to allocate resources more readily towards the compliance of forestry laws. In terms of the profile of the respondents, particularly as to livelihood, majority are farmers followed by those who are farmers and livestock raisers. This suggests that farmers, usually those engaged in rice or corn farming, and those engaged with livestock raising, are the most residents in the study area. This further implies that they also resort to upland rice or corn in vegetable planting, making them susceptible to expand their tilling area and grazing area through slash and burn practices. In terms of level of knowledge with forestry laws, the respondents' forest-dependent communities have a high level of knowledge about forestry laws. They know that cutting timber without license is a violation, as well as the occupation of forest land without authority. Moreover, they are knowledgeable that it is prohibited to graze livestock in forest lands without authority, as well as that only licensed wood processors are the only ones to be issued with a license to possess and or use chainsaw. In terms of level of compliance of the respondents' forest-dependent communities, the data revealed that they much complied all the four areas of the forestry laws. The findings suggest that they generally respect and are willing to follow forestry laws, They understand the importance of these regulations and make significant efforts to adhere with them. This further manifests that the community has access to educational programs and outreach efforts that inform them about the importance and specifics of forestry laws, leading to a high degree of compliance. In terms of level of implementation with the environmental laws by the officers of the law, the, the Philippine National Police and the officers from the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, the data revealed that the enforcers much implemented the four areas of the forestry laws except for the provisions on cutting timber without license, which was perceived by barangay officials as moderately implemented. These findings suggest that while there are efforts to control illegal timber cutting, these are not fully comprehensive or consistently applied, resulting in occasional lapses in enforcement. This further means that unauthorized cutting or collecting timber still persists, leading to ongoing issues with illegal exploitation of forest resources. The findings similar with the findings of ICSANOB 2021, where most common forest violations is illegal felling of trees and violation of legal requirements as a result of insufficient law enforcement. In terms of the relationship between sex and knowledge level, the t-test of difference revealed that it did not differ significantly. On the association between the profile and the knowledge level about forestry laws, the person row analysis yielded a positive correlation between knowledge level and age and between knowledge level and monthly income. This means that the knowledge levels of the residents respondents are positively associated with their age and monthly income. It means further that the older, the more knowledgeable, and the higher the income, the more knowledgeable. This further implies that older respondents tend to have a higher level of knowledge about forestry laws in this institute accumulated life experiences. Moreover, respondents with more financial resources have better access to education and information, including awareness programs, training, or media that disseminate knowledge about forestry laws. In terms of the knowledge level from different occupational groups, it reveals that knowledge level do not differ among the occupational groups. On the analysis of variance in knowledge level among ethnic groups, it was found out that respondents' forest-dependent communities with different ethnic origin do not differ in their knowledge level about forestry laws. On the association between the residents' educational attainment in compliance level and monthly income and compliance level, the person row analysis yielded a positive correlation. The result means that the compliance levels of the resident respondents are positively associated with their educational attainment and monthly income. It means further that the higher is the educational attainment, the higher is the compliance level. And the higher the income, the higher is the compliance also. This implies that respondents with higher educational attainment have a better awareness and understanding on forestry laws. Respondents with higher monthly income also tend to be more compliant with the forestry laws since they have the financial means to use alternative resources instead of exploiting forest resources illegally. On the analysis of variance in compliance level among different occupational groups and the analysis of variance in compliance level among ethnic groups, the data revealed that there is no significant difference. On the association between the respondents' knowledge level and compliance level, the person row analysis yielded high positive correlation. This suggests that while residents' knowledge level about forestry laws increases, they are more likely to comply. Their increased knowledge often leads to more positive attitudes towards the laws. When residents understand the benefits of compliance for environmental conservation and their own livelihoods, they are more motivated to adhere to the regulations. On the association between the compliance level and implementation level of forestry laws, the person row analysis yielded a positive correlation. This means that compliance and implementation go together. In other words, if there is higher implementation, there is higher level of compliance also. This further implies that when forestry laws are effectively implemented and enforced, it creates a strong deterrent against violations. Respondents' community residents are more likely to comply when they know that there is a high likelihood of being monitored and penalized for non-compliance. As to conclusion, it is concluded that the respondents' forest-dependent communities are knowledgeable with the forestry laws, such as rules on cutting, collecting timber, unlawful occupation or destruction of forest lands, pasturing livestock, and the provisions of the chainsaw law, and they are compliant with these laws. The knowledge, compliance, and the enforcement of these laws could lead to the protection and preservation of the forest resources in the study setting. It is concluded, however, that economic pressures and economic incentives offered by forestry resources outweigh the perceived benefits of compliance. Also, the gaps in monitoring or limited manpower and technical resources of the authorities to enforce forestry laws hinder effective and comprehensive enforcement efforts. Addressing these flaws in leveraging the gaps as well as active and robust engagement of the stakeholders and the study setting can enhance the compliance and effectiveness of forestry laws, thus contributing to a more sustainable environmental management. Based from the findings, the following recommendations have been put forward. The local government units, the DNR, the schools like the Cagayan State University, and some other schools in the study setting should conduct continuous education campaign to the community regarding forestry laws and educate the community about the importance of forest resources, most targeting educational programs for younger, particularly lower income individuals to bridge the knowledge gap. Provisions of more alternative livelihood programs and sustainable income generating activities that caters especially low income families in the study setting to reduce dependence on forest resources and alleviate economic pressures that lead to non-compliance, and relentless and aggressive enforcement of the forestry laws by the authorities with emphasis on intelligence gathering about violators. Engage the local communities by organizing group of individuals known as Bantay Kalikasan or the local residents in the forest-dependent communities composed of barangay officials, public spirit and citizens in civil society groups advocating the protection of forest resources to reinforce law enforcement authorities and the protection of forest resources. This is known as participatory law enforcement. And the last but not the least, the enforcement authorities like the police, the DNR, or the Department of Environment and Natural Resources officers in the local government unit may consider the use of advanced monitoring technology, such as remote sensing to support forest management and conservation. That's all, and thank you once again. Yours truly, Mr. Jamel B. Pinera from the Cagayan State University. That's all, and mabuhay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jonah B. Pereira, for that very comprehensive discussion on knowledge implementation and compliance with forestry laws among forest-dependent communities. So do we have a question coming from our dear participants? Yes, sir. Can we share a microphone, sir? Not here. Okay, we have a question coming from Dr. Sanjay.
Thank you, sir. Nice presentation and nice research, Dr. Pinera. I'm audible? You hear me? Mr. Pinera, you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you, sir, loud and clear. Good afternoon.
Nice presentation and nice research. My question related with the forest-dependent communities. How the forest-dependent communities use the forest byproduct, and which type of forest byproducts mainly found in the jungles of Philippines.
Pardon, sir. Come again, sir. Because it's raining hard in our place. That's why I cannot hear you clear.
Okay. Okay. My question related with the forest dependent communities. How forest dependent communities use a forest byproduct or forest resources, and which type of forest byproduct has been found in the jungles or the forest of Philippines?
Usually, sir, in the Philippines, those forest-dependent communities are those usually relying on expanding their planting areas like rice, in corn, bananas, and some other products in order to support their living conditions or their source of livelihood, as well as those having livestock, wherein they tend to expand also their grazing area, which resulted into the destructions of our forest lands. In the Philippines, sir, we have laws, like for example, which was presented a while ago, Presidential Decree 705, the Revised Forestry Code of the Philippines, which prohibit anyone, particularly those having no license or authority to occupy forest lands and to collect or gather forest resources like timber and some other forest resources found therein. In like manner, it is prohibited also for anyone to graze their livestock or cattle or some other large animals of bovine family to uh, graze their livestock there, to the extent of destroying our forest lands or forest resources, among others. And at the same time, most in the Philippines, the people uses what we call chainsaw. A chainsaw is a portable machine used to easily cut or collect trees, and in accordance with the law, our Republic Act 9745, it is unauthorized for anyone, or it's prohibited for anyone to cut or collect gather without permits, particularly issued by the proper agency. In the Philippines, the proper agency to regulate the possession as well as cutting or collecting timber and the possession of chainsaw is no less than the Department of the Environment and Natural Resources, being reinforced by our local police authorities like the Philippine National Police and the local barangay officials, the smallest unit in the locality or in the community, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Is there any more question? Hearing none, let us give a clap to Dr. Jamal B. Pinera. Thank you very much, sir. And with
Thank you,
that,
sir. Thank you, sir.
thank you, sir. With that, we'll continue to the next presenter, Professor Joey C. Narag, on his topic, Phenomenological Inquiry on Imandaya's Tadog Wedding Custom, Basis for Strategic Intervention, Material for Understanding Culture, Society, and Politics.
Sawadee ka. always fascinated with upholding cultural identity shaped by diverse cultural backgrounds. And of course, I'm very dedicated to indigenous community advocacies. So as a brief introduction, inclusive education empowers all, of course, most especially indigenous communities. And of course, we can say that indigenous or inclusive education bridge societal gaps. Indigenous people's education, on the other hand, solidifies sense of identity and helps us address social injustices, especially among indigenous peoples group. This inspired me to craft this indigenous study to help address issues, growing concerns among indigenous peoples, most especially in their indigenous people education. So my abstract, my study centers on the lived experiences, perceptions, and significance of the Thadug wedding custom within the Imandaya subtribe of the Snug Indigenous Cultural Community, or IPS-ICC, in Calanasan, Apayao, Philippines. I employed a phenomenological perspective, and it aimed to present a cultural dynamics and meanings surrounded this wedding custom. So my participants were 6 Imandaya participants. I took their narratives of their experiences in this wedding custom. So narratives were collected through interviews and analyzed using the Mustaka's phenomenological analysis. And through careful analysis, in-depth analysis, I was able to get two essential insights, namely symbolic exchange and symbolic commitment. And this will be the core aspect of of this indigenous study. Next slide, please. So, next slide. Previous one. In the abstract, please return back in the abstract. Again. Okay. So for symbolic commitment within the Tadog wedding custom among the Imandaya subgroup of the Snug cultural community, this exemplifies a tangible presentation or representations of commitment, readiness, and respect. Exchange of symbolic items like the antique jars, or what we call locally as gusi in Apayao, and pigs or the swine. These two important symbols symbolizes dedication to each other's or to each other through life's challenges that fosters unity among clans and relatives. On the other hand, symbolic exchange in the Tadog wedding custom reflects significance of cultural identity and solidarity within the Imandaya community. This exchange of symbolic items signifies, of course, the commitment and sustenance in life within the marital relationship of both of the couple, and it reinforces familial bonds, and of course, the most important one, the communal solidarity. Next slide, please. So the study gave me emphasis on the Tadog wedding custom's remarkable adaptation to modernization and changing norms. It also reflects the evolution over time in response to modern circumstances and government regulations. And despite the challenges, the participants showed a very strong desire to preserve their custom and revitalize as part of their cultural heritage. Moreover, participants also gave highlight on women's perspective within the Tadog wedding custom. They show a strong emphasis on mutual consent, respect, and autonomy within marriages. They advocate gender sensitivity within their cultural practices, considering social transformation and the concept of modernization. Next slide, please. So lastly, the participants underlined the role of government support in the preservation of cultural practices, and the most important the most important product of this study is the basis for facilitating the formulation of the learning material, or what we call strategic intervention material for students in attaining learning competencies in the subject understanding culture, society, and politics in the senior high school curriculum. Next slide, please. For the description of this qualitative study, I've used graphics to present the description in a simple way. So we have here the theoretical framework of the study. I have three theories that was my basis in conducting the study. First, of course, the theory of phenomenology by Edmund Husserl, which talks about, or which uses lived experiences of the participants to explain a certain phenomenon. Second, it will be cultural materialism. And lastly, Bloomer's symbolic interactionism. Next slide, please. For the methodology of the study, for the research design, I've used phenomenology to study their lived experiences. I conducted the study in Kadaklan, Kalanasan, Apayao. The participants were, of course, the Imandayas of the Snug indigenous cultural community, and I've used a purposive sampling method. Of course, since this is phenomenology, I use interview as my research instrument. For the data analysis, I use Mustaka's phenomenological analysis, and the concept of self-reflexivity and bracketing was observed to ensure validity of the data. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so we can see here the graphics, the last graphics for the description, which is the creative synthesis of this qualitative study. We can see on the right side, the box there, we have four important concepts. The major or the core concepts of the study, the key elements, rituals, and embedded meanings of the wedding custom, perceptions of the Tadog wedding custom, the lived experiences of the participants, key functions, roles, and cultural significance, and of course, how the participants adapts to the modernization or social transformation, or what we call cultural evolution. And from the interview, and the data gathered from the participants, I have here four structural themes coming from the codes that I've created from their narratives. So first, the structural theme was symbolic rituals and cultural continuity. Second theme was ceremonial significance and cultural negotiation. Third, the wedding customs support system for unity. And lastly, preservation and adaptation of the Tadog practice in snug marriage custom. From these four structural themes, I was able to craft these two essential insights, which is symbolic commitment and symbolic exchange. And these themes was the foundation in the development of my strategic intervention learning material. So in this learning material, I've used four most essential learning competencies for the first quarter of the subject, understanding culture, society, and politics. So, for example, in the first learning competency, which is nature, goals, and perspective of anthropology, sociology, and political science, I have here a part of the narratives of the participants to contextualize the learning material or the learning competency. For contextualization, the part of the participants' narratives focus on the processes of courtship, symbolic items, social bond and clan relationships, and role of tribal leaders in the wedding custom. Second, concept aspects and changes in of culture and society. To contextualize, I've used intermarriages, government regulations, and influence of modernity, changing perspective of the Imandaya women in the Snag cultural community. For next slide. For the conclusion, the Tadog wedding custom is not just a marriage ceremony. It is a powerful symbol of identity and unity for the Snug Imandaya cultural community. The Tadog wedding custom also bring clans together and even serve as a way to resolve conflicts within the community. The Imandayas also show a strong desire to keep this custom alive despite the changing times and looked to government support to help preserve it. This study also highlights gender roles within Isnag culture and show how women roles are valued and evolving. Next slide, please. And lastly, in this qualitative study, this study has 5 practical implications. First of all is, of course, cultural preservation. Second, community cohesion among the Imandaya subtribe. Third, gender dynamics. Fourth, the role of the government in cultural preservation. Fifth is, of course, the learning for students. And one future step is to develop a strategic learning material or SIM for students, which will deepen their understanding of culture, society, and politics while honoring their cultural heritage. And this material can encourage critical thinking and cultural appreciation that will help students actively preserve and celebrate their traditions. So the final product of this qualitative study is in my hands. As you can see here, this is the SIM or the strategic intervention material that I created based from the narratives of the Imandaya subtribe. Next slide, please. For the appendices, I have here important documents that I secured before conducting the study. These are Certificate of Precondition, Certificate of Validation, issued and approved by the National Commission on Indigenous Peoples of the Philippines. Next slide, please. Then we have here some photos of the signing of Memorandum of Agreement between the Imandaya tribal elders and leaders, the National Commission Indigenous Peoples team, and of course, yours truly, the researcher. Next slide, please. We also have here pictures of the conduct of the interview or the data gathering procedure with the study participants. These participants were the Imandaya subtribe of the Isnag ICC. Next slide, please. And of course, that's all. Maraming salamat. Thank you so much Academia Research Lab for this opportunity. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Joe Wisinaran, for that insightful discussion, phenomenological inquiry on Mandaya's Tadog wedding custom, showcasing cultural heritage, okay, of the Tadog wedding custom. So from our group, participants, we have any question? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
As a school principal in the Department of Education, I am so happy to have you that strategic intervention material because I am once a trainer for that. And what I want to ask you is that I will encourage you to conduct another study to test on the effectiveness of your. That's the second. That's the next. Yeah, that's the next steps that you have to make. Now you have to conduct a study if that SEM is effective to the students, and of course after that you have to submit it to the division office where you belong for you to have an innovation, and you will get 12 points for your promotion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Well, yes, sir. This is my dissertation in PhD CSU Sanchez Mira to test the effectiveness of my learning material in Tadog wedding custom. I already presented the title to my professor in the PhD, and yes, it was approved. So I'm looking forward for the for the like my dissertation on this effectiveness of the learning material. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for that question, sir. And aside from that, I also prepared a question for you, Sir Joey.
Yes, sir.
So here it is. How do the lived experiences and cultural meanings associated with Imandaya's Tadug wedding custom inform the development of strategic intervention materials aimed at enhancing understanding and appreciation of Imandaya's culture, society, and politics?
Thank you, sir. All right. So the subject on understanding culture, society, and politics is, of course, it will talk about cultures. It will talk about the concepts of anthropology, sociology, and political science. These are broad topics, of course. So it is very helpful if we have to contextualize learning material. So in order for students to better learn and better understand concepts, we need to contextualize these lessons or topics. And one example is to contextualize concepts or topics in subjects in the senior high school is, of course, crafting learning materials, modules, or any learning activities that highlights students' culture and experiences. For me in my school, there are a lot of students who are members of this NAG indigenous community. That I observed that, and that pushed me to develop my qualitative study. And of course, I thought of crafting a learning material that will help them understand the lesson very well. And of course, it's not easy to craft a learning material that does not suit or it's not appropriate to the culture and experiences of those students. And that's why I focus on one cultural element of their group, which is the Tagalog wedding custom, which is not which that most likely talk about. It's not common and malapit ako mag-Tagalog, no? It's not common. It's not common that we have learning materials that talks about a specific cultural element. So that's why I created this learning material, and I hope that this material will help our indigenous people's students in our school, and of course, this will also benefit more students in Apayao and in neighbor provinces. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, Sir Joey Narag, for that answer. So any more questions from the audience participants? Going once?
Sir, good afternoon. May I?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you are acknowledged, sir.
I have a lot of
Yes,
questions.
sir. Good afternoon. I'm Mr. Jumel Pinera, sir, and I have background when it comes also to customs and traditions, particularly from the Cordillera, because I came also from the Cordillera region. May I ask, sir, if there are intermarriages of different tribes in your study setting? And if there are these intermarriages affects also the marriage customs, which is the central point of your study? And may I ask also, sir, if there are cases of what we call tribal wars or warring of different tribes in your study setting, which will perhaps affects the customs that you are which is the central point of your study, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm very sorry for that. I was not able to present my scope and delimitation. My study only focused on the Tagalog wedding custom. It will not include other cultural elements such as the concept of tribal wars. However, in the first question, sir, when it comes to the intermarriages, yes, during my interview, they have discussed about intermarriages, and that idea or that concept was actually on my discussion under cultural evolution of the Tagalog wedding custom, wherein many or almost nowadays almost of the marrying couple in Apayao today are product of intermarriages. So there are snug marrying Ilocanos, snag marrying Tagalog, snag marrying Kalingas. Those are intermarriages happening in their tribe right now, and of course it really affected their custom because when I interviewed them, some would say they prefer to follow the custom of their partner, which is not an snag. For example, an Ilocano marrying an snag. When I asked them, one participant said, "My daughter married my son married an Ilocano woman." And then my follow up question was, did they or did you follow your traditional wedding custom? And he answered, no, because the options will be, or that will depend on the choice of the marrying couple. So if they decide not to follow the traditional wedding custom, then they will respect that. That's according to some of the participants that I've asked. They have to respect the decision of the marrying couple, whether they follow their traditional wedding custom, whether that will be snag traditional wedding custom or Ilocano wedding custom. However, majority of them said that the Tagalog wedding custom is not is no longer is no longer used during marriage. So it is a part of their culture that is fading away, a part of their cultural element that is something like we can say endangered of losing. That's why I was encouraged to conduct the study to at least document the importance, the details of this Tagalog wedding custom among this cultural group.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, with that, a round of applause to Sir Joey C. Narag. So let us proceed to the next presenter, Professor Amina Abdulmunim. Okay. Before that, let's have a photo ops.
Good day, everyone. It's an honor to share my work with you. I am Amna Abdulmunim Al-Kamil, a master's student at University of Technology in Baghdad, Iraq. I am an architect specializing in urban design. I have previously published a research entitled An Evaluative Study to Determine the Extent of Shatt al-Arab Corniche Design Conformity with Active Urban Design Principles. Today I will be presenting a research article review with the title of Active Cities Design Strategies, Architectural and Urban Levels. This research will review the concept of cities that enhance physical activity and categorize the most important design strategies that were presented in the previous studies according to the architectural and urban levels. The findings regard to the architectural level will include 2 strategies with major criteria for application. As for the urban level, will include 6 strategies with major criteria for application. The goal is reaching a clear path for evaluation, development, and design processes of active cities. First of all, we will define the active design as a practice that encourages physical activity by creating built and spatial conditions to support long-term health. This approach also aligns with the principle of sustainability and inclusive design, while allowing for economic flexibility. Also, we will define the active city as a city that motivates its residents to practice physical activity on a daily basis for all different segments of society. Considerate the capabilities of these groups by providing spaces occupied with various facilities and tools. These cities' benefits governance includes four aspects. The first one is health and well-being. The second, social cohesion and inclusion. The third, economic development and innovation. The fourth, environmental sustainability and resilience. Now, a set of strategies proposed according to previous study will be presented at the urban and architectural level. These strategies enable providing city environments, serves active urban design, planning and transportation management so that physical activity became a part of a daily life requirement. We have the architectural level and the urban level. In the architectural level, we will start with active buildings strategy. All application criteria will be in bold font. Individuals typically allocate around 90% of their time within buildings and engage in sedentary behavior approximately 70% of the time. It's crucial to prioritize building standards according to their capacity to either meet or promote physical activity by the integration of open, accessible, and aesthetically pleasing stairways in projects. Also offer incentives for physical activity and fitness programs for employees in office buildings. Additionally, incorporate exterior active design elements and spaces for physical activity. Lastly, provide fitness equipment and support for active transportation. We also have active frontage strategy, which refers to the dynamic connection between buildings, particularly the ground floor and public spaces. It serves multiple processes such as providing convenient walking destination and ensure safety by creating an open and welcoming atmosphere. Additionally, it enhances the experiential quality of the area by offering sensory complexity, infused by urban policies and design guidelines that advocate for or maintain level of facade transparency. Consideration must be made for flexibility in terms of transparency, access patterns, and sufficient floor-to-ceiling height. In the urban level, we will start with public active spaces strategy. Urban design is greatly concerned with creating high-quality, walkable public spaces in which enjoyment is achieved through the diversity and interaction of their uses, which contradict the ideology of functional separation that has dominated modern land and transportation planning. Spaces are often compacted and human-sized to be able to contain active events successfully, allowing smooth communication with no sound pollution and easily recognizing people and tend to be comfortably surrounded by the arrangement of building or nature, which enhance the sense of a place. We also have the active green spaces strategy, which the distance is considered a major factor affecting the use of green spaces. This distance of 3 to 400 meters is considered a typical value for children's play areas, while sports areas and neighborhood parks are 800 meters and city parks are 1,200 meters and a radius of 1,000 meters suggested as the average walking distance. The spatial distribution is also considered as a factor that encourages use of these spaces, and factors such as the presence of facilities and the possibility of practicing activities have an impact on the use of urban green spaces. The third strategy is the active transportation, which is known as one of the major aspects of active urban design and include all modes of transportation that require physical activity, such as walking, cycling, skiing, horse riding, and rowing, with appropriate traffic policies and legalization, safe and attractive paths. The most things to consider when planning active transportation routes are: first, safety, which achieved by adding speed restrictions, lighting, and clearly marked crossing. Second, comfort. Third, accessibility. Fourth, multiply land use. Fifth, the function of streets, their areas and width. Finally, weather condition. Now we have active street strategies. Streets are urban areas characterized as festive social and political venues. In general, the presence of 5 factors, which are increased residential and employment density, mixed land use, improved connectivity, enhanced accessibility, and reduced the distance to transit, is linked to higher level of pedestrian volume and activity. Key factors increase the ratio of active street frontage and the quantity of street furniture influence on pedestrian behavior, like changes in parks, trails, or sports facilities, and other aspects of the built environment to support active living, such as bike paths or sidewalks. In addition to multi-level solution for traffic points and smart transportation application via internet. At the last, we have the active society strategy refers to a societal change toward a healthier and more physically active community. This is achieved by offering individuals a clear information about safe and enjoyable opportunities for physical activity within the city. This includes the creation and promotion of comprehensive map of parks, trails, biking and walking routes, as well as facilities that offer sports and physical activity programs. Additionally, efforts are made to actively involve children in this initiative and face the need of include older people and individuals with disability in the creation of initiatives aimed to promoting physical activity within both environments. Now, in conclusion, by reviewing the strategy proposed in previous studies within the field of active design, they were collectively classified into 2 levels. First, the architectural level, which included 2 strategies, active frontage and active frontage. Each of them has standards, and the possibility of achieving these standards in both environments can be traced of how an evaluative or can be rely on them in design and development process. Second, the urban level includes 6 strategies: active public spaces, active green spaces, active transportation, active streets, active infrastructure, and finally active community. They also have a set of standards from each strategy which can be tracked. The possibility of achieving an urban environment or refer to in the urban design and development process. These are my references. Thank you for your attention. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Amena Abdul Munim, for that wonderful presentation. So, from the audience participants, do you have any questions? Do we have any questions, sirs? Sirs and ma'ams? Hearing none, I prepared a question for you, Ma'am Amena. This is the question. How can design strategies at both structural, architectural, and urban levels be effectively implemented to create active cities that promote physical activity, enhance public health, and foster vibrant, sustainable communities? I repeat, how can design strategies at both architectural, and urban levels be effectively implemented to create active cities that promote physical activity, enhance public health, and foster vibrant, sustainable communities based on your study. Do we still have her? Maybe due to some technical difficulties. Okay, with that, as session chair, I'll declare 5 minutes break. And we'll come back after 5 minutes to continue with the remaining presenters of this session two. Thank you very much.
Hello again. We will be inviting our fifth keynote speaker, Professor Adivno N. Krispala. He is Associate Professor at Tishwan University of Technology in Pretoria, South Africa. He is an accomplished academician in tourism development, sustainability tourism, and adventure tourism. Beginning his career as a lecturer at Technikon, Pretoria in 2002, he holds a doctoral degree in tourism management with a focus on adventure tourism and an MBA in education management. Currently serving as associate professor and assistant dean for teaching and learning in the Faculty of Management Sciences. Professor Chipala has also held roles as head of department and senior lecturer. His academic work includes publishing over 30 articles in peer-reviewed journals, co-authoring a book chapter, and presenting at numerous international and domestic conferences. Additionally, he contributes as a reviewer and associate editor for various journals and has supervised more than 15 masters and 2 doctoral students, primarily in tourism. Professor Krispala significantly held academic contribution to have garnered him multiple awards for excellence, both locally and internationally. Let's listen Dr. Krispala on the topic of tourism post-COVID-19, the South African experience.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. I am unfortunately not being able to attend with you online. However, I'm very grateful to get this opportunity to make a presentation on tourism post-COVID-19, the South African experience, for the International Conference on Management and Social Sciences. I'm grateful to all the organizers with all the communications. I know that things have been a little bit difficult in terms of getting hold of me, but I'm grateful that finally I'm able to share the tourism post-COVID-19 experiences for South Africa through this type of platform. And like it was required for all of us, myself, I am Ndibuo Chipara, and then I'm coming from the Tshwane University of Technology, which is a university in South Africa. They call them University of Technologies. And I will be talking to you from a perspective of the fact that I've got a background in tourism and also an MBA in education. And then I am currently an associate professor within the Faculty of Management Sciences at my university, and also hold the role of assistant dean. And the rest of the things I think should be included in the booklet just for the purpose. So my presentation is going to be very direct. I didn't try to be more into being a scholarly route. I just decided that I need to have a chat with everybody listening more about the experience than being an academic. So we do know that before COVID, everything was normal. And that is why on this slide I present, we were once all normal, and a normality in pictures would have been something of the sort, wherein people went about their schedules, people went about their things that they do or daily routines in a good way. Tourism was booming, people were hiking, people went to the beach and enjoyed themselves, sunbathing and all of that. Those who were in cruises were in cruises, those who went to shopping malls or who traveled. The last picture that I'm showing you is South African receiving room at the OR International Airport. So all of these things that were happening, none of us ever thought that we could ever get something that will literally disturb or shut the world like what COVID-19 pandemic is. So you can imagine from what I'm showing you now and possibly what I will show you again to where we then became after COVID. So this is another picture. I know this is mass tourism but is one of the most popular destinations for school holiday leavers in South Africa. The picture, which is on my right, which will be on your left if you're looking on the screen, and then the same on my left, your right. And this is mass tourism at its best. The people in this area, which is a province in South Africa called KwaZulu-Natal, the small businesses thrives during school holidays when all the school leavers go there. It's almost like events that happens over a weekend and everybody just flocks into this area. And these were the scenes when South Africa was still just normal without the COVID-19 pandemic. Then all of a sudden, we were told as South Africans that the president of the country is going to address the nation, and we all glued up to our screens. But by that time, we had been reading on the newspapers that apparently somebody that came from China in a place called Wuhan came in, and there's a lot of infections. And not only infections, then they started to be casualties and everything. So as the numbers increased, South Africa started putting up plans together. So we were then informed through a presidential address in the night, and all of a sudden, fast forward, South Africa had declared a state of emergency because of COVID-19 for 740 days. During the time of his address, South Africa had people that were trapped in Wuhan, which were our students. And then South Africa went on a mission. The picture that I just showed on the screen is experts that were sent to Wuhan to go and get the students that were trapped in Wuhan. They came back into South Africa, and then they were placed in camps, and that was COVID-19 at its best. All of a sudden, everybody was being told to stay safe, wash your hands, stay apart from each other, do all the things that we all know that were not normal, like it was happening all around the world. Then South Africa declared 5 levels, which we called alert levels, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And they were all different. Level 1, it's normal. People can do things, they must be cautious. Level 2, there must be a lot of social, physical distancing. Level 3, there is a lot of restrictions, including workplaces, and so that we can avoid transmissions. And then the level 4 was extremely cautious, limit community transmission, no gatherings and stuff like that. And then level 5 was the worst, wherein people had to stay at home, no movements, and people just had to do as little as possible within their houses. Then all of a sudden, my fellow colleagues, the same pictures that I showed you where I said students will go during school holidays looked like this. So all those crowds and stuff like that, you will go to the same Durban, you would look like this. And for sure, this will affect the tourism industry. All the people that were thriving across these streets, selling things, doing what they are supposed to do, were no longer doing those things anymore. And that created a lot of problems for the tourism industry. It's almost like saying you were very welcome, and then you ended up at a place called you're not welcome anymore. And then I want to share with you the positives. So when we talk about the COVID-19, and this is the slide where I'm going to spend a little bit on time on, never mind a lot of text, but I will explain it properly. Then there were positives about COVID-19 for sure. Although we were frustrated and all of that, there was something to take out of. And out of South Africa, 4 years later, the leisure time for people had increased quite a lot. And then some companies saw a lot of productivities, and there were less staff conflict. There were no people at work. People were doing things online. So instead of getting to work and focusing on anyone's character, you then just have to work. Tourism companies downscaled and saved on rental spaces, meaning a lot of tourism companies were working from home. So there were no offices that needed to be rented. So that was actually good in some form. Although tourism was low, but companies were then, their costs were down. And then in South Africa, we've got small towns like any parts of the world, which in South Africa are called dorpies. They became the biggest winners because everybody moved from the biggest cities and they went back to their small towns. The second homes became very big because in the small towns now people wanted to develop those areas so that they are more comfortable. And then we have got an area called the Garden Route, and which was the biggest beneficiary because everybody wanted to stay there because of the natural beauty of the area. There was a lot of innovations regarding marketing. A lot of companies then had to work on digital marketing than the norm. And then in the north, small towns offered incentives for people to move from big towns to go back to the smaller towns, therefore tourism then increasing in those small towns. On the other hand, regarding the negatives, there's saying at home ordered for the country and worldwide, so there was no movement, which was not right. 99% of international tourism at the time were grounded, and we do know that the airlines then crashed and the airlines got bankrupt and all of those things. And then all jobs that required human contact were destroyed because then there was nobody who were able to do something like that. And then the hotels, big hotel chains in South Africa closed down. And I think I've seen it across the world as well. Big companies that had lots of rooms and stuff like that had to close down because there was also no use of hotels, because hotels in South Africa are used a lot by the movement of government officials. So there was issues regarding that. And then people moved further away from the cities. And then in South African context, the new world of work was completely different. And there was no more crowds and all of those type of things. And just after COVID, colleagues, then we had, unfortunately, floods in South Africa, which again became almost like another COVID after COVID. And things were just not looking good for us. And that was in the negative side. Now, fast forward, when you look, the question now is the global world of tourism post-COVID-19 in South African perspective. Are we there or going there? It's 4 years after COVID. What is the state of everything? And then the new beginnings or the return of the old ways is happening, but in a very, very slow world. And I think as part of my conclusion remarks somewhere, I can safely say that things definitely will never be the same. Things have changed. Things are no longer the way they were, and all of this just happened because of COVID. There is a lot of new directions. There is a lot of innovations that the South African government is working on. But here's the question. Are we getting ready for the next pandemic or another disaster? Are we still economic impact of tourism after COVID-19 for the last year? And it shows the numbers globally, North and South America, Africa, Asia, Australasia, and Antarctica, and all those areas. But please take note that on this slide, everything that you are seeing here only reflects the positives over and above the grounds of tourism. So in 2023 alone, which is almost the year wherein everybody was starting to feel that the recovery of COVID is being monetary benefits. This means in the African continent, after COVID-19 in 2023, and if you start seeing all the other side of the world, you can see that the numbers are looking quite good. Some areas not so good, and some areas maybe lesser better than others, but only related to domestic tourism. So the number of trips that people take, the overnight stays, the overnight expenditures, the length of stay for those people. And here with this, it's the different provinces where it shows the main destination share as well as growth. And then this is where the source of provinces is. You can see some in green, they've gone up quite nicely. And you can also see in Q1 in 2024, 2023, 2022, how things have been in terms of the domestic day trips that local people are taking within South Africa. And on the map here, you can see there's more people visiting the central part of the province for business and for shopping, which bodes very well, because you can see there in Limpopo in the north, as I presented on the other side, there's a lot of religious travel that is happening domestically, and you can see down in the Western Cape as well, which is one vis-a-vis 2023. So you can see that these are the challenges. After COVID-19, we started having lack of direct flights within the African continent. The tourist visa changes were terrible within the South African context, because everybody was not working. A lot of youth didn't have anything to do. There were no job opportunities. Then crime increased. And I spoke about Durban, where school leavers will go holidaying. They lost massive tourism share, and we don't know if those people or that province will recover. And like I am at the office, and a lot of companies through their annual general meetings, they are saying there is a loss of a lot of jobs, because they don't need people at the office. They need fewer people. They can do what they're supposed to do while being at home. So these are the challenges that were as a resultant of COVID-19. Like I did mention, there were positives and negatives, but now South Africa and the African continent is trying to work around a lot of these challenges that are presented on this slide. In South Africa, we've got things called groupings of stokvels, where people donate money and have their share cut at the end of the year. And there's a lot of tourism companies that are targeting those groups to be able to be full participants within the tourism industry. There's a lot of development, national world to come back and being able to visit South Africa. So education people about tourism is also working towards a positive impacts on revitalizing the industry, meaning sharing of ideas through academic platforms, getting industries together, assisting our governments in propelling the needs of their people and taking care of them is what will all make us strive. And I'm very thankful, and I hope that everybody enjoys all the presentations at this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Tespara. Right now, Dr. Navaska will start resume his session. Sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Again, let us call on the next presenter, Ni Wayan Dian Irmayani, with the topic analysis of determinants of risky investment decisions and their implications for investment performance, a systematic review.
Good morning to all distinct attendants, fellow speaker, and esteemed academic. It is an honor and great privilege to be here at this prestigious international conference. Today, I will be presenting on analysis of determinant of risk investment decision and their implication for investment performance, a systematic literature review. This is my biography. My name is Niwayan Dian Irmayani. I was born in Denpasar, 7 November 1994. The author graduated with a Bachelor Economics from the Faculty of Economic and Business Udayana University in 2015, followed by Master of Management program in 2019 at the Faculty of Economic and Business Udayana University. Currently continue her doctoral study in management style at the National Education University. The research topic taken is analysis of determinant of risk investment decision and their implication for investment performance, a systematic literature review. This study aims to examine the factors that influence risk investment decision and their implication for investment performance through a systematic literature review. of the study explored the role of investor psychology, demography, and financial literacy in investment decision-making. In addition, the study also analyzed how risk and return trade-off, investment behavior, and the role of emotion and cognition affect investment performance. The study highlights how psychological factors such as a self-confidence, risk perception, and cognitive bias can influence risk investment decisions. In addition, demographic factors such as age, gender, income, and education level are also explored to see their influence on investment preference and behavior. Financial literacy, which include an understanding of basic financial concepts and the ability to make informed financial decisions, is the main focus of this study because it can significantly affect investment performance. The study reveals how variables such as risk tolerance and financial literacy can play a role as moderator or mediator in the relationship between factors that influence investment decision and investment performance. For example, good financial literacy can improve an individual's ability to evaluate risk and make better investment decisions, which in turn can improve investment performance. In addition, the study also explored how trade-off between risk and return can affect investment behavior. The study found that investors who are more risk tolerant tend to take more aggressive investment decisions, while those who are less risk tolerant prefer more conservative investment. The role of emotion and cognition was also analyzed in this study, showing how these factors can influence risk perception and investment decision. From the various literature studies, the study provides a better understanding of the importance of financial literacy and risk-based decision-making in the context of investment. The findings are expected to provide valuable insight for financial practice, policymakers, and individuals seeking to improve their investment performance through better risk management and wiser investment decisions. Thus, the study makes an important contribution in the field of personal finance and investment management. Keyword is investment decision, risk, investment performance, investor psychology, and demography. This description, number one, research objective is to examine the factor influence investment decision and their impact on investment performance through a systematic literature review. Number two, key focus area, such as number one, investor psychology is influenced on psychological factors like self-confidence, risk perception, and cognitive bias on investment decision. Number two, demographic is role of age, gender, income, and education level in shaping investment preference. And number three, financial literacy is understanding of basic financial concepts to support more informed investment decision. And next, methodology is systematic literature reviews, create analysis data from various studies. And next, main finding. Financial literacy positive impact investment performance, and psychological and demographic factors significantly affect investor risk preference. And last, implication is provide insight for financial practice, policymaker, and investor to change investment decision making. This is mind map. Number one, practical application. Decision-making insight is practical consequence of finding for investor and financial analysis. Evidence-based recommendation is use of finding to support investment strategy. Number two, reporting and discussion. Systematic report structure, methodology, overview of the systematic literature review approach, and data analysis. Key finding is summary insight into determinant of risk investment decision and perform. Implication is discussion on the impact on investment theory and practice. Limitation and future research suggest limitation discuss any limitation incur in the study. Future research direction is suggest for area near the future investigation. And number 3, systematic literature review. This objective is to analyze determinant influence risk investment decision and the implication on investment performance. Approach is systematic literature review for evidence-based insight. Number 4, data collection and selection. Article collection is identification and selection of relevant literature. Screening and selection based on inclusion and exclusion criteria to ensure relevance. Data extraction is extraction of relevant data from selected article for analysis. And the last, analysis and synthesis of data. Coding process is initial category of data based on identified term. The term is group related code into broader term is investor behavior, market factor. Synthesis is integrating findings to build a comprehensive view of determinant and their relationship. Key variable is risk tolerance, economic indicator, market condition, and investor. Number 1, empowerment through knowledge. Understanding the determinant of risk investment decision equip individual with the knowledge to make informed choice, ultimately enhance personal finance management and leading to improve investment performance in volatility market. And number 2, guide financial behavior. Insight from the systematic literature review can guide financial practice in developing strategy that align with client psychological profile, fostering better decision making and potential increasing overall investment success. This is the appendix. And thank you, all the best for the best in you. That concludes my presentation. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to your time and attention. Thank you once again, and I wish everyone a successful continuation of the conference.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Irmay Rani, for that very impressive presentation on the analysis of determinants of risky investment decisions, the implications for investment performance, a systematic review. And with that, I would like to take the opportunity to give you the first question. Here it is, Madam. What are the key determinants of risky investment in decisions identified in the systematic review, and how do these factors impact investment performance in both short-term and long-term contexts? Hello.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. I repeat the question.
Hello. Please, maybe can you repeat from your question, please?
Here is your question. What are the key determinants of risky investment decisions identified in the systematic review, and how factors impact investment performance in both short-term and long-term contexts?
Okay. From this present, maybe of risk tolerance, financial literacy, personality, and risk investment decision regarding the investment performance made by millennial investor in Indonesia.
Okay, will that be all? Any more questions coming from our audience and participants? Hearing none? Okay, so let us give a round of applause to Madam Niwayan Dian Irmayani. Thank you very much
Thank you, Mr.
Okay, so going on, let us proceed to the next presenter, Professor Pearl Joy G. Mirasol, on our topic, entrepreneurial challenges, success, and resilience amid adversity towards sustainable business strategies. Take it away, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. So, Kahi Penwa TD, good day, everyone. To my fellow researchers and distinguished colleagues from around the world, it is a pleasure and an honor to join you in this gathering of brilliant minds dedicated to advancing knowledge, sharing insights, and fostering collaboration across diverse fields and cultures. I am Pearl Joy Mirasol, an academician, researcher, and a mentor in business management, and associate professor too of Capiz State University main campus, presenting my research entitled Entrepreneurial Challenges, Success, and Resilience Amid Adversity Towards Sustainable Business Strategies. So this study focuses on the critical role of small and medium-sized enterprises in sustainable development, linking SME success with entrepreneurial resilience to support the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The high failure rate of SMEs in the Philippines, particularly in challenging times, impacts sustainable growth. Through a survey of 170 SME owners, the study assessed resilience using the Connor-Davidson Resilience Scale and success at individual and organizational levels, finding that entrepreneurs were moderately resilient and successful. A strong correlation was also observed between resilience and SME successes, suggesting that boosting resilience can lead to more sustainable business strategies in line with the SDGs. This study addressed a critical gap in understanding the role of entrepreneurial resilience in the success of small and medium-sized enterprises, or SMEs, in the Philippines, especially amid challenging economic conditions. Despite the significant role of SMEs in job creation and economic growth, their high failure rate and limited profitability hinder their contribution to national sustainability and poverty alleviation. While existing research on entrepreneurial resilience include tools like the Connor-Davidson Resilience Scale, studies specifically examining resilience during crises, such as the pandemic, remain sparse. This study aims to fill this gap by exploring the link between entrepreneurial resilience and SME success in Ross City, Philippines. Seeking insights to inform sustainable business strategies, the research aligns with several sustainable development goals, including SDG 1, poverty reduction, SDG 11, resilient communities, SDG 12, on responsible production, and SDG 17 on global partnerships, making it highly relevant for advancing sustainable development initiatives. For the results of the study surveyed 170 small business owners in the Philippines, revealing a moderate resilience level among mostly micro enterprises with 1 to 4 employees using the Connor-Davidson Resilience Scale with an average score of 28.12 out of 40. Findings suggest that entrepreneurial resilience demonstrated through adaptability and positivity is crucial for navigating challenging economic conditions. The study found that SME showed moderate entrepreneurial success with strong individual success level, highlighting the importance of work-life balance in achieving resilience and well-being. With a high reliability score using a Cronbach alpha of 0.78, the findings underscore that resilience through adaptability, emotional regulation, and stress management plays a crucial role in sustaining SME growth and should be integral to business strategy development. The study also found a moderate entrepreneurial success among participants, particularly in sales growth, though high operational costs hindered profit growth. By integrating financial metrics like sales and profit margin with non-monetary factors such as personal goals and psychological well-being, the study presents a dual framework for understanding entrepreneurial success, highlighting the trend for strategies that support both economic resilience and personal fulfillment. The study found a strong positive correlation between entrepreneurial resilience and success at both individual and organizational levels, establishing resilience as a key predictor of SME success in challenging environments. Resilient entrepreneurs are better equipped to handle pressures, showing enhanced adaptability, risk-taking, and perseverance, which improves performance and aligns with past research. The findings suggest that fostering resilience can support SME sustainability, encouraging innovation and adaptive growth strategies essential for enduring market demands. So this study, through the results of the study, this study introduces the 3 Ps for entrepreneurial resilience in challenging times as a framework for building sustainable business strategies that help entrepreneurs withstand adversity. The first P is purposeful entrepreneurial activity, where entrepreneurs should prepare for setbacks by pursuing growth-oriented training. Research suggests that business training boosts self-efficacy, especially when the programs offer practical, accessible tools over overly complex startup material. Purpose-driven preparation, such as seminars or short courses, enhances entrepreneurs' confidence in their skills. The second P is practice of business management skills. Regularly applying learned business skills through formal education or hands-on experience enables entrepreneurs to make more strategic decisions. Continuous practice allows for refining skills, fostering careful and adaptive business management. And the third P is peer-to-peer coaching and mentoring. Peer coaching builds resilience by connecting entrepreneurs with mentors who have navigated similar challenges. Effective mentoring supports resilience by fostering open communication, adaptability, and skill development, as well as boosting mentees' confidence to handle tough times. Peer learning from successful entrepreneurs encourages emerging entrepreneurs by offering real-world insights and resilience strategies. This 3 Ps approach promotes resilience and self-efficacy, which are crucial for navigating business challenges and driving economic growth, fostering an entrepreneurial mindset from an early age, and highlighting resilient business leaders through media can further support long-term resilience in the entrepreneurial community. For the conclusion, this study emphasizes the importance of entrepreneurial resilience in boosting both business success and personal growth. Positioning resilience is essential for SMEs facing adversity by establishing a strong link between resilience and sustainable success. The findings suggest that resilience-focused initiatives could help reduce SME failure rates, providing valuable guidance for policymakers and business leaders. And as for recommendation, the study recommends resilience training for SME owners and managers, emphasizing stress management, adaptability, and strategic planning to help business navigate economic challenges. Policymakers and support organizations are encouraged to offer crisis management and leadership training, with the local government units potentially collaborating on resilience workshops. Future research could also examine how demographic factors impact resilience, allowing for more tailored support programs, while resilience-focused networking and mentorship could further strengthen a supportive entrepreneurial community, creating a sustainable business environment and preparing entrepreneurs to be future-ready. Thank you, and more power for your future-proof, future-ready entrepreneurs around the world. And I'm now ready for any comments, suggestions for the improvement of my study and also for the upliftment of the entrepreneurs around the world.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor Mirasol, on that very impressive discussion on sustainable business strategies. Any question coming from our audience? Other participants? From our online audiences? Do we have any questions? Okay. Hearing them, none, but I've prepared a question for you, ma'am.
Okay.
Here it is. How do entrepreneurial challenges and resilience amid adversity contribute to long-term success and development of sustainable business strategies? And what key factors support entrepreneurs in overcoming these obstacles?
Okay, as I have mentioned from the results of the study, entrepreneurial resilience actually is about adaptability amid adversities and challenges. So it was found by the study that I have also advocated or presented the framework of the 3 Ps of the 3 Ps on how we're going to develop entrepreneurial resilience and and giving these strategies for the entrepreneurs around the world. And based on this study, also some seminars and workshops was already conducted by our group from the College of Management of Capital State University. We also have tapped other individuals or entrepreneurs or academicians around the world who are involved in entrepreneurial resilience. And actually, by identifying the adversities, the challenges that was faced by entrepreneurs in the Philippines, from here we can make a framework and also adopt and let the entrepreneurs around the world know so that these strategies can be implemented in order for them to become sustainable and resilient in every adversity that they may face, especially here in the Philippines, that we have encountered different adversities such as the pandemic and other calamities, just as what we have just experienced, especially in the northern part of the Philippines.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Mirasol.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations and mabuhay po sa ating lahat. Salamat.
Mabuhay ang Pilipinas. Applause for Professor Joy Mirasol. Thank you very much, ma'am. And with that, let us continue with the next presenter, Dr. Philip Cordova Quizon, on his topic, climate change and its impact on the academic learning experience of selected students of St. Dominic College of Asia, basis in the proposed policy for online synchronous and asynchronous learning modality.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to my presentation entitled Climate Change and Impact in the Academic Learning Experience of Selected Students of St. Dominic College of Asia, basis in the proposed policy for online synchronous and asynchronous learning modality. Okay, so I'm Dr. Philip C. Quizon, and I have here my counterpart, Professor Jerry Catillano, Professor Karen Masende, Professor Emilita Buni, Dr. Freddy Bulawan, and Dr. Evelyn Inojosa. And we are from St. Dominic College of Asia, Bacoor City Province of Cavite. So for the abstract, climate change significantly affects students' learning engagement since classes are affected. And this study aimed to assess how climate change, such as severe typhoons, affected the learning engagement of our students coming from St. Dominic College of Asia School of Accountancy, Sciences and Education. So we have a total of 230 students participated in this study, and we focus on these 5 factors, such as the students' well-being and learning, online connectivity issues, learning disruptions, external learning focus, that is something phenomenological or subjective, and of course, learning effectiveness, okay? So results show that the suspension of classes due to weather-related concerns significantly affects the learning focus of the students. And results also confirm that there are some learning delays considering external factors beyond the student control, okay? So for introduction, according to Jenkins 2024, climate change affects millions of children's educations around the globe, okay? And According to Relief Web 2024, because of that extreme weather, there are a lot of disruption when it comes to schooling, and that's the reason why learning losses takes place, even dropouts, and there are some long-term impacts. Okay, and for the Guzman in 2018, when student miss too many school days, there is a long-term chronic implications on their academic and of course behavioral performance, and that's the reason why we got this inspiration to study focusing on the sentiments and experiences of our students when there are class suspensions regardless of learning alternatives. Okay, so for the methods, we have 230 students deployed for this as respondents of the study coming from the School of Accountancy, Sciences and Education. So we have psychology, education, and accountancy students. And we deployed a 50-item 5-point Likert scale. This was developed actually and validated, and the 5 factors were measured, such as students' well-being and learning, online connectivity issues, learning disruptions, learning focus, and learning effectiveness. And of course, the data were collected and statistically analyzed. So for the demographic profiling of students, we have here 230 SASA students, and the participants actually were dominated by female students and psychology students. For the mean score for students' well-being learning per demographic profile based on the respondents' responses, in general, it shows that across demographic profiles, the students' well-being is negatively affected by the suspension of classes. Okay. Then for mean score for online connectivity issues per demographic profile, it shows here that for program and sex across sub-programs and of course sex, it shows that across demographic profiles, respondents encounter technical issues online oftentimes. So it's quite difficult for students to encounter technical issues because that will disrupt as well their learning continuity. For mean score for learning disruptions per demographic profile, according to them, they experience some disruptions, and these disruptions, of course, is a negative impact to the learning continuity of our students. For mean score for perceived learning focus per demographic profile, they say that because of these disruptions, because of these online technicalities or difficulties, and because of affected level of well-being when it comes to learning, they are not focused or their focus is affected. Respondents across demographic profiles believe that they encounter issues when it comes to being focused on class. For perceived learning effectiveness, since there are negative impacts when it comes to class suspension, from its well-being to its should I say the disruptions, technical difficulties, and focus, they find it not effective. Okay. So for us, for sex and program has nothing to do with the differences across all factors, and it's being identified and measured since the computed p-value is greater than 0.05 alpha level. However, for tests for correlation, we establish significant correlation among aforementioned factors, such as students' well-being, online connectivity issues, learning disruption, learning focus, and learning effectiveness. Okay, and here it shows that, of course, when students' well-being is affected, there is what we call learning disruptions, online connectivity issues. If there is an online connectivity issues, then of course students' well-being will be affected, and their focus and they will perceive it as non-effective. Okay. So actually, these are the summary of the findings in general. So when classes are suspended, there is a negative impact in terms of students' well-being. It's very obvious that, for example, if there is suspension of classes, one of the expectations of the student is that there is what we call comfortability in learning. However, there are some external factors that are beyond the control of the student. That's the reason why well-being in terms of learning is also affected. Then students encounter online technical issues. This is one of the problems that students encounter since we have some connectivity issues here in the Philippines. Okay, it doesn't guarantee that if you have Wi-Fi connection, that Wi-Fi connection will be good when it comes to your engagement at that point. There is a possibility that because of the students' learning, should we say, engagement, okay, for that particular topic, or should we say lecture being delivered online, okay? External environments such as uncontrolled noises affected by natural disaster creates learning disruptions. Yes, that's relatively true. So, for example, for uncontrolled noises, there are some instances that you are attending classes and you can hear some noises, and these noises derives or comes from the external environment in which you may not have the control. Much more if you are also affected by the natural disaster, you are victims of this typhoons and other related natural disaster due to climate change. That would disrupt or affects your learning continuity, okay? Then students have difficulty focusing on off-school learning related activities, perhaps because of the first three factors that were, should we say, identified as significant impact when it comes to suspension of classes, okay? And considering that there are negative experiences of students regarding class suspension, they find alternatives not effective, okay? So for recommendations, it's very important that we need to strengthen this learning continuity plan. Okay, learning continuity plan is very important. We cannot remove the fact that climate change is drastically increasing when it comes to its intensity, and that affected the lives of different people, especially here in the Philippines. We are prone with typhoons, and one of those learning continuity plan that we need to strengthen is strengthening self-paced learning and instruction that promotes self-paced learning, of course, through the preparations of the higher education institution as alternative when it comes to what is being meant by that. It's very important that we need to capacitate our faculty members to run focus group discussions, especially those who may call environment convenience when it comes to students. And lastly, facility readiness of higher education institution. I hope that higher education institution can adopt or would do some project that is relative to learning by walk-in. What is being meant by that? It doesn't mean that you go to school, it is your scheduled classes. But you go to school because you want to learn it through a self-directed learning that facilities are ready to cater those learning. Like for example, laboratory. There are already in place modules and at the same time instruction in the presence or absence of a professor or faculty. And that would capacitate also our students in terms of their learning interests and of course learning continuity. With that, thank you so much for listening. I hope that I have shared to you the insights or the results of our study, which we find it significant when it comes to learning continuity, and at the same time, we can also encourage our faculty members to do an extra mile in order to address the needs of our students. Thank you, and please enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Dr. Philip Hizon. Okay. Participants and audience, do you have any question? Dr. Hizon, you're still there?
Yes, actually, I'm listening while I'm having my driving.
Okay, so I prepared a question for you, sir. So here it goes. How does climate change impact the academic learning experiences of selected students at St. Dominic College of Asia? And what insights can be drawn from these impacts to inform the development of policy for online synchronous and asynchronous learning modalities?
All right. Thank you for that question. Actually, here in the Philippines, we are really prone of typhoon, and I really want to be an advocate of learning by walk-in. What is being meant by learning by walk-in? The higher education institution should be ready when it comes to facilities that is somehow can at least increase the learning interest and at the same time learning adjustment of our students, especially those who have delays when it comes to capturing what is the topic being discussed within that week, that week is being suspended because of typhoon. We have experienced here more than a week suspension of classes, and even though we are working online synchronously, sometimes we really cannot control those things. Like, for example, brownout, power interruption, no Wi-Fi. So this is really a challenge here in the Philippines, especially in higher education institution, to capacitate the facilities in which these students can work it with self-directed learning by coming to school unscheduled and working with different modules, including those availability of resources wherein they can capture the entire learning capacity that it's being planned for them, for example, for 18 weeks here in our institution.
Okay, so with that, a round of applause to Dr. Philip Cordoba Quizon. Okay, going on, let us continue with the next presenter, Professor Lysel Checo, on our topic, identity issues, needs, and opportunities of the indigenous cultural community and assessment. Take it away, ma'am.
Hello, Philippines, and hello, Bangkok, Thailand. This is Dr. Lysel Pacheco, an Associate Professor 5 of Central Philippines State University, Hinigaran Campus. Being the Scholarship Coordinator of the campus, I see to it that this conference be shared to our students. Therefore, together with me are our students, Harold Manangkil from the Bachelor of Science in Hospitality Management, Catherine Ledesma from the Bachelor of Science in Agricultural Business, Aldrin Jade Badana from the Bachelor of Science in Information Technology, Annalyn Ganshore from the Bachelor in Secondary Education, and Dan Salarda from the Bachelor in Elementary Education. Also together with my co-authors, Mr. Jeffrey Hill G. Lingamin, Ms. Lorraine P. Benjamin. Let me present to you our study titled Identity Issues, Needs, and Opportunities of the Indigenous Cultural Community and Assessment. Barangay Kamingawan is one of the barangays of the city of Cabancalan with an existing indigenous community called the Bukidnon. This tribe has been existing for so long that it claimed to be coexisting with the university within the barangay. So this engagement looks into innovating a program which is being organized based on the particular needs of the IP youth in the indigenous cultural community of Barangay Kamingawan. So the purpose of this study was to look into and comprehensively understand the needs of the IP youth of the ICC of Barangay Kamingawan and aim to determine how these young members of the IP in the community can be given assistance to skills-based training in school, work, and leadership. And additionally, the research also sought to identify the needs on how to transfer indigenous information to the community and how to provide the youth with appropriate knowledge on their indigenous education. So we have the specific objectives in conducting this study. First is to take a look at the issues concerning the identity of the youth of the indigenous cultural community of the Barangay Kamingawan, the obstacles they face, and the crisis they want to be addressed. Second is to point out the needs and the kind of assistance needed by the youth of the indigenous community and how can it be sustained to promote further collaboration for the good of the IP youth. Third is to identify the roles and responsibilities of College of Arts and Sciences Social Science Division, the Central Philippine State University, and the indigenous cultural community of Barangay Kamingawan in the collaborative establishment of possible projects for the youth. And lastly, to provide recommendations for enhancing collaborative projects within the field of social science, education, and community development. So to get the actual needs of the requesting group and to determine the services and technical assistance needed, a needs assessment was conducted through the focused group discussion. This was conducted last October 2022 at the People's Hall of Barangay Kamingawan, and present in this FGD were the Barangay Kamingawan ICC youth members headed by their president. Upon the review of the focus group discussion, the following themes have been drawn based on the objectives. For the first objective, which is to take a look at the issues concerning the identity of the youth, the obstacles they face, and the crises they want to be addressed, these are the following themes. First, hide identity to avoid stigma and bullying. The participants expressed their effort to hide their identity of being a member of the indigenous peoples community. The painful experiences of being bullied by the peers and other members of the community leave a stigma that pushes them to hide their identity. Second, disconnect from their IP customs and traditions. The participants share their disinterest in non-practice of their IP customs and traditions. This no longer motivates them to engage in activities that promotes their customs and traditions. They enjoy being part of the whole community, not being identified to be indigents. For them, it is their freedom to express themselves as the person they wanted to be. Third is the concern for the loss of their culture. Their desire to be disconnected and their actions to hide their identity has somehow contributes to their little concern for the loss of their culture. Though unfortunately, they also expresses worries as their parents and elders are always reminding them of their identity. Inasmuch as they don't want to be bullied, there is this desire within them to be acknowledged as to their true identity if only they can feel the respect of the community, especially from their peers. Fourth is the lack of records and references of their own language. Born in their generation, the participants expresses their experiences of having no more basis of their native language as their parents are not even speaking of it already. Nothing from the community where they can find any record or reference where their language has been written. Few elders can be heard speaking the native language where in some instance were subjected to bullying by others as they make fun of the intonations and diction of the language of the native language. For the objective number 2, which is to point out the needs and the kind of assistance needed by the youth of the indigenous community and how can it be sustained to promote further collaboration for the good of the IP youth. These are the following themes. First is personality development. Being the victims of bullying, the participants grew shy and withdrawn. They tend to just stay distant and avoid socializing with others. They express the desire to express their real self and the dream to show to the community that they too are smart and witty. The need for them to know who they are and understand their being as a person can create big impact on their personality. Second is language literacy. The need for them as the next generation of their tribe to learn their own language is very important. The significance of having the skills to speak their own language as indigenous peoples requires the intervention of the education sector and the assistance of the experts in the specific field to give the training they need. Third is preservation and protection of cultural heritage. As the next generation of their indigenous community, it is a must that they be educated and trained with skills on how to preserve and protect their cultural heritage. This will avoid losing their identity and culture in the next years to come. Ensuring academic support, the participants express their great interest as they are aware that being in the reservation, they have the opportunity to avail of the services of the university, especially in terms of training and seminars. The knowledge of their elders being part of the history of the institution near them gets them excited to visit the museum they just heard from others. For the next objective, which is to identify the roles and responsibilities of the partners in the collaborative establishment of possible projects for the youth, these are the following things. First is educational empowerment. The projects focus on education as a means to address the needs of the youth to be empowered through education and personality development, which is central to their identity as members of the indigenous people. Second is inclusivity in education. The project aimed to be inclusive, offering educational opportunities to the indigenous youth who wanted to learn and be developed as individuals in the society. And of course, the practical learning, where the commitment to practical learning through trainings on essential skills was recognized as a key factor in addressing identity issues and needs of the youth in the indigenous community. Fourth is community extension project. So the project's emphasis on addressing social concerns by providing training workshops on the youth essential skills, language, literacy, and preservation and protection of cultural heritage has been considered. And lastly, future leaders. This is preparing the youth for future roles as leaders of their community, underscore the long-term impact of the project. The next objective is to provide recommendation for enhancing collaborative projects within the field of social science, education, and community development. And these are the following things. First is collaborative partnership. emphasizing the importance of establishing strong collaborative partnership as a foundation for educating the youth and make them leaders in the futures. Next is technology and expertise. This is encouraging the use of technology and the involvement of experts in the field of social sciences to address challenges effectively. And of course, the partnership formalization, wherein the importance of formalizing partnerships through a memorandum of agreement was identified as a means to address identified issues, needs, and opportunities. Based on the summary of needs, the researchers concluded that indigenous cultural community youth of Barangay Kamingawan negotiate issues related to their IT identity by keeping the latter covered and understanding the benefit and disadvantages it brings. They are aware of the possible loss of their culture, but they feel disconnected or unsure on how to reverse or avoid it. As these issues are rooted in identity, intervention should address identity awareness, affirmation, and empowerment. Therefore, it is recommended that there is a need to extend community extension programs. To ensure that the youth are given proper attention with their needs, it is recommended that an extension program be facilitated and help the indigenous peoples, community youth in organizing themselves to facilitate collective mobilized action. Helping youth identity interventions to issues pertaining to their identity, which can focus on social contexts and forces that adversely affect individual and collective IT identity. An extension program that would create multiple venues for expression, promotion, and conversation of and or on IT culture. And of course, to formalize partnerships. This is to ensure clarity and commitment between partners. It is recommended that a formal memorandum of agreement or MOA be established outlining rules, responsibilities, and expectations. And before I end, let me also share to everyone that because of this study, we are now in the second year of implementation of our project, which we called Project YES or Project Youth Essential Skills, having entered into MOA with the indigenous cultural community of Barangay Kamingawan. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation, ma'am. Any question coming from the audience? The participants? Hearing none, I have a question for you, ma'am. Are you there? You're still there, ma'am?
I hope she is traveling somewhere, so she cannot be able to attend our question and answer
Okay,
round.
shall
But
we
she is there.
continue?
She can
Yeah.
listen. If we have any questions, we can put in the chat box. She will reply it later.
Okay, now we continue. Yes, let us continue with the next presenter, Dr. Jamil P. Garcia, on the topic development of Inanong dance literature for the empowerment of Inanong tribe. Take it away, sir.
Sawadika. I am Jamil P. Garcia, your presenter for today with a research title Development of Tupaya Dance Literature for the Empowerment of Inanong Tribe.
Jamil P. Garcia, born on September 13, 1990 in Bantay, Ilocos Sur, Philippines, began her education at St. Teresita's School in Dagupan, Tabuk City, Kalinga, where she completed her elementary studies. She later attended Tabuk City National High School in Dagupan Oeste, Tabuk City, Kalinga for her secondary education. With a deep passion for teaching, Jamil pursued a Bachelor of Science in Secondary Education, majoring in music, arts, physical education, and health at the University of St. Louis Tuguegarao. Her teaching career started at St. Tony's College Incorporated in Bulano, Tabuk City, Kalinga as a physical education instructor. She later moved to Tabuk City National High School where she continued teaching MAPE. Motivated by the desire for professional growth, Jamil pursued her Master of Science in Teaching, majoring in Physical Education at St. Paul University in Tuguegarao City. Recognized for her dedication and expertise, she became a SICAP CHED scholar and recently earned her doctorate in philosophy with a specialization in physical education and sports, graduating with Benemeritus distinction. Currently, Jamil is an assistant professor 3 at Kalinga State University, where she continues to inspire students and promote the value of physical education in sports. Her unwavering commitment to learning and teaching has made her a well-respected leader in the educational field.
The abstract of the study. The Inanong dance, a vital cultural heritage of the Inanong people in Nanang, faces the risk of erosion due to the cultural changes and global influences. This study aims to preserve and empower the Ikalinga community by documenting and analyzing the Tupaya dance, a traditional courtship dance using a mixed method approach. Phase 1 involves qualitative method including interviews and content analysis to explore the dance's cultural significance, historical context, and personal narratives. Phase 2 employed quantitative survey to assess the impact of dance on cultural awareness and community engagement. The findings from both the qualitative and quantitative part of the study reveal that the Inanong Tadok dance include the Tupaya dance, which can be performed on various occasions. However, the Tupaya dance is at risk of losing its authenticity due to the younger generation's lack of mastery and limited opportunities for the elders to teach the correct movement, music, costumes, and history. With few elders remaining as experts, there is a community-wide need for a written record of the dance history and proper performance. Recommendations include setting dedicated times for elders to impart dance knowledge, documenting the dance for preservation, and incorporating Tupaya dance literature into educational curricula to enhance cultural understanding and practice. The study unfolded a comprehensive explorations of shared cultural elements encapsulating rites and passage, religious beliefs, ethical behavior, and fulfilling basic needs or desire within the vibrant tapestry of Ikalinga tribe's cultural heritage. This study underscored the importance of safeguarding unique cultural traditions in an interconnected world. The introduction of this research. Tupaya dance is a beautiful and meaningful indigenous masterpiece performed by the Inanong people, encapsulating the very essence of community's history, identity, and spirituality. The main objective of this is to document and make a literature about the Tupaya dance. The importance of this research is that the literature helped in the preservation of the cultural distinctiveness of the Tupaya dance, addressing its cultural erosions and loss of identity. The main problem of this study is that the authenticity of the Tupaya dance was at risk due to the younger generation's lack of knowledge and their elders' lack of time to teach them about the dance. So I made a 3 objectives under this problem. We have objective 1, document the significant step and movements of the Tupaya dance. Objective 2, develop a Tupaya dance literature for its cultural presentation. And Objective 3, promote cultural empowerment through community engagement. The significance of this study for the Inanong tribe is that cultural identity preservation and empowerment for the younger generation promotes cultural pride and understanding. For cultural researchers, provides significant insights about the cultural preservation. And for the policymakers, guide initiatives for cultural preservation. The traditional and conceptual framework that was used in this study is the cultural university theory under Mark Dark, which is the shared cultural element across society, and the cultural transmission theory under WHO 2009, which is the knowledge transfer through oral traditions. And in this study, I used under the conceptual framework, which is the dance preservation as a tool for cultural empowerment. Mixed method. Phase 1, we have qualitative. In-depth interview with elders about Tupaya dance, correct steps, movement, and cultural significance. In phase 2, I use quantitative using survey about younger generation's knowledge, attitude, and practice of the Tupaya dance. So I have 10 elders for phase 1 and 50 community members for phase 2. That is my sample in my study. In the findings, which shows the importance of Tupaya dance for community bonding and cultural pride. And it is also need for documentation to preserve the dance's authenticity and distinctiveness. And in quantitative method, it only shows the low level of knowledge and practice among the younger generation and strong need for the structured teaching and documentation of this is that number 1, the Tupaya dance is now at risk of losing its authenticity and originality. Number 2, there was a very rare chance for the elders to teach the younger generation about the correct and accurate steps, music, costumes, and history of the Tupaya dance. Number 3, very few elders who are expert about the dance can now be found within Inanong community. And lastly, the younger generation have a low level of knowledge, attitude, and practice with regards to the Tupaya dance. Despite their interest to learn about the dance, it was difficult for them to gather the expert elders to teach the dance. The recommendations of this research. Number 1, the younger generations of the Inanong tribe should master the correct Tupaya dance to maintain and preserve its authenticity and originality of their cultural heritage. Number 2, there should be a time not only during occasions set for the expert elders to teach the younger generations about the correct and accurate steps, music, costumes, and history of the original and authentic Tupaya dance. Number 3, a documentation about Tupaya dance should be done for the preservation of its identity, authenticity, and originality as one cultural heritage of the Inanong Kalinga tribe. Number 4, a documented Tupaya dance literature should be placed in the Kalinga Museum and included in the curriculum for cultural arts subject to enhance the knowledge, attitude, and practice of the student about the Tupaya dance. The output of this study: develop a comprehensive dance literature for Tupaya dance and documented key dance elements, movement, costume, music, and step. Presenting to you my attachment in my study.
Okay, so that's it. A round of applause for the presenter. Do we have any question? Any question from the audience? From our online participants? Hearing none. I prepared one question for this. Ma'am Jamil, I'm sorry for calling you sir a while ago. Ma'am Jamil, here's your question. Are you there? Hello?
She is also facing the same issue, I hope.
Yeah,
She is
of
online
course.
but unable to talk.
Yes, sir. So let us continue since we are down to the last two presenter. The next presenter, Professor R.J. Matanggihan, with his topic resilience and adaptation of the poultry egg supply chain in Northern Isabela during the COVID-19 crisis. Take it away, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I will be presenting our research titled Resilience and Adaptation of Poultry Egg Supply Chain in Northern Isabela During COVID-19 Crisis. But before that, let me first read the biography of the authors. RDC Matanggihan is a dynamic professional with a Master of Business Administration degree from St. Paul University, Philippines. Currently, he serves as the chairperson of the entrepreneurship program at Isabela State University Cabagan campus with a keen research interest in entrepreneurship and business development. He is dedicated to the fostering the next generation of entrepreneurs and business leaders while advancing knowledge in the field of entrepreneurship. The second author is Mr. Aminel Sipayoyo, a faculty member of the BSHM program at Isabela State University, Cabagan campus, and the research coordinator of the College of Business Management. He is dedicated to equipping students with practical skills and fostering impactful research in business and hospitality management. His commitment to education makes him a vital contributor to the university's academic excellence. For the abstract of this study, the COVID-19 pandemic highlighted vulnerabilities in food supply chains, impacting production, processing, and distribution globally. This study explores the resilience and adaptive strategies of Northern Isabela's poultry egg supply chain during the crisis. Using a mixed method approach, data was collected from 21 participants, including producers, wholesalers, retailers, and consumers across 7 municipalities. The findings revealed significant undersupply due to high demand and production constraints, compounded by government regulations affecting logistics. Participants adapted by implementing various strategies. Producers resorted to house-to-house sales, wholesalers and retailers diversified suppliers, and consumers utilized delivery services. Stable pricing reflected the supply chain resilience. Recommendation includes expanding production capacity, diversifying suppliers, streamlining permit processes, establishing a monitoring system, and fostering cooperation among producers, distributors, and consumers to ensure crisis preparedness and enhance supply chain action. The food supply chain plays a vital role in delivering food products from their primary source to consumers, comprising various stages such as creation, processing, distribution, consumption, and disposal. As the supply chain expands, it becomes increasingly complex, potentially leading to disruptions that affect the food's journey from producers to consumers. Pandemics are not unfamiliar occurrences in human history. They have been a recurring challenge. One common thread among pandemics is their severe adverse effects on global economy. When we examine the food supply chain, a crucial sector of the economy, it becomes evident that COVID-19 has had a profound impact on the entire journey of food from the field to the consumer's plate. For the objective of this study explores strategies to mitigate the unprecedented supply chain disruptions experienced in Northern Isabela's poultry eggs product supply chain during the COVID-19 crisis. The objectives were to identify the challenges faced by supply chain actors, analyze the measures they adopted to cope with the crisis, and propose recommendations to enhance the supply chain's resiliency. For the methodology, this study conducted a comprehensive examination of the poultry egg supply chain in Northern Isabela during the COVID-19 crisis, employing a mixed method research approach to gain a holistic understanding of the supply chain processes. The research methodology encompassed both qualitative and quantitative data analysis. The study's participants were exclusively sourced from Northern Isabela and were selected to represent essential roles in the poultry egg supply chain, including producers, wholesalers, retailers, and consumers. The researchers employed a purposive sampling technique, handpicking respondents from different stages of the supply chain. In total, 21 individuals from 7 municipalities within Northern Isabela were engaged in this study, with each municipality having a representative for each stage of the supply chain. Participants' information was obtained from the Municipal Agriculture Office of the local government units. For the findings, personal and business profile. The results revealed that all respondents were adults, predominantly female, married, with a high school education. All businesses operated as sole proprietorship for less than 5 years, with majority earning above 30,000 pesos per month. In terms of the challenges and issues, every single respondent encountered a significant undersupply of poultry products during pandemic. Producers, wholesalers, and retailers did not report any issues or problems with the selling price. The primary source of major concerns and problems for producers, wholesalers, and retailers revolve around government regulations, particularly travel restrictions. This issue was universally experienced among all the respondents. When it comes to mitigating measures for undersupply, producers face a surge in product demand, leading to an undersupply situation. However, they were unable to scale up production due to constraints in housing capacity and limited capital investment. Wholesalers and retailers face supply shortages as some of them fulfill their product requirement. For consumers, they felt the pinch of poultry egg product shortages. As precautionary measure, they turned to alternative products that could meet their dietary needs. For the selling price, regarding pricing, in terms of logistics and transportation, in response to these challenges, some producers facing difficulties in product disposal due to strict government regulators shifted their approach. Rather than distributing products to wholesalers and retailers, they opted for house-to-house selling. On the other hand, wholesalers and retailers proactively obtained the necessary permits to acquire supplies from producers, overcoming logistics and transportation hurdles posed by government regulation. In a parallel trend, consumers adapted by switching from personal buying to using delivery services, effectively addressing logistics and transportation issues while adhering to government regulation. In conclusion, the supply chain for poultry egg products remained resilient throughout the COVID-19 crisis, evidenced by the high demand and stable prices. Various supply chain participants effectively navigated logistical and transportation challenges by obtaining necessary travel authorization. And for recommendations, Number one, we have the capacity expansion for producers. Given the high demand for poultry products and the limitation on production capacity due to housing constraints and capital outlay, it is recommended that poultry producers explore options for expanding their production capacity. This could involve seeking financial support or partnership to increase their head space capacity and meet the growing demand. Number two, diversification of suppliers for wholesalers and retailers, their supply base. This approach ensures a more resilient suppliers is essential for securing a steady supply of poultry products. The government should consider streamlining the process for acquiring necessary permits and movement of goods within the supply chain. Simplifying regulatory procedures can help reduce delays and logistical challenges. Next, we have monitoring and pricing preparedness. Although the supply chain for poultry products in Northern Isabela has shown resilience during the COVID-19 crisis, it is advisable to establish a monitoring system that tracks supply and demand dynamics. This will help identify potential issues early and allow for proactive crisis preparedness measures. And lastly, collaborative supply chain management. Foster collaboration among all supply chain stakeholders, including government agencies, producers, wholesalers, retailers, and consumers. Regular communication and coordination can help address challenges more effectively and ensure the stability of the poultry product supply chain during the crisis. And that's all for our presentation. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Shudley. Participants, hearing none, shall we proceed to the last presenter? Of course, come from the last presenter, Professor Jeremy Epakta, with the topic challenges encountered by food stall owners in the new normal. Take it away, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Cherme P. Ipakta of STI West Negros University, and my co-authors are Dr. Jeff L. Desicatan and Dr. Nolly B. Diaz Jr. So our study is entitled Challenges Encountered by Food Stall Owners in the New Normal. For the abstract, the global health crisis brought about by the pandemic significantly affected various industries, including food stalls, which rely on high customer volumes and informal structures. These are due to lockdowns, social distancing, reduced consumer spending, and supply chain disruptions, leading to economic losses and operational issues. This study aimed to determine the degree of challenges encountered by food stall owners in one of the malls in a highly urbanized city in central Philippines. Data a descriptive research design and self-made questionnaire and were analyzed using frequency, percentage, mean, and man-Whitney test. Results show high challenges related to product and moderate challenges regarding price and place. Significant difference was found in challenges in terms of product across age groups. This paper calls for to assist food stall owners in overcoming the challenges identified, particularly in product-related aspects. Food stall is a temporary structure used to prepare and sell food to the general public, is according to Grasset 2018. In many parts of the world, particularly in the developing countries, Food stalls or street food vending also makes an important contribution to employment, household revenue, and food security. Food safety is a fundamental public health concern that is dependent on various factors, such as changing global food production patterns, public expectations, and international trade policies. The COVID-19 pandemic has forced the closure of many businesses and establishments, including restaurants and catering services. It has had a major impact on most food businesses. Some are thriving, some are in lockdown, and others are making significant changes to the way in which they reach customers in order to continue trading. In almost all cases, businesses have to adopt new ways of working in order to manage both existing and COVID-19 related risks. Even though COVID-19 is one of the hardest challenges that the society and companies have faced in recent times, there is a silver lining in the midst of the crisis situation. All businesses are suffering today. One industry that is especially visible and emblematic of our economic restaurants. In the
What was it? I think we had this technical problem. Okay. So,
You can conclude that session, sir.
okay. So, so this is the session summary. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the session summary for today's enriching presentations. As you can in the session 2. We had knowledge of exploring a variety of thought-provoking topics and innovative insights, each contributing significantly to our understanding and appreciation of diverse fields ranging from eco and biotourism, cultural heritage preservation, and sustainable management practices. Let us now reflect on the key highlights, takeaways from our esteemed presenters, from Dr. Sanjay Tiskel on the topic eco and biotourism development and its management in India, a study of Chhattisgarh State, India, delivered an insightful presentation on the development and management of eco-biotourism in Chhattisgarh State, India. The discussion highlighted the region's rich biodiversity and cultural heritage while emphasizing sustainable tourism practices that benefit both the environment and local communities. These strategies include community involvement, conservation efforts, and promotion of eco-friendly tourism activities. A second presentation of Professor Josephine B. Pangoloan, preserving the Ibanag traditional cuisine cultural heritage of Northern Isabela, Philippines. She focused on the preservation of Ibanag traditional cuisine as a vital part of the cultural heritage of Northern Isabela, Philippines. She explored the historical significance and cultural identity linked to those culinary practices. Initiatives such as community workshops and culinary aimed at documenting and promoting traditional recipes were discussed. On the presentation of Dr. Jamal Pinera, knowledge implementation and compliance with forestry laws among forest-dependent communities towards sustainable forest management, address the knowledge implementation and compliance with forestry laws among forest-dependent communities. This presentation outlined the challenges, successes, and in promoting sustainable forest management practices, also the role of education and community engagement, and effective strategies for balancing forest conservation. Okay, on the presentation of Sir Joey Narag on phenomenological inquiry on Imandayas Tadog wedding custom basis for strategic intervention material for understanding culture, society, and politics. He presented a phenomenological inquiry into Tagalog wedding custom of the Imandaya community. He explored the cultural, social, political dimensions of the traditional practice and its significance within Imandaya society. On the presentation of Madam Amena Abdul Munem, active cities, design strategies, architectural and urban levels. We discussed strategies for designing active cities and both architectural and urban levels. On the presentation of Professor Niwayan Dian Nirmayani, an analysis of determinants of risky investment decision and their implications for investment performance, a systematic review. She provided systematic review analyzing determinants of risky investment decisions and their implications for investment performance. The presentation offered insights into factors influencing investment behaviors and outcomes of different investment strategies. On the presentation of Dr. Pearl Joy Mirasol, entrepreneurial challenges, success, and resilience amid adversity toward sustainable business strategies. She discussed the entrepreneurial challenges and successes experienced during times of adversity. Also on the presentation of Dr. Philip Pizon, climate change and its impact on the academic learning experience of selected students of St. Dominic College of Asia basis in the proposed policy for online synchronous and asynchronous learning modality. We explored the impact of climate change on the academic learning experiences of students of St. Dominic College of Asia. We proposed policy recommendations for online synchronous and asynchronous learning modalities to adapt to the changing environmental conditions. On the presentation of Professor Basil Pacheco, identity issues, needs and opportunities of indigenous cultural community and assessment. He assessed the identity issues, needs and opportunities of indigenous cultural communities. The presentation highlighted the unique challenges faced by these communities and proposed strategies to address their needs and promote cultural preservation. On the presentation of Dr. Jamil P. Garcia, development of Inanong dance literature for the empowerment of the Inanong tribe. He presented on the development of Inanong dance literature as a means to empower the Inanong tribe. On the presentation of Professor R.J. Matanggihan, resilience and adaptation of poultry egg supply chain in Northern Isabela during the COVID-19 crisis. We discussed the resilience and adaptation strategies of the poultry egg supply chain in Northern Isabela during the COVID-19 crisis. His presentation highlighted the challenges faced by the supply chain and measures implemented to ensure continuity and stability during the pandemic. As we conclude today's enlightening session, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed presenters for their insightful contributions. Each presentation has broadened our understanding of diverse and critical topics, from sustainable eco and biotourism development to the preservation of cultural heritage, compliance with forestry laws, education, innovative strategies for urban design. We also delved into the post-pandemic recovery of tourism sector, analyzed investment behaviors, and explored the resilience of supply chains during the crisis. The rich exchange of ideas knowledge we have experienced today underscores the importance of interdisciplinary collaboration and continuous learning. It is through such dynamic discussion that we can drive forward thinking solutions, foster cultural preservation, and develop sustainable strategies that benefit our community and the environment. Thank you for your active participation and engagement. Let us carry forward these insights today and continue to collaborate, innovative, and inspire positive change in our respective fields. Thank you very much to the organizers, our partners and co-hosts, especially to Madam Sushmita Priya and Mr. Darshan for your effort to this conference. Thank you very much. God bless everyone.
Thank you, sir, for such a nice session. And we are moving ahead with our final activity today, which is to felicitate everyone. Okay, So, first of all, I will like to ask Ma'am Suchismita to start with certification, and I will like to ask Dr. Yanakon to come in the dais to give certificates. First of all, keynote speaker, our virtual keynote speaker, Dr. Kimji Vaganji, will receive his e-certificate. Then keynote speaker, Dr. Albert F. Anfohan, will receive his virtual certificate. Presenter Sanjay Tiski sir will receive his physical certificate. Sir, please come on the stage. Presenter Josephine B. Nguyen will receive their virtual certificate. Presenter Jomel B. Panera will receive their virtual certificate. Presenter Chori C. Narang will receive his physical certificate. Presenter Amina Abdulunin will receive a virtual certificate. Keynote speaker Professor Navidaho and Tispala will receive his virtual certificate. Presenter Ni Wong Dian Edmanin will receive virtual certificate. Presenter Pearl Tagyo G. Mirasol will receive virtual certificate. Presenter Philip Gordon Quizon will receive virtual certificate. Presenter Lysel L. Pacheo will receive virtual certificate. Dr. Jamila P. Garcid will receive virtual certificate. Presenter Ajay C. Matangon Han will receive virtual certificate. Presenter Cherry May P.E. Ipata will receive virtual certificate. And at the last, I will ask for sir to announce our session leaders from session 1 provided by Dr. Anik for the best paper, Tomar L. Aban. Please, sir, come and receive your certificate as well as your moment of appreciation. Moment of appreciation will be given by Dr. Yanakon. Thank you, sir. And we will also call Randolph I. Navaska, sir, to come down and receive his session certificate along with best presentation certificate for the session 1. Thank you, sir. It was great to have you today. Sir, I will request you to help me with something, please. Sir, actually, you need to be here for one more moment. And for session 2, we have 2 more awards. For the best paper, Jomel B. Panera. So we will have a clap for him as he will receive his e-certificate soon. And for best presentation, we will like to call Joy T. Narang. So it was a great presentation. You will receive a moment of appreciation, but your e-certificate will be sent to you soon. After this, we will have a quick short photograph. Okay, before that, I will like to announce that we are going to have a sign up of research collaboration between ARL and DMMSU. So we will have a sign up, short sign up, and I will like to like you all and call you all to evidence this. So we will have a short sign up, and after that we will have a group photo, and then we can have our evening. Thank you.